Hey everybody, and welcome to this extra very special hobby stream here on a Friday afternoon. I'm joined by the man, the legend, the Mr. Quintessential Adrian Phillips. Adrian, how's it going?
Doing great, thanks for having me.
You're looking a little too tall, so I'm gonna go up on my seat a bit so I don't,
I don't want to intimidate
feels
you.
threatened. Yeah. Speaking of intimidating, we have some seriously intimidating figures that we are painting today.
We are extremely excited to be painting not one, but two big buddies. We, of course, have Kragnos, the End of Empires, the Destroyer, the God of Destruction, Bane of all Dragons. Very excited to have him.
Super excited to be painting him. And you're going to be painting, make sure I get his name right this time, Krondys.
Yeah, you did it.
Son of Dracothion.
Close. I keep calling him Dracothion, but he's not. He's the son of.
He's the son of Dracothion. And he's actually quite large compared to Kragnos.
He towers over Kragnos.
Yeah, and in fact, I was doing a little size comparison earlier, and Kragnos is actually more similar to one of the Drake Guard.
Yeah, the
right?
Drake Guard, the sort of the battle line.
Yeah,
the battle line.
that looks like
so funny.
That looks like a good fight.
That's a good fight. This guy, his wing is as big as Kragnos.
Yeah.
So very excited, of course. This is just a week after release of the new dragons. So we have Krondys today, and we're going to be talking about all things big beasties, dragons, god slayers. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and we're hoping we can get these guys done in like 4 hours, or at least get them quite far. For sure, battle ready. For sure, yeah.
I don't know that we haven't spent much time on models this big in a while. So, maybe not since the Mega Gargants.
Not since the Mega Gargants. Okay, so with that said, let's do this. Let's get creative. Okay, and here what you can see is an empty Kragnos, the End of Empires base. So I cheated and I did the base for Kragnos before we went live today. Obviously, I've in fact been working on this for a couple weeks. This will match the base for my Beast Claw Raiders, which also, if you've been keeping score, matches the base for our army, the Studio Mega Gargants army. We did this so that we sort of have this Ogre, Gargant, just this unified destruction force between the studio, myself, and down the road in the near future we'll be doing a Maul Tribes army with this basing scheme for Bridger.
Very exciting. I love it. I think it looks fantastic.
Yeah, all this stuff is intermixable, and of course Kragnos can even work with some orcs. The base will be different, but you know what? It's Kragnos, and like, of course, like he's special, right?
He is in the Orc War Clans book. He's kind of like Nagash. Seems like he's getting a reprint in any of the books where you can take him, which is super cool. I love this kind of ties everything together, and even ties it together with the Ger board that we have. Right? Which is really cool.
Yeah, I like that about Sigmar, how they're starting to have like these giant dudes that can be like used in that whole faction.
Exactly.
We don't know actually what this guy's deal. This guy's
deal?
Yeah, can they be? I guess they can be just through ally.
So yeah, when they first came out, I think personally, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was wishful thinking on a lot of people's part, myself included.
Yeah.
When it looked like, oh, there's one good guy one, and then one bad guy one, and like maybe these will be like super
the
faction
scarred guy. Well, they sort of teased that the Scar guy.
Yeah.
What is his name? Something that also starts with a K.
Scar. Yeah.
It also starts with a
I didn't.
Kurzad. It's like Kurzad the Scarred.
Yeah. The Scared.
They sort of teased. they worded it in such a way that made it sound like he was locked. Krondys was locked to Stormcast,
right.
But this guy would be able to be used by any Order army.
Right. Yeah. And I don't think it ended up being the kid. Well, any Order. Yeah.
You can ally him in, but
you can ally, of course.
He's more than a court. He's more than.
These guys are.
They're 600 points.
600 points on the dot, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason. But the good news is, of course, you can have an all-dragon army. So why would you play anything other than an all-dragon army with these guys?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I do like the ability to kind of just like ally this dragon in with like cities or Lumina if like they need the help or whatever, right? So,
no, I feel you.
Yeah, okay. So we have a number of things to get going here. Today's stream is going to involve a rare switch.
Oh.
We're going to switch seats,
switcheroo.
depending on which one of us is doing something more interesting. And we think that person at first is me. So I'm in this seat so that we can have the good shoulder zoom,
Absolutely.
Because what I'd like to show you guys, actually, Adrian, if we could go ahead and get zoomed in here.
Sure.
Another thing I largely did before the stream, or did much of before the stream, Kragnos has these sort of his clothing, if you will.
Yeah, it's all metal, isn't it?
Yeah, he has these kind of metal buckles and belts that, quite frankly, I'm very terrified of having to figure out how it goes on Kragnos. I do have his instructions here with me, and we also have in studio a man who is obsessed with assembling things, which is our dear friend and colleague, Mr. Brett Lee. Brett, are you mic'd up?
Yes.
There he is.
And push come to shove, Jack, if the instructions fail you, I will make sure those things are attached to your model by the end of the day.
Fun. Okay, now.
In some way or another.
Brett Lee.
Yeah. A man obsessed with metal clothing. Who knows?
Tried to make it work many times. We told him to stop, but he would not.
Yeah. So I've already finished. And
Right.
frankly, one of the reasons I already finished these is because I've not quite done something like this before.
Sure.
We all know I'm obsessed with copper verdigris, but this was like
True.
pure verdigris, and frankly, not a lot of copper to get the look. So I actually poked around and studied a few different. I ended up watching a video channel I'd super recommend is I think it's just called Painting Coach.
Painting Coach?
Yeah. I watched his video of how he painted the metal parts of Kragnos and mostly copied his technique. I do a couple things different than him that you'll kind of see. The big one being that I use an airbrush for a step or two, but a couple else along the way. So what I wanted to start with and kind of show you guys here is me doing some of this on Kragnos. So where I wanted to actually start is the one piece I did not do is Kragnos' giant shield, which goes on him. I thought that would be a good one to save for you guys because it's a little bigger, and I can kind of go through that process to start off.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
But before I get to that, I have a little bit of silver work to do actually on Kragnos himself.
Okay.
Because his mace needs to be silver, and so does he has some little anklets things around here as well. Awesome.
Okay. So yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah. Cool.
I will be starting off with just some basics. You know, you've gone ahead and done the base because your base is much more in depth than mine, because I'm actually going to be doing this to match the rest of our Stormcast collection. Which actually, you know what? Now that I come to think of it, I'm going to throw this on the glam cam so you guys can see.
Yes.
This was Brian's collection. And so this is, of course, what we have for our Stormcast. Very simple bases, just some cork right there. And then this lava actually just painted right onto the base there. And so I'm going to be matching that today. I have done a bit of an addition to Krondys' base itself. Again, just adding a bit of cork here. This is a really big base, so I didn't want to have a ton of just absolute blank base and relying entirely on that airbrush.
I think that's a good move.
Adrian, you're muted
Still
again.
muted. Not on my end.
We're having battery difficulties.
Yeah. Pastorino.
No, it's
Interesting.
It's still yeah, I don't know what's going on. It seems fine over here.
Well, Adrian, feel free to switch to me here. I'll get going and showing people what I'm up to here while you guys sort that out. I'm jumping in here and going to be hitting Kragnos with some base lead belcher. This is actually the base coat. You guys know I like to use often. I will use air paint, but because I'm just putting this down right on the model, and quite frankly on a dark model, I definitely want the base coat here, the base paint. And I do like the Citadel base paint. I just find that I don't frequently always need it, and that the layer paint, or excuse me, the air paint works best. I almost never use the layer paint, to be honest with you. Okay, so I will also take this opportunity to talk to you guys about where I am on Kragnos, because I have already also done some work on Kragnos, some of the boring stuff. He has been airbrush painted with Citadel Dryad Bark. It's this super dark brown color. He's been base coated with that. And then what I do after I base coat, this is kind of my skin and like fine fur for like horse recipe, which Kragnos kind of is. What I then do is I take a wash, and in this case it was Agrax Earthshade, and I really airbrush saturate the model, because now in Kragnos, any kind of recess on Kragnos is darker than the fur around it. And as I layer up with airbrush, thin airbrush paints, that's gonna be maintained, meaning that the recesses will always just be ever so slightly darker. Of course, we know that if there's one thing an airbrush is bad at, it's that it covers recesses when you paint. But the trick around that is that you're gonna make sure your recesses are just super dark, and this way they'll stay a little bit darker as long as the colors you're painting over are a little more transparent, which quite frankly airbrush paint really should be. Okay, are you mic'd up? Is this what? Are you back?
Yeah, so I think one of our chargers didn't plug in or pooped out overnight, so my whole set of batteries was dead. It was dead here, and then it died on the receiver, and so I think we're good. Let us know if you guys can hear us. Me specifically, just me. But yeah, so I'm gonna be working on the bass.
Yeah. Okay.
I could reset. Should I reset everything?
Well, yeah, because actually, I'm kind of curious what we know that you're replicating Brian's lava.
Yeah.
Which I came to find out Brian did not originally invent.
Yeah.
So I kind of the last thing I think he said, if you guys missed, was
cool.
He put a lot of cork on here because he didn't want to rely so much on the flat lava look.
Yes.
Which I think is big, because that lava look, if we get a glam on that again,
Let's take a
it's
look.
really cool. I'm super nervous about painting directly on bases without any kind of texture.
Yeah.
It often looks bad.
I would avoid it at all costs, generally speaking.
Yes, but this works. But I think to your point, why it works is because there is also the texture, but you don't want to give the lava that much. Like you can see, this one Brian did not do, correct?
Correct. So the majority of this collection is from a friend of ours that Brian bought this army from originally.
Okay.
So he hasn't done this one. I'm going to show you in a second because I think it's interesting. This is something that, you know, especially if you've had a collection for a long time, you get one from someone. We've talked about this somehow every time on the show. This is what we talk about, but color matching to other people's work, right? So this is the one that Brian did do. This is. What's her name? Yasandra?
Yeah, this is Sandra.
Yggdrasil.
Yeah, Yggdrasil. Anyway, so he did this to match.
Yndrasta,
thank you.
Jeez.
And so did a good job color matching here, and then he also has a bit of the ruins, which I will be in turn matching that, because none of these older Stormcasts had those scenic bases. So now we come to current day with Krondys, adding that cork to give a bit more definition in there. And so it should be pretty simple. Simple enough that I haven't done mine before the stream, and I'm just going to be laying down some layers on that.
Yeah, but you can kind of see, Adrian, real quick before you pull away from the glam cam, if you put Yndrasta back on there.
Sure, yeah.
And this is one Brian did do.
Yes.
And you can see, like, so Yndrasta's got the scenic component. Brian went ahead, or somebody, maybe that was you, Adrian, I don't know, threw the cork on there, right? Or someone
No, that's all
stone?
scenic
That's
base.
all the one separated?
The little baby one is also part of scenic base.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, it's
Yeah.
a good move, right?
Yes,
And if it wasn't there, you would have wanted to add cork. And the reason being,
100%.
like, that airbrush look, if you let that airbrush, if you give that look too much space, it now suddenly looks
see it for what it
like,
is.
Yeah, it looks like you're painting a piece of paper with an airbrush.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas now you think that this is clearly a tree that's growing out of lava. And, you know, I think that's much more compelling.
Much more compelling.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's more interesting.
In some ways it is. So
How did this tree develop to the point where it could? Is it a stone tree? Is it a lava tree?
You know, the mortal realms are a magical place, literally. And so
One thing's for sure, don't mess with that tree.
don't mess with that tree. Look, that's why she's standing on it. It's very secure. No matter what happens, she might get burnt to a crisp, but that tree will be there. Will never give out on her. So anyways, I'm going to do some gray. Doing some Krondys stuff. Oh, speaking of which, we have a very special announcement today, and we're going to pass it over to our metal pants wearing friend, Mr. Brett.
Oh my god. Yeah. So today, guys, we have this week launched a page on MyMiniFactory.
Woo!
So if you're unfamiliar, Adrian, we have a overlay.
Oh
Can you
yeah,
switch to that?
Ta-da!
If you're unfamiliar, MyMiniFactory is a website for the sharing of STL files for 3D printing. So right now there is one item up there, which is the shield dome that we created for the Liberation of Petch narrative video a few weeks ago. So that is available for purchase on MyMiniFactory for $5. So if you have a 3D printer, you can go there and support the show by buying the STL and download it and print it yourself. So that's something we got a number of requests for. Also, not currently live on the page, but it has been uploaded. They have a sort of a review process where after you upload something,
Oh, interesting.
they have an internal team that makes sure that the files are like sound before they make them available to the public.
Yeah.
So it is currently in the middle of that review process. I uploaded it this morning. It is a hanging ornament.
Yes.
A festive holiday hanging ornament featuring the Titans logo. And so this is going to be available for free. And once it sort of goes live on the site, you guys will be able to download it, print it, and then on the live stream on the 22nd, I believe it is, Zach, is that right?
Yeah, whatever that. I think that's right.
2 Wednesdays from now.
That is the 2 Wednesdays, yeah.
Yeah, it's the 22nd. Zach and I will be painting these hanging ornaments on the live stream. And so we wanted to make these available to you guys in advance. So if you have a 3D printer, you can download them and print them yourself and hobby along with us. Paint them up. I think this is something we're going to be doing a lot more of.
Yeah.
And so we've kind of taken the plunge to figure out how to do this, and we'll be uploading content on MyMiniFactory if we create 3D files. Both Adrian and I are familiar with and enjoy 3D sculpting and modeling.
Yes.
And so, if there's additional content similar to like the Liberation of Petch video that we do in the future, we'll make those files available for purchase. If there's sort of fun content like this ornament that we do in the future, we'll make things available for free.
Makes sense.
But yeah, you should check it out. And actually, I will say the last thing I'll make a point I'll make about this is that we're doing the test prints are running for these files right now.
Oh, that's exciting.
So if you stick around through the stream around 3 p.m. The prints are scheduled to finish, and I'm going to pull them off the printer, clean them up, and right at the end of the stream, we're hoping you guys will wrap up these big monsters around 4.
Cool.
So hopefully right towards the end of the stream, sometime between 3 and 4, we'll have those first prints off the printer, and we can show these parts in the flesh on the stream for you guys. And that's it. That's our announcement. So,
Woo!
yeah, thanks.
It's going to be very
Thanks,
cool.
guys.
It's exciting. MyMiniFactory, that's the place I go to for my 3D files. Very great, reputable site. And it's exciting to now be part of that community and be able to contribute and put stuff up there.
Absolutely.
So definitely go check it out. Give it a like, give it a subscribe, and yeah, it's going to be good stuff.
Awesome. So it looks like we do have a couple super chats in.
We do indeed.
Let's take a moment here.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you, Garrett. No questions. Always happy to see these broadcasts. Pause for dramatic effect. Makes work easier on a Friday, and the entire department is really taking an interest in Warhammer now.
Oh, cool.
That's awesome. I love it.
That's super cool.
Well, we're happy to contribute to a culture of Warhammer.
Always.
And we love doing the Friday streams too. It's it's in the morning. We can kind of just hang out, spend a bit more time on these long ones. So it's really nice, and we appreciate your support, Garrett. Cheers.
Before we go to Nicholas's, actually I have a little bit of an audible that I had to change my plans on here.
Okay.
So I'll show you guys kind of what I'm doing instead.
Yeah, let's take a look. Move it up just a little bit.
Yeah, before I can get to the metal, I need to actually do a lot of Kragnos' skin because the metal is. I'd like to do all the metal together, the stuff on him and the stuff off of him. But my point is that he does have this stuff, some of this metal on him. So I've gone ahead and put the base coat. I almost did that so I could see it better.
Right.
As I sit here, because he's very dark. This is very dark brown.
Yeah.
But I want to now go ahead and build up his fur a bit. One of my main goals as a painter in this upcoming year, and it's never too early to get started, is to spend more time after I'm done airbrushing a model to kind of add a lot of cool stuff. for lack of a better technical word.
More details, more brushwork.
Yeah, exactly. More details with getting in with a brush. So that's actually one of the major reasons I did a bunch of base coating on Kragnos before the stream, just to give myself more time during our 4 hours here to be working with a brush. But I'm building up Kragnos' skin here, and like I said, Dryad Bark was our first color.
Okay.
Now I'm on Mournfang Brown. I have so much Mournfang Brown lying around because it gets used a lot of my Beastclaw Raider army. Which is not a bad thing because we've got some unification, right?
Yes,
and these two armies are going to be working together very often.
And if you like a color, nothing wrong with continuing to come back to it.
Exactly.
I love it. Well, thank you, Nicholas. Got my first game of 9th edition Death Guard without using Morty this weekend. I feel like I've used him as a crutch too much. Wish me luck. Well, that's exciting. I think it's going to make you a better player for sure, because it's going to make you a better general Warhammer player. Let me put it like that. Because Morty is awesome and he's cool, but he's also a very particular style of play, and he really informs the way that you play the army, the way you play the game. So I think
it changes the army almost, right? Like
100%.
It's a different feel.
When Morty's on the table, the game's about him, one way or another. He might not be the most game-breaking things, but he is absolutely a game-changing thing.
Depending on who else is on the table, but
Sure.
to some extent, yes, yeah, you're right.
He can
maybe not only about him, but largely about him, right?
That's what I mean. Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
yeah.
100%. Like even if you're like, I've ways to deal with him, well, then that is a huge impact. This person's down 500 points or whatever it is. So
Right.
that's exciting.
I always kind of feel like, when I was playing 9th Ed more before COVID, or 8th Ed and before COVID, and
Sure.
I was playing my Tau more, I always kind of felt that way about the Riptide. Like if I took the Riptide out of my list, then I got to actually do like some more fun stuff.
Right.
And I often had more fun, maybe, just depending on who I was playing. But
The other person had more fun too.
Probably, right? But I kind of like how they've done that with Death Guard.
Right.
I think it's the one army that they've really gone that right with, where it's like, I don't have to bring my giant guy, and I can still have a really cool, fun list.
Exactly.
Or like the giant guy is a liability. I think a lot of people feel that way about Magnus currently. Like he's
100%.
probably not the best choice.
No,
So
he's not.
you really want the Morty Death Guard relationship, where it's like it's one list with them, it's a different list without them. They're both a lot of fun to play.
I 100%
which is super
agree.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got, I'm just working on my grays. You guys can see a bit here. I had the base layer of Mechanicus Gray, which I'm becoming more and more of a fan of these two grays. Normally I don't use G-dubs for my grays. But I've got Mechanicus Standard Gray as the base layer, and then Administratum Gray as my highlight. And so I built it up with all the stone and the not copper, the cork. And then now what I'm doing is I'm working on the lava undercoating, just kind of bringing up some brighter layers where I'm going to have these kind of streaks of the yellow with the orange. So that's the plan there.
Yeah, and I am just cruising along here on Kragnos. The Mournfang Brown is now down. And so the next thing I'm going to be doing with Kragnos, people kind of paint him differently, obviously,
Sure.
but largely variations on the same theme, and I'm not actually deviating from that here today. My Kragnos will largely be this brown kind of color.
I love it.
But I am going to do a little bit of mixing here. And I'm actually going to mix, because it's Kragnos, because he's a one-off model, it's not a recipe I have to freak out about replicating a lot. I'm actually going to be doing a lot of mixing in the pot of my airbrush, which is not normally something that I really like doing, if I'm quite honest. So I have a kind of the GW suite of different tans here.
Ooh.
Okay, which means I've got Talaran Sand, Xandri Dust, and Ubshanti Bone. So next what I'm going to do on Kragnos here is I'm going to put a little bit of Xandri Dust, which is the darkest of these three, by an iota. I'm going to put a little bit of Xandri Dust into the cup and give it a little bit of a mix. And then what we're going to do is, frankly, airbrush that onto Kragnos. Then we're going to do straight Xandri Dust, and then build up the other cream colors. I'm going to use a not very great brush to do mixing in my pot.
Cool. Good call.
And then the secret here, whenever you mix airbrush paint in your pot, is to run it enough so that you know that the new color is what's coming through. Because
Right.
a little
Yeah.
bit, what you're going to get here at first is just straight Mornfang brown, right? Because that's what's kind of in the bottom of the airbrush. So just doing a little cleaning here.
Sounds good. I'm trying to decide, because I didn't really put too much thought into the color matching here. I'm not going to stress about it, because we can always come with it later. But these bases actually, for lava, they don't really have much red in them. It's very much an orange and like a bit of a yellow. But I think I will do an initial pass with some red. I don't know if it's Mephiston. It's a bit darker there. But
I just walked in front of the camera completely.
you did. It was
Ignorant.
good. I was like, oh, I'm glad I'm on the front camera.
Were you? Oh wow! Thank you.
Let's see. So I need like a darker red, like a gore red.
I have. Do I have? Well, I have over here. I have Gavor Bach red.
Ooh, yes.
And then somewhere is World Eaters red too.
Also
they
good.
normally live together, but it looks like they've been separated.
Yeah. Oh, this one's a little pinker than I remember actually. It's a nice red, but it's not quite what I'm looking for.
I have Word Bearers and Mephiston over here if you need it.
Could I see Word Bearers real quick? It's that darker one, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the ticket right there. Alrighty. So we have a very important decision to come to today, which is who has the most supporters, Kragnos or Krondys?
Right. We actually have put a poll up. Looks like lots of you guys have seen this. Now, right now, I can see that Krondys has 55% of the vote.
Oh, which mathematically means.
I think you can click it, Adrian. It'll expand.
There
There
you
you
go.
go. Yeah. Okay. So out of 108 votes so far, looks like Krondys is winning.
Now, it's nothing personal. It's not about. This doesn't represent us, Zach.
No, it's not
Important
a vote.
to remember that.
Of course.
Definitely not a reflection on who people like more, you or me. Whatever you think, it's not that.
It's not that.
It's about Krondys and Kragnos.
This is about Kragnos and Kragnos. This is about the issues, guys.
This is about the real issues of today.
The real issue is: do you like dragons, or do you like smashy monsters
Weird
that are not dragons?
centaur ogre guy that has horns but might also be hair. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, we will have to talk about that. I'm gonna end up painting that down the road here a bit. Yeah, Kragnos has some interesting horns. We think it's just his hair, and then we had a lengthier conversation about hair and horns are kind of the same thing.
Yeah, that's right.
to some extent.
His horns are so weird.
Yeah, so
Slash hair. I really I thought it was horns, but if you look at it, I don't. Are we for sure that it's hair?
I mean, they
It's really weird.
colored black on the studio on the box art.
Right, but his mane is a different color.
Is a different color. Yeah, so
Let's
it's
see.
interesting.
And then what color is his hoofs? Okay, well this is a strong argument though. His hoofs are black and the horn things are black.
Why don't you do a top-down, Adrian, so that
It might be too well. Let's see.
there's a top producer that is just you.
What?
Yeah.
Ah, look at this technology. Anyways, so this thing, I'm back on board thinking that it actually is horns after all, which is good.
I mean, listen.
Although,
we were talking about this yesterday. I think we get a little bit bent out of shape around here about putting something in a category. And let's just say Kragnos has his own unique,
yeah,
what is
Herons.
a cheesecake?
He has herons.
herons.
Yeah, what is a cheesecake? Like a
Yeah.
cheesecake's a cheesecake. Like let's let it be a cheesecake.
We can just let it be hair.
Oh, look,
or
I'm picking
not.
up some votes because of my progressive views
Oh
on
no!
organizing things.
Look, if Kragnos wants to have these double front pigtails, I think he can rock it. You know what? I'm here for it. Here's your word bearers. Thank you, Brett.
Yep.
So yeah, we're gonna leave this vote up the whole time,
Yeah.
and hopefully, as a result of it, we will be able to, by the end of the stream, know definitively who is better, Krondys or Kragnos.
We have to know.
We have to know. We're excited.
This is similar to what was the vampire versus werewolf one?
Well, that is a well-known battle.
Yeah. No, I mean
Generally. You're talking about Twilight?
Twilight. Yeah, the Twilight debate, right?
Yeah.
Do you like?
Well, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is. It was team
Edward versus
Edward.
Team.
Norton.
No, Edward and come on.
Come on, me about
don't know.
Twilight. I don't know. Not that there's anything wrong with Twilight.
Someone knows.
Yeah, I've just not read Twilight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen all the movies. No.
Thank you.
Caldorf.
Oh.
I'm just getting the name.
Sometimes, sorry, Adrian. Sometimes we just randomly read these here.
Yeah, you guys are
Not
weird.
always the producer. Yeah,
No.
it's a madhouse.
It is literally
It
madhouse
is.
over here.
Anything goes on this side.
Yeah.
On this side
So
of the building.
splattery.
Thank you, Caldorf. The dragons are cool, but I gotta go Team Kragnos because
Okay.
I'm all in on Mega Gargants. Can I get a happy birthday for my little artist, Charlotte? Of course, Caldorf. Happy birthday, Charlotte.
Happy birthday, Charlotte.
And more importantly, is Charlotte Team Krondys or Team Kragnos?
That's what we really want to know about.
That's
Happy birthday,
really,
Charlotte.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
And also, is Kragnos what Harry Potter house would Kragnos be in if
That's a great question.
if they were a wizard at Hogwarts?
If they got sorted,
Yeah.
Honestly, I think he's probably in that Slytherin Gryffindor route area because
Yeah.
he is very proactive
yes, he's definitely. I think I'm getting some strong Gryffindor vibes for sure.
for Krondys.
I don't know. Is he?
Or Kragnos.
Gosh,
Krondys?
Kragnos. This is your fault. You've been saying Kragnos all week.
You've occasionally also worked in Krampus to this mix of these names were confusing.
It's true. What can I say? I'm in that spirit this time of year. Is he? I don't know much of the backstory about this guy, honestly.
Oh,
Have
let's
you-
talk about it.
Let's hear about
All right,
it.
I love
curious.
I love going. One thing that helps me get to sleep at night if I'm not able to sometimes easily. Is that I love going on like the different, just like quite honestly, like wikias and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And reading lore for 40K and Sigmar and stuff. So I've been reading up on Kragnos, and basically he is weirdly I forget the name of the race that he is, but he's part of this race that was like during the first age of Sigmar, the Age of Myth, I think they call it. They were like all over the place. They were like, there's lots of them.
Yeah.
And they were nice. Now, randomly, and they don't really go into great detail here, but randomly, then Kragnos was just a jerk.
Sure.
So there was like, but one of their race
Famously a
was
jerk.
rude, and
It was Kragnos.
And it's Kragnos.
It sounds like a Dr. Seuss story. I like
And
it.
more specifically, Kragnos just wanted more than like peacefully living and just.
Oh,
Oh, that
he
sounds
is
like
Slytherin.
ambition.
He
Yeah.
is. That's kind of what I'm getting at
that's a big part of it. And then basically what he did is he kind of raised a war band of other people like him,
As you do.
other like-minded jerks,
Yeah, seriously.
and they just began to smash and
they called
destroy.
themselves Death Eaters.
Yeah. Well, a lot of similarities here, I'm
They
noticing.
basically, just decide to be huge jerks and trample like all the mortal realms and just be causing problems and a bunch of orcs. This is when like orcs like joined in and start worshiping him.
Right,
like,
yeah. This is one thing I love about the Kragnos lore that I do know, because it has orcs in it, which is that the Cruel Boys worship Kragnos. But here's the thing, most Cruel Boys have never actually seen Kragnos. And their scare shields, for example, all those icons are actually depictions of Kragnos. But they don't know what he actually looks like, and that's why. So like sometimes they'll have like
that's
5
funny.
eyes or like horns coming out of his forehead or mouth. He actually has a forehead. Anyways, so it's like this amazing interpretation of like, yeah, they worship this guy, but they don't actually know what he looks like.
Well, one reason that they probably don't know what he looks like is because during his smash escapades, he did a lot of bad things, and he really got into fights specifically with dragons. And this led him to actually lead a genocidal crusade of smashing dragon eggs.
Oh yes, that's right.
So he's kind of responsible for why there are so few dragons in the mortal realms.
Yeah.
Eventually, what happened is, I think.
Wait, let me guess. Can I guess?
Yes.
Eventually, what happened is he came upon one dragon. He tried to kill it, but that dragon's parents had cast a magical spell of protection on it. And when Kragnos tried to kill that dragon, he failed, and that dragon was left with a scar on its forehead. And Kragnos was disembodied, and his spirit lived on, and eventually he has now sort of reclaimed his physical form.
Kragnos is Harry Potter.
Is that? Did I guess right?
No. Basically, what happened is
No.
a bunch of wizards, including Croak, joined together. Lord Croak joined together and put him inside of a mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Were
That
they
happens
called
a
the-
lot in Sigmar, I'll be
Were they
honest.
called the Phoenix Society?
No. And then
Order of the Phoenix.
Order
then-
of the Phoenix?
what happened is, in more recently, Alaria cast some life spell to like all over the realm to like rejuvenate things. I think I forget why this happened. Sigmar fans.
Sounds like something L'Oreal would
No,
do.
so it has to do with like moving into the Age of Sigmar. Like it was
okay.
originally Death was on the side of Order, and they like helped out
Right.
to fight Chaos. But then I think they split, and Nagash did some mean stuff.
Nagash stuff, yeah.
Some Nagash stuff. And so to counter Nagash's mean stuff, Alaria cast like this life spell, and the life spell seeped into the mountain, and not only awoke Kragnos, but gave him an insane amount of extra power. He broke out on the mountain,
Alaria,
and
what the heck?
now he's on the loose.
I love it.
Yeah.
This
So
is fantastic.
Alaria accidentally freed Kragnos. That's yeah.
I love it. We have a super chat from Brendan Phillips, who is my brother, actually.
Wait, really?
Yeah, this is a big deal.
Wait,
guys-
you know this is your brother?
Yes, I can tell by the description.
Okay.
He's never super chatted to Tabletop Titans, by the way.
Oh, okay, cool.
And he's
Brendan,
really upset that
Brendan, glad to have you, buddy.
I see how it is. He says, "Okay, Bubs, with all these new dragons coming out, how does the Dark Elf Black Dragon model hold up, in your opinion?"
Oh, you
That's
know
a good
what?
question.
Yeah, you know what, Brendan? I am actually starting to paint a Daughters of Cain army, and
yeah.
I was like, oh, there's no dragons in this army. I played Dark Elves when I was a kid. That was kind of like my first army.
Yeah.
And then I remember them having a dragon. I never got the model. Then you
really
know
cool.
that was old. That was the '90s. So it was
Yeah,
a
yeah.
different one. But then I think it holds up okay.
Yeah,
But its head is a little too big for the rest of its body.
exactly.
And it's, as a result, honestly, it doesn't work anymore, sadly, because it's really otherwise a beautiful sculpt.
Right.
They got the wizard, the sorceress on top. She's cool.
Oh, that's right. That's what that one's from.
Yeah, she's cool. The body is cool. The head is cool.
Yeah.
The way I usually see it painted, even like just the way GW paints it, is cool.
Right.
It's got good detail on it. I was looking. I was literally. It's amazing that he asked us because I
Yeah.
was literally looking at this maybe 3 or 4 days ago.
Right. Oh, that's funny.
Because I was like, man, I hope that like they eventually do complete the move of some of the stuff into the
Yeah.
Daughters of Cain book.
Yeah.
Because I would love to have a sorceress
Right.
on a black dragon.
Well, I think if we ever see like shadow elves with like Malekith and everything, I feel like they would be in that faction.
Oh, they might put them there.
So there
yeah.
could still be hope, honestly,
Yeah.
which is cool. I do agree. I think it's a cool sculpt. It's just the proportions of the head, honestly.
It's so weird,
Yeah.
right? It's
A lot of the old dragons are like that, though. You know, we were talking about the Wood Elf dragon, for example, which is a great model, and it kind of leans into the big-headedness of it, where it has this like
Oh, the
giant,
Wood
like-
Elf one.
Yeah, the Wood Elf
Right.
one's like a triangular head, but it kind of works with the model. Whereas the Dark Elf one, it's a little awkward.
Yeah,
But the rest of the sculpt is gorgeous.
you're right. Yeah, you and Brett were talking about the Wood Elf one.
I almost brought my so I'd unearthed my old Wood
Oh,
Elf
yeah?
army a few months ago, and I have the Forest Dragon. It's one of the models that's actually, well, about half the army is painted, but this is one of the bits that's painted, and I almost brought it in today for the stream.
That'd be
actually.
cool.
I'm now regretting that I did.
I know.
Let me just catch people up real quick where I'm at with Kragnos
Sure.
here.
Let's take a look in.
So he has had now on him the Dryad. Where is it? The dark that I did before the stream.
Yes.
Then the Mournfang. Then the mix of Mournfang and Xandri Dust. Then Xandri Dust on his own. What I found is that, not surprisingly, the Xandri Dust starts to tint him that color, like the cream
Yeah,
color,
naturally.
which I actually don't want.
Right.
So to remove that, I airbrushed Reichland Flesh Shade over him to bring him back into like mixes of
I
browns.
love that.
So now what I'm going to do, I'm anticipating I'm going to have to do that again. And so it's actually a nice technique for I found Citadel shades. They go so smoothly through an airbrush.
Yes. They're great.
So they're really good for like, oh, my model that I highlighted up with cream or white and it was red is starting to look pink or orange. You get what you get, in that case, probably Garlsberg Crimson. Right, I think that's what it's
Carroburg Crimson.
Carroburg Crimson.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you
Cool paint.
tint it and you make it red again.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But the highlights will remain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you were talking about kind of the thinness of the paints earlier, and
Yeah.
that's why these work really well, because they're obviously extremely thin.
So now I'm going in with Talaran Sand, and I'm going to highlight him up further. And again, I'm anticipating that after this, I'm going to have to hit with Reikland Flesh Shade again.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm super into it. Now I have, I'm going to call this base good for now.
That's it.
It's simple. It's tough for me to just stop with it there, but I'm going to stop with it there. There's a few tufts of grass and roots that we'll add when we go in with the brush, but I'm feeling good about it, actually. It's pretty cohesive. We have the old bases right here. You can see, there we go.
Oh, it's amazing.
Quite close. Yeah, so that's me. I come on the show and I color match stuff.
Yeah, you've become the color match pro.
Apparently. I am going to go now and move to my gubbins. I don't have nearly as many metal gubbins as you or Brett have, but I'm going to do the ones I do have, which are his like bracers and his collar. And so I'm just going to start by painting them entirely silver and paint the gold by hand, because I do love me some Retributor gold. And this is, of course, the color scheme that we have for our Stormcast Eternals.
Yeah, I am very excited to have dragons in our Stormcast army. The dragons are super popular. Everyone's very excited about them. So I'm excited to get them on the tabletop.
Yeah, I'm converted. I'll be honest. Like, I didn't love the Stormcast. Every edition they get better and better. I'm like, oh, these guys are cool. Like, now they have robes, and the new ones are just, oh my god, gorgeous. And the dragons push it over the top of just being like, this is a really cool army. Not an army I've traditionally liked, but now I'm like, wow, they made Stormcast really cool for me, which is awesome.
Yeah, they've done a good job, and look, it's nice. It is. You could make a case. I don't think I would phrase it this way personally.
Sure.
But that it's been to the detriment of much of the rest of the line, because like the new book has 71 War Scrolls.
71.
I think so. 72. It's more than
madness.
70. War
Some books
Scrolls.
only have like 5.
Some books have like 5, right? And so it's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a massive book.
And, you know.
It's tough to keep them all relevant, you know?
Right.
I think they've done a better job in this book than they have in any of the other Stormcast books in sort of bringing them into line. Like, we have, the majority of our Stormcast collection is first generation. And we had all our Liberators and the Vigilators, the Judicators, the bow guys that were just kind of terrible and like unusable, and I was like, we'll play them because what we have, but like they're not good. And they've definitely breathed in more life into them than ever before.
Yeah, the Judicators especially.
Yeah, the Judicators especially. Although
got good.
I gotta say, man, the Vigilors. Have you all seen the Vigilors?
With the bigger crossbows.
No, the bows.
Oh, the bows.
They're like
right, we were looking.
They have
at
more cloth, and
but they can also take a giant crossbow. But the bow is
nice.
Is cool too. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I'm super into it. Yep. So it's super cool.
Okay. Well, if we get a top zoom on me, I'll show that as far as airbrushing Kragnos' skin goes and fur, his kind of, this is it. This is going to be the look. So I'm going to have to come in with, he's got some fur,
the boots and
I'm going to do a little bit, this is just really the airbrush finish part of him. So I've got his hair, I've got, probably do some little highlights on him with some brush work as well in certain areas, very carefully, because that's a look that you can ruin if you go in with a brush too much over something that's been smoothly airbrushed. So one thing I do want to do real quick before because I said I was going to show you guys the metal, so I'm getting ready to move into that here finally. But one thing I do want to do real quick is just check and see how the metal looks on him.
Oh, smexy.
Because this is really it. I mean, we're going to add more, but this is kind of the look we're going to have. So his face will have to get a little bit brighter. I'm probably going to hit that here real quick. But yeah, I'm liking the way that the metal looks contrasted against his brown fur here. So I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, let me just hit his face, and then what I'm going to do is base coat the mace with lead belcher real quick. I actually might do that with an airbrush here real fast.
Yeah.
And then I will start to show you guys how I did all the metal. Yeah.
Perfect. That sounds great. I finished my metal, so now we're moving on to base coats. And it's just going to be starting very similar to you, actually, because the underbelly of these dragons is going to be very khaki, earthy sort of tones. This is where I am diverging a bit from what Brian has in the collection, where they're kind of more pink bellies. I'm not about that. And so I'm going to start with Xandri Dust. So let's take it away.
Pink bellies.
Pink bellies. They're very, I don't know, not my thing. A little cartoonish. I really like working these. We have this really intense, vibrant purple.
Yeah.
And I like to contrast that with a more natural tone often. You know, like my squigs, for example, Vallejo blue-green, TM, on the top, and then you contrast that with this nice, again, in this case, ironically, another kind of khaki underbelly that makes these bright, vibrant forms feel a little bit less cartoony, a little bit more realistic.
Yeah.
All right.
Now you're TMing Vallejo blue-green like it's your product now?
No, it's for them. I'm upholding the, you know, they won't acknowledge me as the true heir of Vallejo, but I will not betray
The true heir of Vallejo.
Yeah.
Now, hey, I forgot to ask you, did you get a restock? Did you find?
Oh, for Vallejo?
Yeah. Did you check?
Oh no, I didn't actually go in. I didn't go in looking for them.
Okay.
Because look, I'm not. I love Vallejo.
Yeah.
But I've been sort of accepting my fate and getting, as I said, like, you know, using more of the GW air paint.
Yeah.
'Cause when you said it, and even Izzy said the same thing to me, he's like, why not just use GW paints? I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, okay? So I'm sort of getting used to using more, at least more of them. There's certain colors, like for example, these dragons, I have, let me show you guys. This is all of the purples that I have for this dragon. One of them is Vallejo, but I feel like one of the quote-unquote problems with the GW paints is there's not as many as some of these other lines. And so if you're trying to get a really unique look, that's not just like, well, that's Gene Stealer purple. You have to really do a lot of colors, a lot of mixing and stuff like that. So
I see.
That's my problem with that, I guess.
My problem with it is purely financial.
Expensive.
Like a pot of Games Workshop paint is $7, and a pot of Vallejo is $3.20.
This is very true. I don't know if they come with the same amount of paint though, do they? They probably might actually. This is 17 milliliters.
Yeah, I guess I don't know.
And this is, it's certainly more expensive. I'm just curious. This is 24 milliliters.
Oh, okay.
So
it's not apples to apples.
I will also.
No, it's like apples to, it's oranges to cuties.
Got it.
I will also say, quite frankly, that from an airbrush perspective, I just never have issues with Citadel paint.
Fascinating.
And I do with, especially in the Sotar, and I do with others.
Right. Well, pure Vallejo, you have to water it down. It does not go into airbrush.
Right. And Vallejo Air, I don't think I've ever had issues with either.
Vallejo Air is good. It's just a very limited line.
Yeah.
It's very like it's a small.
In theory, it's every game or model color paint just thin down, but the reality of it is they don't have every color available as an air formulation.
Exactly. So even talking about Izzy, he's like he does not use the Vallejo Air. It's like just use the regular Vallejo, thin down. Give yourself those options. Anyways, we're using G-Dub's paints right now.
I think one of the other things to think about when you're like, oh, what line of paint do I like? Well, is it can also be project specific. I'll use a project to be like, cool, I'm just going to try a bunch of AK paints.
Sure, yeah.
And terrain is great for that as well. The Asuriani board that Brett and I did was, I've used a lot of Turbo Dork, so some Turbo Dork. And I learned some things about Turbo Dork there as well.
Not magic.
Yeah, not always, and just specifically about using it over about the mother load color, which is a little bit of a funky color to work with.
Right.
But I also took the opportunity to just try out a bunch of AK paints. I was, why not? And I like them. I actually think that's probably my second favorite line.
We do love AK products here.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to resist adding another paint line, but I honestly would expect great things from an AK.
Well,
paint.
we've talked about before in stream. The big thing ultimately ends up being, like, was the issue with Vallejo. Is like, yes, ordering things online is nice, but often we're in positions where we just need to be like, crap, I just need to go get this paint right now.
Well, you and I especially, because we just paint so much, so often, so fast that it's just not feasible. Be like, well, I'll just wait a week,
Yeah.
And poor Brett, who orders online, like the other day, you got like the wrong paint came in the mail, right?
Oh man.
Or like you didn't like the color of it, and so then you have to wait. So I don't know.
Well, that one, it happened one time.
Yeah.
And it was my fault, and because I mixed up the wrong. I must have been ordering paint at 2 in the morning or something.
Right. But that happens, right?
Instead of ordering blue, gray, pale, I ordered pale, gray, blue. So like.
That's amazing.
It is partially Vallejo's fault for naming 2 paint colors so similarly.
Sure.
And they're both like approximately the same color as well.
Yeah.
So like, anyway, but it's also partially my fault.
But I mean, regardless of whose fault it is, like it happens. It happened. It's a reality. It will probably happen again at some point,
It's true.
And it's not the fact that it did happen, it's the fact that the mistake takes a week to address.
It's true.
That's I don't know.
You're not wrong.
But like we said, also for you, Brett, you paint at a different pace. And so for you, it might not be a problem. That's not a diss. I'm not trying to diss you.
I see.
Not recently, he hasn't. I'll tell you that. He's been.
I know. What are you working on right now,
he's been
Brett?
cranking it out.
I am building a Space Marine attack bike circa. Oh gosh, where's the copyright on this? This is like this is a very old model.
Yeah, it's quite old. It's at least 20 years old.
It's new in box, and I took the shrink wrap off of it, and opened it up and was like, just kind of like, whoa, this is an old model.
It's ancient.
I'm trying to find a date on this kit. There isn't one.
We're kind of following Tabletop Titans theme this week. We're all about attack bikes.
Here we go, 2002. The
2002,
spruce says
okay.
2002, yeah.
Now, Brett, I was talking about attack bikes yesterday on Tabletop Titans.
Here we go.
They played them. Do you? I feel like I wish that they were on a little circle base, and they're not.
Yeah, so
And it's odd.
I'm putting mine on a circle base.
Ugh.
What size?
The correct size.
A 60 millimeter.
Okay, and it's almost. Let's put it on the glam cam.
It's
actually.
almost the right size.
It is
right.
almost. Yeah, it is 100%
I wish it was.
correct.
I wish it was a 70. I wish a 70 millimeter base existed.
Yeah.
It does not. So it's just a little bit.
Oh, well, that's a 50. Wouldn't a 60 work as well?
That's a. Are you serious? That's a 50.
Is that a
No, I
dreadnought
think
size base?
I think that's a 60.
Okay,
Maybe
so
it is a
then-
50.
yeah.
No, that's a 60. That is
I
definitely.
have a
60.
broadside in the other.
No, that's
I
definitely
have
a
broadsides.
Because it's just a little too small. It's like, oh, it's a little dinky.
Yeah.
Ghost Keel will be too big. Ghost Keel size too big,
Oh,
right?
100%. It's a giant oval.
Oh, Ghost Keel is
It's an oval.
Ghost Keel the same size as my Frost
As
Lord?
the Frost Lord, yeah.
No way.
It is, yeah.
Well, no, I know it is, but I'm saying, you
Yeah.
guys said this yesterday. I was like, no, you're crazy.
No,
This is-
I know. I couldn't. What about these?
If you ever look on the internet
This is
and
too,
ask people,
too small.
That's
Look at
too
this.
small.
This is the other one that was mentioned. As you
you
can
ever-
see, we've already had feelings about this.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is the Outrider base, and it's not even wide enough, really. It's less wide than this, and that's part of
Right.
the problem.
if you look on the internet, people and ask people, hey, I want to put my attack bike on a base. This is the base that they recommend.
Yes,
But
exactly.
It's not the right size. It's like just a tiny bit too small.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. They do look weird without a base. You're right. Model
mean,
doesn't come with a base.
Disagree.
I guess it's an opinion, right? But I guess for whatever reason, I don't love them.
All right, here we
off
go,
the
Zach.
base.
I just had this idea.
Yeah.
What if we design our own sized base, brand new sized base, just for attack bikes, make the STL available on our MyMiniFactory page.
Nice.
And then people can go there and download them and print them for their attack bikes.
Very cool.
There you go.
But don't take it to a tournament.
Not going to take it to a tournament, or I'll just measure to the model's hull, right? Because that's what you're supposed to do anyway.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
And just ignore the base. Or maybe I'll make it removable, magnetize it
Magnetize
to
it.
the base.
There you go. And you can have a little slot for a magnet. That's one of
Yep.
the great things about these 3D files is it's easy to just, if you have the technology, it's easy to just kind of put an insert of a magnet base size.
Yeah.
All right, a couple super chats here. Thank you, Peter. Hi, Titans. Hey, yeah, I am impressed with GW airbrush paint. Vallejo Air I have to thin, while GW Air I don't. What is weird is that GW Air is thicker. Interesting.
I have not used a Vallejo Model Air in a while,
Yeah.
but I did start airbrushing with a lot of it. That's almost some of the paints I was using
Yeah.
frequently. And I can't speak to this. I don't exactly remember, Peter. I do feel like you're right, though, in that the Citadel Air paint doesn't look that thin, but it just always goes through all my airbrushes fine. I promise, I literally have, I'm trying to think.
This is
true?
my
Have I ever thinned a Citadel paint through a Sotar?
I doubt it.
We were talking about this last week on Wednesday, Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kat was commenting on the air pressure that we run in our compressor here at the studio.
What'd you say?
She
She says she
plugged her
thinks it's too
airbrush
high.
in, and she was like, this needs to be like 20% of what it is. Like, please turn the air pressure way down.
Is that why they're really low now?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were talking about it after the stream. My theory is that is why you never have issues pushing unthinned paints through.
Yeah, in general, I do.
I think Seth made the comment you could airbrush out of a dropper bottle if you have enough. Just straight paint out of a dropper bottle.
It's true.
And look, I'll say that I actually do like using a higher PSI than a lot of people. So far, this has been okay. I've been using this all week though, and haven't had a problem with it. I've noticed it's a little lower.
Right.
And I've gone in and turned them on and off a few times and didn't bother changing it. So so far it's okay. But you guys are not wrong. That's a component to airbrushing. And I've never really heard. There's variations on what are the problems with using the different PSIs, right? Like
correct.
And all of these things, like, do you use a thinner? Do you use this brand of paint?
Right.
How far away do you use? These are all variables you can
Play with.
So for me, I like variables that are very easy to adjust, and so for me, that's like pulling back or forward.
Yeah.
But then of course you lose the ability to go into detail.
Right, which I think is a decision that you kind of make, cognitively or not. It's part of your style.
And it also depends what you're doing. I like the lower PSI, and I do turn my PSI down lower when I'm trying to do fine detail work, like with the Sotar.
Sure.
But especially when I'm priming with our primer, which tends to have some issues for clogging up an airbrush.
Yeah, that one is a bit thicker.
If I'm priming through the Patriot, I actually like the PSI up at like 40.
Right.
And I just
for priming too, and I think even Kat would say
and
that.
base coats. Base coats is, I mean, honestly, like all that stuff, right? Or if I'm just shooting Citadel shade, like
yeah,
Um,
exactly. I've never had problems with thick Vallejo model or game air, which is interesting. But I also my complaints about GW Air is some of them I think are too thin. They're painfully thin, and it's just like, what is it? Is there even paint in this thing? Like. It's not many of them, but it's some of the colors. But I do get, they are very spittily and very splattery for me, some of them. Like Moot Green, love the color to death, so splattery for whatever reason. And it's not, I don't think it's a general me problem because I don't have that with other paints necessarily, but Moot Green is just like, it's horrible. So I don't know, it's interesting.
Yeah.
But like you said, there's so many factors. I'm just saying that's my personal experience.
There are so many factors. And I we always kind of say like, one of the things people say a lot is like, if something works for you, use it, don't change. I would actually disagree with that. I would say, if something works for you, use it, don't change, but also do change. Like, as in not change, but add. Be additive.
Sure.
Be trying the other
Always be creating.
Right. If you can look and hear that somebody is a good painter, you can look on their Instagram and they say, I like this paint.
Right.
Especially if you can contact them and find out why and how they're using it exactly. Chances are it's probably a good paint. Like, all of these paints are at least okay, or they wouldn't. They'd go out of business.
Yeah.
Right. Like they people wouldn't get them.
Totally.
So clearly, most of these paints that we use work somehow for somebody. Somebody's getting them to work. Right. So, I don't know. I'm always a little bit loath to be like, this paint is not good, or this paint is...
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't say, I couldn't say that about any paint, to be honest.
Yeah,
I brought my craft paints
I think
today.
that's the important thing, is that
Those are not good. No, I'm just kidding.
Do you airbrush that, Adrian?
No,
That
no.
also came up during the conversation
I tried,
on
so,
Wednesday.
interesting. When I first started airbrushing, I made the mistake of not starting with air paints. When you start airbrushing, start with air paints. Don't try to thin, don't make it harder for yourself. Yeah. I did start with these because I was on an extreme budget at the time, and I could never get it to work, to be honest. And so I was trying to learn how to thin very unthinnable paints while also trying to learn how to airbrush, and it's just a mess. So I use them only for specific things. I've got my Fawn, which I love, and I use it only for brush, and it is also a very high pigment count. It is relatively thick, but I like it for those base layers. And I use this one, the Deco Art Black, because it's a giant, cheap, relatively actually thin paint with a high pigment count that just works for me personally. I'm not saying go out and buy it, but works for me, right?
As a black base coat, or do you use it as primer? What do you use it for?
Black base coat. It's my general black, honestly. If I just need plain black and it's not too thick, it's nice to apply. It's fun to apply.
Hey, let me. So, what about using primer as like a black color?
Oh,
so like,
great question.
if I'm like halfway into painting a model and I want to paint actual black on something, why shouldn't I just reach for black? Like, I really like the Vallejo black primer that we use.
Sure.
Why shouldn't I just reach for that black primer and put it on top of like other acrylic colors?
That's a great question.
To like paint eyes, if I want black eyes or something, I don't know.
Right.
Do you guys have thoughts on this? Because I
do.
Okay.
Do you?
I do, but you go first.
This is a legitimate question. Like,
Yeah. No.
I
I'm
don't
just
know the
thinking
answer
about
to it.
how I want to formulate my my response.
So my response is that I do that, and I frequently, especially for something like Brett, you're talking about, like I need to paint a small little black area, like true black, like Abaddon black.
Sure.
Yeah, I've done that multiple times in the studio. Just squeezed a little bit of that out. Especially if I'm doing something over top of it, or like then I'm going to go with a little Corvus black and go up to gray, like a standard gray or something.
Right.
I totally do that. Even more than that, I guess. Well, I painted something recently that I think we're not talking about yet because it's a surprise to viewers.
Yeah, let's not spoil it.
But I painted something recently that was too bright, and then I used literally Vallejo primer through my
oh my God.
through an airbrush.
You're a fiend.
I did turn the PSI down low, and I literally tinted it. I used primer to tint it back a little bit, right?
Oh my God.
I didn't thin it or anything. I did hold back quite a bit. Right?
Sure.
So I had the item here, and I had my airbrush, and I went with Vallejo primer, and it tinted it back probably about 25%, which is a lot.
It is a lot.
That's a lot, but I knew I needed it. I knew I needed
What color
that.
primer is this?
Black.
You just painted black onto it.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's over there. We can look at it after stream.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. Because it was very bright, I had highlighted it up with a lot of grays and whites, almost whites.
Right.
Like very light grays, and then it was there. And so I just went shh like that, and it just tinted it back down.
Oh, I like that. Look, I don't like to do that, but here's the thing. I couldn't tell you why, I'll be honest. It feels bad.
Yeah.
But I don't actually know. But I also, until 2 months ago, the only primer I used was Rattle Can, so it's like a new, thing basically. So I wouldn't be like,
Yeah.
I mean, you might, but I wouldn't.
I did. Okay, can I show you where I'm at?
Yeah, please.
I'm finally getting ready to start going on the metal here. So, as a reminder, because it's been about an hour now, as a reminder, at the start stream, I said I wanted to show you guys how I did this metal, and I said I got the recipe much from my, I think he's called the painting coach. I think it's just the painting coach. Awesome channel. Check it out. Highly recommend it.
Yeah.
And so this right here is what we're going to do now. And I have a few places where I'm going to do it. First, the shield. And that's really where you're going to see it. Because the shield is nice and big, and that's where the bulk of it is going to happen.
Yeah.
Kragnos' Dread Mace. We're going to talk about the Dread Mace. It's flat 4 damage. It's going to be awful. AP3.
Wow.
Okay, next.
3?
Kragnos has some little bracelets going on here. So there's a little bit of that left to do on him as well. So what I've done up until now is I airbrushed, or if it was tiny like this area, hand brushed lead belcher to either air if I air paint it, or base if I hand paint it. Then I air paint it if it was big, like the mace or the shield, to give it this tint with Carillion green shade. I love, or Coella green shade. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coella green shade.
Weird word.
Weird word. I love this color. We use this a lot. No, we did not actually use this on the Suriani board, but I've used it a lot on my Beast Claw Raiders. So it's a beautiful color, and that has given us like this tint. So it still looks metallic, but it also has this kind of green tint to it now. Okay, the next step that we're going to do is we're going to bring it back up with a dry brush. To do this, I'm going to use Citadel Base, and I'm going to use Iron Hand Steel, it's called. It's like a medium. It's not quite as light as Runefang, but it's not quite as dark as Lead Belcher. So I get a lot of that off, make sure that my brush is nice and dry here. I did invest in some medium quality dry brushes recently. These are the AK ones.
Very nice.
And I do like them, and I've been working to keep them a little cleaner. I love Kragnos' shield. It has a picture of Kragnos on it. That's really like at Halloween when you dress up as a little kid as Superman, and the Superman costume has a picture of Superman on it, and it says Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how you know.
Kragnos is like, I'm just actually going to do that every day.
Yeah, like it's worse because you're also Superman.
Yeah.
Well, that's he's a Slytherin.
he's yeah. So these highlights are.
Wait, is Superman a Slytherin?
No.
Superman might be a Slytherin.
Superman is not a Slytherin.
No,
He has no ambition.
What?
You?
Oh yeah, I
true.
guess that's true.
That's
He
true.
doesn't. You're right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like most superheroes don't have ambition.
Yeah, well, often it's a common trope, right? It's the power that they don't want to have, but they're burdened with it.
Superheroes were basically invented by the bourgeoisie to prevent us from having ambition, because only the villains have.
Right.
They're villainizing ambition?
They're villainizing ambition. I just realized this. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow. I think we all know that I'm right, and I think we're all a little mind blown right now.
I know, I'm mind blown.
Yeah.
Brett is. I have a ton of thoughts about this. I've done a lot of stuff with this.
Oh, you've done a lot of stuff with this, huh?
I actually have.
I really want to know what that means.
Yeah, like talked about it a lot with your therapist?
Yeah. You ever think about how really Superman is just a way to keep us in our position?
Yeah,
in the global system.
Like when you're watching Batman, you're like, whoa, Batman is just there, but like the Lavender Lilac, he actually like is trying to like advance an agenda.
Batman's really just lazy. Is Superman just
God.
lazy? He's just like, oh, I guess I'll go fight this guy today.
No, because he's not lazy.
He just wants to keep things the way they are. He
Yeah,
doesn't like
exactly.
change.
This is
No.
what. Oh my.
Wait, who does?
Superman.
No.
So what are your thoughts, Adrian?
Here's my thoughts. So superheroes, and this is something that has been explored a lot, but superheroes, again, there's the whole vigilante thing. They're vigilantes. They don't listen to any people or any governments or whatever. Obviously, there's many exceptions, but this is the main thing. And that is kind of like the thing. It's like, oh yeah, you're just good. You know, you're Superman. You know what's good in the world, and you are powerful, so you get to go decide what's good for other people. You know?
Oh, also
you get to put that onto other people.
Also problematic.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's my thing. So like when you look at it as an individual, you're like, this is great. Like I have no ego, but I have superheroes and I want to help people. That sounds good. But if you look at the overall picture, it's like there are these entities in the world that are not beholden to anyone else.
Yeah.
He's an alien that shoots lasers out of his eyes. Nobody can stop him, so he can do whatever he wants. He just happens to be something that most people think is good.
Yeah.
And so that's the whole thing. And then like, so Marvel Civil War, right?
Yeah.
Movie? Hate the movie. The comic books, very interesting actually, because it actually came out, and we're getting, I'll try to not steer it too political, but a lot of it was kind of looking at like America in post 9/11, where you had the two divides of, Tony Stark working with the government and working with people, and like, oh, we're gonna like do these things, and you can't, be by yourself. And you have Steve Rogers that's like, oh yeah, like I'm Captain America. I know what's right. I don't have to listen to you.
I
and
see.
it's kind of this push and pull between these like different institutions.
Yeah.
But they're both kind of for imperialism in a weird way.
Yeah, like Krondys.
Like Krondys and his shield.
Who's watching the
No,
Watchmen?
no. You're thinking of Kragnos.
Oh, right.
Kragnos is like the good guy.
Kragnos.
Kragnos has ambition,
Uh-huh.
and he's being punished for his ambition by people like Krondys.
He's not being punished for his ambition. He's being punished for genocide.
Yeah, Dak.
Genocide.
You want to defend that position?
look.
For killing off
I really want you
90%
to
of
try
our
to
race.
defend this.
You know what? I will admit,
You got it,
when
bro.
I start this line of thought, I had temporarily forgotten about the genocidal
Oh
rampage.
yeah, that's always how it
Kragnos
starts. Just
led
temporarily
Good.
forgetting about the
led
genocide.
against
Yeah.
all dragons.
Okay.
Anyways, I feel like we should steer away from these waters. Let's see.
We did it, but it was close, I think.
It was close, and I wanted to go further,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that'll be for like after hours Hobby Titans.
But look, I got myself tied here,
Adrian, can you
with
pull up?
the vote.
Oh, what the heck? Actually, it's every time I say something remotely controversial. I said the comparison about these definitely not being extensions of ourselves. Did I do a thing?
No, I was suspicious that we missed a super chat after Wednesday's hobby stream, and Michael Cody confirmed that we did in fact miss his super chat. So can you just pull up the Discord here and?
Yeah, let's get that before we forget. Is this from Michael Cody?
It'll scroll up. Yeah.
It's always from Michael Cody. We always forget super chats. I feel so bad. Sorry, Michael Cody. He always slips one in the end.
No, this one wasn't even that far. It was like midway through the stream. This is like just me being a bad
So it's inexcusable.
producer.
No,
on
was it this
Wednesday.
one right here? Michael Cody.
yes.
Yeah, Michael Cody. But that's not midway through the stream though, right?
This was midway through Wednesday's stream.
Okay. He says, I bought some brushes. Now I don't use them because I don't want to ruin them. Please walk me through a proper workflow. My Hogwarts, he's just a bitter muggle. Look,
Bitter muggle.
I will say this. You know what? It takes a very big person when everyone's like going around and talking about like, oh, I'd be in this house, or I'd be on the dark side, light side. To be like, you know what? I'd be a normal person. We always do it in 40K. People always ask us, what would you be in the Imperium? It came up the other day. We're all like, we'd just be servitors. You'd all just be lobotomized servitors.
Well, it's the same thing with like zombie apocalypse. You know, like, oh, if I was zombie apocalypse, go to Home Depot. They have all the good like stuff there for surviving. No. I know I would not survive. I'd be one of the people that's eaten in the first like day, and I know that. I'm at peace with that. So it's the same idea, right?
Yeah.
Bitter muggle.
I would not be. Just put that out there.
I believe that, Brett. Honestly, like, we have zombie apocalypse. We also have our local Brett. We're good. I know we're getting super sidetracked, but I had a member who will remain anonymous, but I really appreciated that they messaged me the other day after our discussion about houses.
Yeah.
We would be in, and they said, I don't think Zach would be a Hogwarts student. If anything, he's Hagrid.
Who's Hagrid?
Who's
It's just because your hair looks
He's
like
the games
Hagrid.
master that lives in the
Oh,
shack.
I love him.
He's
Yeah,
half
he's-
giant.
He's actually my favorite character.
He's like, yeah, no, he wouldn't be in a house. He'd just be Hagrid. And I was like, yes.
That might be true.
Anyways, Michael Cody, thank you so much. Let's
Question
talk
about brushes.
Brush workflow processes.
Brush care. So Zach and I just recently both purchased really nice brushes.
Oh, cool.
And so we are going to be figuring this out,
Yeah.
how to take care of them.
Yeah.
Have you had any insight, Zach, since
I have.
since
So
picking
I
yours up?
listen. To be fair, I want to say that I do take care of many of my brushes because we have this reputation here of saying how we'll destroy a brush.
Yeah.
And I do, but I also do take care of my brushes, and it depends on the brush. Brett is correct that Michael that I recently just got a Winsor Newton 1 series thing and I only recently got that because I now feel that I know how to take care of a brush better.
Right. You're ready for a child.
So exactly. So we're graduating from the sack of flour. And I've been taking care of my AK dry brushes better.
Yeah.
I still like beating brushes up, especially when I'm doing terrain.
Okay,
But what I tend to do, and in fact you'll see me do it here. Let's do this. We'll come back to it when I'm actually doing it step by step.
okay.
In the meantime, if we can do shoulder down, we're going to come right back to it, Michael. I'll show this next step because I think this next step is super fun. I have been kind of researching online and learning from a lot of great painters online how people use contrast paint. And one of the things I've been learning is that people frequently use contrast paint, which I haven't used a lot of because to me, contrast paint kind of seems like I feel like it was sold as a alternative almost to airbrushing, and that it's like an easy way to suddenly cover a model,
Sure.
which you can do with it.
Sure,
but
yeah.
I almost never liked the look of that myself.
Same.
So how else have people been using it? On my Zangors for my Thousand Suns, I found out that it works a little bit nicely as a sort of like a sticky wash or like a sticky ink.
Right. Yeah.
And so what I've been finding that people do is they use it along with this product, which is just the neutral empty medium without any paint in it.
Now, is this a particular one for contrast, or is this generic?
Well, it says technical contrast medium.
So yeah, this is contrast because
So-
I have heard that you can't really do this with normal. Medium.
Yeah. So
Just
what?
so they know.
Yeah. It's a good call out. So what I've been doing is using this to dilute it basically to varying degrees. Adrian, check your mic again. if you don't mind.
What's going on
Yeah,
today?
just see. It's also very possible that Megan is just a message came through later.
Oh, okay. You just got a
Sorry, yeah.
Gotcha,
I get
gotcha.
these
Let us know in chat, y'all.
if there's anything with the mic, yeah.
People are mostly just excited. Mel says Hagrid was a Gryffindor.
I thought he was a student at some point, so he had to be in a house at some point.
I think Mel wants to be Hagrid. Someone else is saying my mic is off.
It is, yeah.
Was it the
Okay.
receivers again?
No, the receiver's working. It says it doesn't have RF.
What?
Interesting. We're gonna switch Brett and Adrian out.
Oh, no, this time it actually did get bumped to muted. What's going on? Test, test,
interesting.
test, test, test.
No, it says it's still
No RF.
Okay, well, these guys figured it out. Let me go ahead and show you guys what I was talking about. And Michael, believe me, I've not forgot about your thing yet. So, not that. Where is my contrast medium? Here it is. So, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use about a 4-to-1 ratio of the paint and the medium. I'm going to load it up here on my wet palette. I'm using, actually, speaking of brushes, I'm using the small Citadel base synthetic brushes. I actually like these a lot, and I've been working to take care of these quite a bit too. So I need a fairly good amount of this, but maybe about that. So I did 6 there, by the way, for if anyone's wondering, like, how was I figuring out the 4-to-1 ratio? And that means that I could technically now, if I wanted to be super precise, almost precise, do 24 dabs of this stuff, but I'm not going to do it that way, guys. I'm more or less going to kind of eyeball it here. I'm going to use a larger dry brush and put sort of an equal amount. Sorry, not an equal amount.
Right. Is that 3-to-1, 4-to-1?
It's about 4-to-1.
Cool. Testarino on the macaroni. What's up, guys? Willow says that I muted it and then none. Apparently I did something. Anyways.
Interesting.
I don't know what's going on, guys. It's full moon again.
Yeah. Okay, I'm checking that I'm unmuted.
Yeah. I think we should be a miming channel.
At one point, chat's just gonna stop telling us, and then like, you know what?
I wouldn't even blame them at this point. I think
Okay,
I should be better seen and not heard anyway, so.
so I give this a stir here, and we end up with this kind of milky, dark texture here, like this.
Oh, that's nice.
And what I'm gonna do now is mostly apply it all over all of this. But if I don't get it all over, if some spots don't end up having it on them, that's also fine as well. So this first one is about this 4-to-1 mix here. Okay, and this stuff is really nice. You can kind of just slather it all over. It's going to, what I like about using the contrast paints this way is, and I think what their charm is supposed to be is that they don't pull that much. They tend to cling more, is the way I would describe it. But what I still maintain they're not good at is necessarily being present in large flat areas or soft, kind of bumpy, curvy things, such as like a muscular person, right? When you're painting, I feel like they don't look good like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do kind of this weird mixture of they're just inconsistent, I think, with their coverage.
Right. I think that's a fair point.
Compared to an airbrush, certainly. Okay, so we put this stuff all over, and that's going to take a second to dry. But
That's good.
that is mostly. We have quite a few more steps. I'm not actually going to worry about the back of his shield. I just wanted it to be the same kind of tint, but it's going to be here.
It's so good. I love it. I think this is 100% the way that contrast should be used. It's a fancy wash, and it can do amazing stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a look at some super chats.
And Michael, real quick, I'll come back to yours, I promise, when I clean my brush here.
Right. Thank you, Peter, again. What do you guys think of the marble base I made for my Lunar Watch Custodes? Adrian, I added you in the Hobby Progress channel. Well, let's take a little look-see into the Hobby channel. My wife also messaged me about my mic being off. Excellent. All right, let's take a look in.
Yeah, Adrian and I are blessed to have 2 supportive wives here that will frequently on stream send me, and I have an Apple Watch, so I get these like texts up there. You can see. Text. I'm gonna pull it away because I don't know. I don't always know what Megan's texting me, but it's kind of nice. So depending on the angle, sometimes like this one, I can pull my hand kind of in real quick and check if I'm getting these. But the curse part is like sometimes Megan's like, oh, hey, something's up with the mic or something. Don't forget this super chat. And then sometimes I look and it's like, oh my God, you won't believe what our cat just did.
So you're checking either way.
I check either way, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't. Yes, that's very cute, but.
I love it. All right, watch this. Never before on stream. Camera on camera. There we go.
Oh, that looks good. That's like clean marble. That's like a nice, real kind of clean.
It's really elegant.
Yeah, it looks great.
I love this. This looks fantastic. How did you do that, actually? I'm really curious. Let us know. So the base, okay. This looks like plasticard as the base, I think, which I like because it also gives the marble a thickness. It's not just a paint color.
Right.
Which you can do, right? And I love it. It's really elegant, really nice. Big fan. I don't even have feedback for it.
Yeah, I like it. There's a number of ways to do marbling. I'd be curious which one you did there, how you did it. We actually will be showing a little bit of marbling in the near future ourselves. Oh. I've done it before on terrain.
Promise?
On pink foam.
Right.
And I use the Brillo pad method over the other method a lot of people use is cotton or like baby wipes, alcohol wipes that have been dried and kind of pulled apart.
Yeah.
And I've tried all of those. They're all fine. For whatever reason, I liked the Brillo, the kind of steel wool one the best. I think the reason I like the steel wool one is that you take kind of like 4 pieces of steel wool, break them apart. The way I do marble is a lot of different layers. So like get that white marble look, you do a lot of browns at first.
Oh, okay.
And then you're kind of just with an airbrush, and then you're just doing like whites and grays, and then like kind of going back and forth depending on what needs it. But you end up with these like 5 or 6 Brillo pads, one for each color. Because you're hitting them with the color. And
of course.
So if you get a little bit messy, you don't want
you don't want the bleed.
Yeah, you don't want the bleed. So whereas the baby wipes don't hold up as well.
Absolutely not.
So I kind of like the Brillo pad because for a particular project, you end up with this like useful tool that lasts you for the whole project.
Yeah, rather than have to recreate it every time.
Exactly.
I like that. So what I'm working on right now is the sort of shadows, I guess I would say, for the wings, and I'm taking. Funny enough, we mentioned Model Air, and I didn't bring mine today, but this is a very close color. This is, it says uniform brown, which is a uniform brown. Okay. Anyways, it's a sort of reddish brown, a muddy kind of brown, and so I'm using this to go along the sort of bone structures inside of the wings here, and it's going to be the kind of the crevices of the model. So starting with the sort of shading here. So inside of each of the crevices, shadows, we're tending towards coming from the bottom of the model to the top, and just kind of building it up very subtly, so it's not totally uniform. Anyways, yeah, let's see. I want to make sure, because there's some super chats, make sure we get through all of them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Avelian. Speaking of bases, I really wish the Eldar jet bikes came on the AOS oval cavalry bases.
Same.
I really get tired of them tipping over constantly.
Same. In general, yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I like Tau shield drones being on that little clear drone thing. It almost makes the drone, gives this drone this like, this is going to sound really anti-drone, but I don't mean it to be. This inconsequential role in the battlefield.
Hurtful.
Right, that you might also want to see something like a Silver Skull or something like that on.
Sure, yeah.
But the cavalry, the jet bike cavalry or...
well, can you imagine a drone being on one of those bases?
No, that'd be so stupid. Well, it wouldn't be on that, right? It'd be like on a 28.5 or 30 or something, right?
Sure.
But I like the clear little acrylic bases for things like drones, because I'm saying like it de-elevates them a little bit as like a...
Yeah, so what you're referring to is not just the size, but also the clear bases, the acrylic.
Exactly, yeah.
Interesting. They don't have a proper base.
Right.
Like the what is it? The cherubs or the what do Devastators have? Like the thing that allows you to shoot again.
Armorium cherub.
Yeah, you use an extra. You're supposed to put a model there to remind yourself that you haven't used it yet.
Sure.
But it doesn't actually have a role in the game.
But they're on actual bases though.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I don't like that. I want like Brett. Yeah, I want them to be on the drone style base.
He wants them on clear
Something
bases.
like that should go on a. Zach's saying should go on a clear base to sort of delineate that it doesn't have an in-game. It's not an actual model you can target and shoot, but just a marker to sort of call out something.
Yeah.
I think that's super interesting.
Like a piece of war gear almost.
Although drones you can currently call out and shoot, right? Like
Sure.
you can take a 4-man squad of gun drones, but I still like them on that clear acrylic base.
Right.
And Lillian, I will say I totally agree with you. And I have as we know, I have a ton of Wind Riders and jet bikes, Eldar jet bikes. And yeah, I do actually wish they were on the AOS Oval Cavalry base. Like this exact one, right? The one that Mournfangs are on, or we have a concussor right here.
Well, what about this one's a bit big. This is a smaller cavalry base. So the bony ponies are on a cavalry base.
I think that's actually the proper. That would actually.
Oh,
no,
geez.
you might be right.
This is the same base as a Custodes bike at that point.
Oh yeah, you might be right then.
I think the small cavalry base, but that's still functionally. It has the same purpose where they don't fall over constantly.
Yeah, they do. Now, real quick, if I can, I'm ready. I'm ready to.
Yes, you may.
To address Michael Cody here.
Yes, Michael Cody.
So Michael Cody, let me show you what I do. So, one of the things that I've learned when you're done, first I do try to not like pink it in the ferrules here of my ferrules here of my brush, which is like this bottom part, because that's where that dries and then it cracks and then it makes your brush go all over the place. So I use this stuff. It's called the Master's Brush Cleaner with Preservative. There's a little guy, old-timey guy there. It's got a general kind of old-timey look to it. Okay, I open that up. Mine's gone a little dirty here, but that's okay. I get water, and what I actually do is I pull it across towards me, and what this typically does is kind of lets me get down into, it moves the stuff in the bottom of the brush up, where it then can clean. So after I do this for a little bit, this brush, and it's kind of nice actually having one of these synthetic brushes. In some ways, you can actually track the cleanliness of the white synthetic brush better than you can a normal brush, because if these, you can see it, right? Because it's white. So if it's tinted ever so slightly any different color, as this kind of goopiness stuff accumulates here, I give it a wash. I've also recently been keeping water. This is to let the soap get in, right? And then right here, I have another water that I don't let soap get in, because I actually will use that water to like add to the wet palette, or to like thin paint just a tiny bit with water, which we don't always do, but so in other words, I keep a cleaning pot of water and a using pot of water around me these days. And yeah, I just drag this thing through, and I'm twirling it constantly to make sure that its shape is being held. And I'm rinsing it. And listen, I do this constantly with my brushes now. Just like I'm constantly cleaning airbrushes, my airbrush. I like to constantly kind of, every time done with it, because this is the brush I'm actually going to use again for the next step. But I am going to clean it after each step, not at the end of the session. Okay?
Yeah,
so
that's a very common mistake people make.
So that's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
Now you can see that there's no longer, I think you can see, there's no longer any of this curly and blue shade down in the ferrules. In fact, it's quite bright white down there. So that's what I do. I like this Masters one. There's other ones too. I'm sure they're great. This is just what we ordered this kind of randomly on a whim early on, and this is what I use. I don't know. That's what I've been doing to keep my brushes nice and clean.
That's helpful. I actually.
You can do it. I do it with the dry brushes. The other thing, the types of brushes I do say that I like to beat up, you can actually take this and you can coat them in this stuff and like clean it kind of like I was doing, and then just set them off to the side. I actually recently forgot about a batch of them. I did that too, and it conditions them. And then so a week later I came back, cleaned them all, and they were great. Now I would not do that with a nice brush.
Sure.
But I even try to
risk it.
keep my crappy brushes like somewhat clean and yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Even if it's a cheapo brush or whatever, still treat your brushes with care.
Exactly.
and
Excuse me.
love. Absolutely.
Okay, let's.
I'll
look.
add one thing to that.
Yeah.
I think the most important piece of brush care advice is don't let paint accumulate in the ferrule. Like if you dip your paint in or your brush in your puddle of paint and you accidentally dip it too far, and like you see paint starting to wick up the bristles towards the ferrule, like paint in the ferrule is like the death knell of a brush.
Yeah.
And so I remember when Zach, you and I first started hobbying together. And you saw like how I was painting, and I would just like dip my whole brush in the,
Oh my God.
in the
All the way up
pot.
to the metal.
And you were like, yeah, that's why you throw your brushes out like every other week because the paint's just full, or the ferrule is just full of paint.
Yeah.
And you told me a thing that I still remember, which is like, yeah, like as soon as I see paint starting to get into the ferrule of my brush, I immediately stop whatever I'm doing and I clean it out.
Yeah.
And
good call.
like whether it was an accident, like whatever, like just it doesn't matter what's going on. Stop what you're doing, clean it out, and then start over because otherwise you're gonna ruin your brush.
Yep.
Well said.
Okay, next step here in the metal is the same step I just did. 3, 4, 5, 6. Same step I just did, a version of the same step I just did, except instead of now being 4 to 1, I'm going to go closer to 8 to 1. And this one, the last one, you wouldn't have to apply all over. This one you do want to apply all over. This one is a little bit more of the unifying final filter on this thing. So that said, it's also quite thin. Quite, well, not a lot going on. I actually think I added. I did like 8 very tiny globs of the contrast medium, and then 1 colossal of paint. So rather than being like 8 to 1, it was probably more like equal almost.
Yeah.
So that did not quite work. So what I'm going to do, this is way more than I need anyway, but I'm actually taking some of the stuff that was existing on the wet palette and just making a really thinned down, diluted version of mostly the contrast medium, but just ever so small amount of the paint of this paint, by the way, is contrast Pterodon turquoise. I didn't mention that.
Sounds promising.
Yeah, and so I'm taking the Pterodon turquoise, very milky, thinned down pastel version of it, and I'm going to go ahead and put another layer all over the shield and all over the metal, all the metal stuff that I'm doing.
Wunderbar.
I'm using a kind of an ugly brush for this as well.
Right. You don't need it to be fancy.
Nope.
Accurate.
And I like the contrast paint in this way. It actually sort of adds like this, just like this depth of feel kind of look almost that I'm really into.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So Adrian, if we want to, maybe we can zoom. I'll just kind of show this last one.
zoomeroni.
Yeah. So here's my mix. You can see it's actually I'm almost running out already of the super transparent stuff. So I'm just going to put a little bit more in here, and then just as needed, pull some of this darker stuff into it.
Absolutely. That sounds great. I think I'm going to make a use of some contrast of my own. And grab some Skeleton Horde, and I'm going to be pushing this through an airbrush and doing a bit more shading, if I can find it.
What color is Skeleton Horde?
It's a brown.
Okay.
It's a kind of khaki wash. This is my favorite contrast paint. I use it for almost all my bone and leathers and things like that. I think it might have fallen out in my car, so we might find an alternative.
Falling out in your, that's interesting.
All my paint's just disappearing one at a time.
I don't have any brown contrasts.
No, that's okay. Let's see. What do we have here? Seraphim Sepia.
Yeah, I have Agrax, Seraphim, and Reichland Flesh Shade, though.
I'm going to try a bit of Seraphim Sepia. It's closer than Agrax. Agrax is a bit dark, and Flesh Shade is just like
A little red.
very red, yeah.
Yeah.
Too red for my taste. Alrighty.
Okay, so here is just finishing up here with this kind of thinned down version of the like I said, this is probably close to an 8-to-1 mix
Okay.
of the contrast and the medium. 8 parts empty medium and then 1 part of the contrast. It really does make a fun wash. I don't know. It just pulls in very interesting, odd ways that seem more
Filling.
natural. I
Yeah.
guess. I don't know. That's not even the right word. Okay. So the next step here that I'm going to do to do the metal. This step the painting coach guy did not do. And I don't think he quite did the last 2 steps. I don't think I did the last 2 steps the same way he did them exactly either.
Okay.
But I'm actually going to use the Citadel Technical Nalock Oxide. And this is literally made to do copper verdigris.
That's right.
And so the look difference between what you're going to get with the way he did and the way I'm doing mine, is that mine's going to have these kind of almost weathered-like parts of the verdigris. So right now, if we look at Kragnos' shield,
Sure.
it's drying, but you can see it looks like it's been verdigrised like very beautifully, which is a thing. It's been verdigrised in a very controlled way.
Right. It's like Crate and Barrel or something.
Yeah, exactly. What I wanted to do with some of his stuff is add just to show, just add the verdigris in a way that also has a less controlled look, if you will.
Absolutely.
You're not going for shabby chic Kragnos?
Shabby chic.
No, I'm not going for shabby chic Kragnos.
Okay, well.
So yeah, it's a thing. But anyway, this is drying for a sec, so
Sure.
I have to let that happen.
No worries.
Do we want to look at our one of our questions for the day?
We actually, we do have a question for the day that we wanted to
Sure.
talk about, kind of based on the nature of these models that we're working on.
Yeah.
Right? So our deep thought question of the day. Oh, looks like Kragnos has pulled ahead in the voting. by the way.
No,
Our
we'll pull it
deep
back.
thought question of the day
Uh-huh.
it's up on the top row there, Adrian. Yeah, there it is. And then what is your centerpiece approach? Now, what is a centerpiece? I've been kind of struggling with this a little bit in my Beast Claw Raiders army because with 4 or 5, about to have 6
Right.
giant guys riding giant monsters.
Everyone's a centerpiece.
Everyone kind of becomes a centerpiece. And, in 40K, my Tau army, I guess it's a Storm Surge.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah,
Right? But
sounds
that feels
reasonable.
a little weird. So, at the same time, when you see really nicely painted armies and the armies that do well and best painted at events, these armies frequently have a centerpiece,
Right,
something that
right.
pulls us in. So, if we go over and we see your beautifully painted Primaris army, and you're doing, infantry meta, and your biggest model is what? Blade Guard, maybe? Your
Sure.
bulkiest model is like 5 Blade Guard?
Right. Yeah. When you don't have one.
That's
Yeah.
not really a centerpiece, right? Like,
Sure.
you might lose out to an army that's been maybe not as painted with as much craft as yours, but it just has that centerpiece that,
Right.
that
What
pulls
if
us
those
in.
Blade Guard each have tactical rocks?
Sorry.
Still, yeah, and Brett's joke. I mean, it's actually a great comment. And what he's sort of
I
saying
think
is,
so.
what if they've been built up on the base,
Correct.
right? A bit, but I still think like you're up against. You might be up against, I don't know, a Wraith Knight or Magnus.
So you're metagaming the painting competition.
I am in some ways. I'm thinking like how do you get that centerpiece model like. And Brett brings up a good point though, which is that some armies I think you might need to take something that's more basic
Yes.
and pull it up in a way that it maybe a Repulsor Executioner is like your centerpiece.
Well, but you're still saying add a centerpiece model to the army, right? Which is changing the army.
Well,
I
sure.
think
So
what he said, like you bulk them up,
Yeah.
make them more epic, make them have like maybe nicer, bigger stands.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it is for a paint competition, you could have a display board that does that, where it's like,
yeah,
oh, like
that's
big.
a
stands.
different part to this equation, but very,
Right.
very true. Right.
But the idea is to like draw attention to them.
Yeah.
But I guess if you do have a centerpiece, what can you do with it, right?
Well,
that the
actually,
question?
this conversation is all
All questions.
all of it, right? Because
Yeah.
you may have an army where you're saying to yourself, my army doesn't really need a center. Like, I don't need that. Like gaming wise, I don't.
Correct.
I don't
That's
need
the
it.
tough thing, I
Yeah.
think, because there's just like, like I wouldn't say I build my army around wanting or not wanting to have a centerpiece. Usually, Sigmar I do, because one, it's more common in Sigmar, and
Yeah.
two, that's just kind of how I approach the game. You know.
Yeah.
So, but I think there's a couple things I consider when I'm approaching a centerpiece model. I want it to be cohesive yet distinct, and for it to really stand out while still feeling like it's part of the army. And so,
Right.
for me, that starts honestly, and this isn't so much a painting question as it is a general hobby question. It starts with conversions. It starts with how do I make this model more special, make it different, more interesting, perhaps. So, for example, in my Freebooters army, which is a vehicle, kind of like your beasties, your frost ogres, it's an army of all centerpieces. It's buggies, it's flyers, it's everything. But the Wazbomb Blastojet is my centerpiece, right? It's converted, it's the airplane, dwarf, flyer, wildness. It's got a little mini diorama on it. And I kind of have decided this as the centerpiece, where it has extra effort spent into it as far as conversions. The base is kind of nicer, not just like distinctly nicer, so that it doesn't work with the rest of the army. That's also important, personally.
Right, yes.
But it's kind of stands out more, has a bigger profile, and but at the same time, it's kind of painted cohesively with the rest of the army. So that's kind of my general approach. Is I have the army, what do I choose that exists within the army that will become the centerpiece of it?
So I have a little bit of a different approach.
Okay, yeah.
And it addresses the issue you were talking about earlier, Zach. Like, what if you just want to bring an all-infantry army? Like, yeah, you could put everyone on a big rock as part of the base.
Yeah,
but
well,
like that sort of feels a little weird. Like I've talked about this in the past. I don't love the fact that like every Helbrecht
Oh man.
every Helbrecht who's going to take the field is going to be carrying around his orc with him and
Right,
pulling
right.
his sword out of the orc like every step of the way.
Can we shoulder zoom? While Brad's
totally.
talking?
Yep,
Yeah,
carry on.
real quick, sorry to interrupt, Brad. Guys, I just want to show I'm applying the nickel oxide. This is the technical. And real quick, what I'm doing here is mostly with this stuff, I actually kind of want it to fall into little creases, which means I really have to put it there. There are two ways to use this paint. One is how I'm doing it, where you're like depositing it in little areas. The other is you can create a film by really getting very little on your paintbrush and then kind of selectively going over an area carefully, like this. And this way you can get, but I don't actually really want the film look on the shield because that's too messy. Instead, I want just a few little spots. Sorry for the interruption, Brad. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think my preferred approach for this is to add some sort of like narrative, like extra model to my army. So like in the case with the Tau, it's the Orca. So like if I go to an event, I'll bring my army and then like maybe I'll build a diorama or maybe not, but like I'll plunk the Orca down and then I'll have like my army kind of arrayed around it. And it's like, oh, hey, all these guys are like just jumping out of the Orca right now,
Sure.
about to like assault this position. Or, you know, and most armies have a flyer that you could do that with. So, and it's a cool excuse to like buy a big centerpiece model and paint it up, a Thunderhawk or a Dreadclaw or a Storm Raven, you know, like whatever, like some kind of flying transport or a couple of drop pods or something. You could even bring like, you know, even if the rhinos are not in your army or the repulsor, you could bring like transports and be like, this is how these guys got here.
Right.
You know, like they didn't just run 20 miles to like fight you.
Sure.
Or halfway across this continent to fight you. They like drove here in this armored, you know, with all these transports. And that could be sort of your and so I think like the centerpiece and then you don't have to like alter the design of your army to include this centerpiece model if it didn't already.
Right.
So I think like, you know, it's great if it does include, for example, Zach, you're talking about your Storm Surge. Like if you're planning on bringing a Storm Surge anyway, that can be a great centerpiece. But if you weren't, then like how do you include a centerpiece model? And it can be this like, for me, it's like, how did these guys get here? That's I'll put that, whatever that is, a flying transport or ground-based transport, put it off to the side, and then it just becomes part of my like the display board in between games at an event or something, or part of the painting competition entry or something like that.
Right, which is interesting as well.
It is.
Especially, I think you'd have to probably really add it to a display board for a competition from that standpoint. But that's that gives the display board now like a focal point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Yeah, it's something I'm having to think a lot about in the upcoming year with some of the armies. Sigmar, as Adrian alluded to, I think kind of Sigmar. I think almost GW has thought about this.
100%.
They've put that thought into it, so that's why we have things like Kragnos and Marathi and
Krondys.
And, that's why these things exist, because quite frankly, before Krondys, your centerpiece is a Star Drake, Lord Celestin on Star Drake, which is also quite impressive, honestly. But he almost has the problem, Adrian, that you're looking to address, which is that he has so much metal and plating on him that he almost looks too much like the rest of the army.
Right. He's just another bub.
Exactly, right? Whereas Krondys doesn't even have a guy riding him, right?
Right.
And he's got, like how you were commenting, how little metal plating that he actually had.
He's his own man.
Right, and I think that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I think he's a better centerpiece than a Star Drake for this reason.
I like
the
that.
Star Drake's quite good too. So you guys can see I'm just kind of carefully applying the oxide. There is going to be another dry brush. I think you kind of have to after the oxide because it some areas it gets, you can see like here, it's too opaque and kind of milky, and so unless it's only falling in exclusively to little areas, you're gonna have that look, and that might be okay on terrain like highly weathered, but I don't want that look here on Kragnos' mace. I'm also going to avoid any of this up on the top part of the mace here, because I want the top part of the mace to be extra clean and shiny, just to indicate that Kragnos has been smashing people's skulls with it, that it's got a lot of water, blood, just lubrication, moisture in general.
Yeah.
Because it's been smashing skulls.
In case you're not sure what it's for.
In case you're not sure what Kragnos is doing with the Dread Mace.
I think it's good to clarify what the purpose of these things are, right?
Right. Yeah. It gives me a little bit of direction in my painting, quite frankly.
It's really a WYSIWYG, a nod to WYSIWYG. If your opponent's not sure which end goes first, it's you're making that clear for them.
Exactly.
That's right.
But I've been thinking a lot about centerpieces recently. Kragnos makes a good one for a destruction army. Of course, this means when I go to events, I have to use Kragnos.
Yes.
And he is not technically amazing from a competitive sense, I believe, because he is a little unpredictable and reliable what he does. But to this end, I have been working on preparing to work on a new Frost Lord that can also double as the centerpiece.
I thought you were going to say, towards that end, I have been working on some loaded dice.
Yeah. So to help Kragnos work as a centerpiece, and still place well and do well, because I do consider myself a hobbyist that also likes to play and try to do well. So I have just decided that I will cheat. And if I just cheat, then anything can be a centerpiece.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
I love it.
Does Sigmar have a concept to Legends?
Oh God. Yes, there's just models that aren't in the game anymore.
Oh, okay.
The way you find out if your model has been Legends is the new General's Handbook comes out with the new points, and your guys just not on
They're
it.
just not in there anymore.
Which every year there's more and more. It's pretty harsh, but fair.
Yeah. Okay, now real quick, I want to show one thing that I did with some of the other metal pieces.
Yeah, sure.
That I'm not actually going to do with any of the ones here, I don't think. Some of them, I then went through and added a little bit of Balthasar gold, which is really not, as we know, gold. It's
Bronze.
It's a bronze. Because I just wanted some of like the ornamental stuff that he had to have little color variation. But every time I see the shields at their most impressive, they're like just this flat vertigreen color, and I like that. Same with the mace.
Sure.
So I'm not going to add any color bits of copper, believe it or not, to the mace or to the shield. there are a couple, as you guys can see, kind of anklets and bangles that he has on that I've been working on that I could, but I think I would just skip this step here for today. But what you would then do is you would find some spots where you wanted to add it. And like this is Screaming Bell, this is Balthasar Gold, they're fairly similar. So you could pick out some details, little raised areas, like you can see I did here. You could do little raised areas with copper, just to bring out a little bit more detail. And again, I think it makes more sense, or I like it more anyway, I'll say, for some of the ornamental stuff. I could, there is like a Kragnos, like I said, motif in this shield.
Right.
And I could bring that out, but I truly don't want to. I love the way that this shield just looks. And it's not done yet, but I love it being kind of its solid green.
Wait, what does the Kragnos in the shield have on his shield?
No shield.
No shield?
Oh no, he has a shield.
Is there a Kragnos on that shield?
Right.
The center of the real Kragnos shield
Yeah.
is the
What's like get out
motif Kragnos.
Do we have
shield.
more
really
zoom?
cool.
Do we have more zoom? Can
I
we
think
zoom
we're
in on
zoomed in as we can get.
that? Oh, okay.
But no, there is not a recursion
So
theme.
I challenge you to freehand another Kragnos.
Well, I can't. There's actually
Flip that off.
there's a
Flip that
spike.
off. Fill it in, and then freehand another Kragnos.
Zach, cut it off. Zach.
And then dare I say we try to make that one at least large enough so that we can fill in that Kragnos.
Now you're thinking with
Yeah.
portals
Yeah.
and recursion.
Just an insane recursion.
Kragnosception.
Yeah.
Bam, Kragception.
Okay, so then I would, after you did, I have my notes here off to the side. After you did some of the copper, you would want to go back and maybe hit some of that copper with the oxide as well, if you wanted to. So now the next thing we're going to do is something we've done before already, and we're going to do it again, which is we're going to do a dry brush of Iron Hands Steel again.
Very nice.
Because you can see that we've gone the depth and everything that we like, but now we've lost a lot of the highlighting, which I went back. On the shield in particular, I am going to be very, 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 very careful because I don't want any of it to pick up like just brush streaks on kind of any of the open areas. So I really am almost getting my dry brush so that it's going to be like not last that long, if that makes sense. Meaning, yeah. And then here we go. So now very
You've
carefully
taken an extra amount off of it.
taking an extra amount off and being careful about the direction I'm going, and like that's what I don't want right there. So quick clean that up with my hand. But really, and I'm also being light, I'm not pressing down that hard.
Right.
Also kind of helps. So we bring the silver back into the picture. And Kragnos' shield here.
I like that a lot. That looks really good.
If you were doing, thank you, Brett. And if you were doing the gold, which I did on these, like I said, on these little guys, I also did do. I also washed them a little bit with Reikland Flesh Shade to give the copper parts a little bit of depth.
Yeah.
A little bit of warmth.
Okay, so now what he does on the painting coach, which is also really cool, is rather than use the nickel oxide technical paint, he went in with a little bit of this right here, Layer Paint Gauze Blaster Green. He went in with a little bit of this and Cerebite Green and kind of painted that on manually. And I think that's also a cool technique. It looks just a little bit different. It looks a little bit more like he does this kind of cool thing that I've done before with my Orc Aeronautica fleet, where he works the weathering into the edge highlight, meaning that the edge highlight is there because it's weathered.
Oh, interesting.
Right, so he uses his, whereas I put my verdigris kind of in the pools, he puts his verdigris on the edge highlight, basically, and it's also a cool look.
I'm into it.
I'm not sure I could like definitively say that I like my way better than his, or in any way. I don't think one's better than the other. I will say I think mine's probably a little easier.
Yeah.
But they're both good looks. And now the mace picks up dry brushing really, really well. I can just see that as I'm doing it. Not like I could just tell, but as I'm doing it, it's like, wow.
Wow.
Wow, that's perfect. I do love the Kragnos aesthetic, in that his stuff looks. They figured out a way to make it look epic without making it look kind of grandiose, like you would get maybe from a Chaos Army or an Order Army.
Right.
Or, quite frankly, a Death Army, right? Whereas their main weapon, all of their weapons are kind of like these big, epic things.
Sure.
Kragnos is just a solid mace.
It's just a big solid
And
mace.
to make it look epic, the way GW has painted it and kind of shown that he has it is that it's verdigreed, and it's like kind of got this ancientness to it.
Right.
I was actually talking about this the other day, and I was saying how a little bit design aesthetic of Sigmar compared to 40K.
Okay.
And I was saying how I really like the way that Sigmar has teched into antiquity and, quite frankly, the Renaissance a little bit more than the Middle Ages, whereas the Middle Ages kind of look is more for 40K, I think.
Right.
Also,
and the old world.
The old world and Death Armies. Death Armies still are very kind of Middle Agey, right?
Yeah, this is very true.
But, Stormcast Eternals have those kind of iconic full face masks, which are very antiquity, right?
Yes.
We associate those with Greeks.
Right,
And,
very Greco-Roman.
yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of Kragnos here, the verdigreed and the, I don't know, just kind of the look of them is a little more antiquity.
Yeah.
And I think it was an interesting design choice to kind of pick a different era and say,
Yeah, because fantasy is so commonly about sort of replicating these like imagery from the Middle Ages.
Middle Ages,
and
right.
so it's cool to say like, well, we're not really updating it, we're not making it sci-fi per se, but we're actually kind of shifting the time period and the genre a bit in a new and interesting way, and that becomes the kind of motif that they come back to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like that. And they've kept it in there. Like if you like that, you can play a Death Army.
The guys that are dead because they're from the past.
Yeah, they're still pretty Middle Agey.
Yeah, no, they are, honestly. It was cool.
Yeah. Although not like Neferata, right? She's antiquity, and even Nagash looks a little more antiquity as well.
They've got like their own thing going on there, which is interesting. I hit that button on the mouse, Zach.
Oh, I see. So just click on that, and
No,
sorry, go back.
Takes us to this view.
Yeah,
just mouse over. There you go.
right there.
What?
Nope, the little radio symbol
one?
thing. Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
Just making sure I didn't end the stream.
I wonder what happened.
What?
Connecting. Did it just go? People have to let us know.
What's up, guys? Are we still here?
Yeah. Did we just disappear for a second?
So this was the thing that I was saying this button's supposed to do, but it didn't do last time?
Yeah.
It's the back button.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Guys, are we back? Let us know.
Did we ever leave?
Did we ever leave?
Hey guys, we have another topic to talk about, or is it
Well,
now? Is it time to do a seat
Yeah,
switch?
we were gonna wait till after the switch. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
We're gonna switch here
We
in a
still
bit.
have a couple hours to go here, so we do have a number of super chats. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. They say we're all good. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Thank you, Cobbleorth. Thank you, Brennan. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Valian. All right. Thank you, Caster. Hey guys, wanted to hear your ideas for Vallejo blue-green. Already interesting. Highlight colors for Tyrannid carapaces, either featured on or otherwise. Okay. Oh, sorry, feathered on or otherwise. Great question, honestly.
Well, quite frankly, I think this one would work. It's a Citadel. This is Gall's Blaster Green.
Yeah, that would work pretty well, actually, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a tough, so the blue-green is a tough color to find a highlight color out of the box for, because, I don't know, it's very unique, it's very rich. So you can totally take a color like this that is kind of still that teal, lighter color. You can also do something like taking a Vallejo blue-green and actually lightening it, mixing with some white, and then you can use that as an edge highlight for itself. You're kind of guaranteeing that you're still in the same kind of spectrum of colors at that point.
Okay.
Because out of the box, I don't have one that I necessarily go to. I use white a lot. I'll be honest, right?
Okay.
As a very thin edge highlight in certain parts of it. What was the color that you just mentioned?
It's Citadel Layer Paint, and it's called Gauls Blaster Green.
Gauls Blaster Green.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
It normally highlights like Cerbite Green.
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
I had here somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you also, is that Armon blue right there? Or Teclis blue?
This
very
is
tealy
Temple.
one. Temple Guard.
Temple Guard.
Temple Guard honestly would make a good highlight to it, because again, it's the same family. It's just a little bit, it's a tone brighter.
Is it brighter?
It's brighter. Well, so here's the thing. That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Vallejo blue green, if you're doing it by brush, is quite dark. If you do it by airbrush, it could end up being lighter. But this one in the bottle is lighter than the Vallejo blue green in the bottle. Just when you apply things with airbrush, you're not going to reach that full opacity most of the time, which is to say it's not going to have that full the thickness of the paint, and so it's actually lighter than the actual paint.
Okay.
So, let's get a couple. Hey, Melody finished all their hobby projects for the day. Congrats.
Cool. That's awesome.
That's super exciting. Yeah, what's everyone working on in chat? Let us know. Thank you, Chad. Hi, Titans. I'm new to painting Tau and struggle with painting the white and black on the shoulder symbols. Do you have any suggestions? Ooh, well, luckily we have 2 Tau players here.
Yeah.
And I also paint black and white sometimes, so.
Brett, do you have a way you do this?
Yeah. So
He's talking about the Tau icon,
yep,
of course.
I do
right?
light colored iconography on the shoulder pads. And so, for example, my base armor color is pretty dark gray.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And the symbol will be a lighter gray, almost white, like an off-white.
Sure, yeah.
And so I'll do the armor dark gray, the whole thing, and then I'll use a panel liner down in the recesses of the symbol, and then after that dries, I'll just very carefully brush paint on this light gray color on top of the symbol. And it's tricky because some of those symbols, like the shoulder pad one's actually not awful. It's small, but it's not tiny.
Right.
There are some that, like on the new Chowmouth box, there's one on a Pathfinder shoulder pad that's like itty bitty.
Oh, really?
I think there's one even on like a bracer. It's super tiny.
Why would they do that to you?
And I really struggled with that one. But yeah, it's like you sort of need thick paint because if it's too thin, it'll fall down into the recesses of the symbol, and you're trying to kind of keep it out of there.
Right.
And it's just really hold your breath, really fine motor control. It's like almost a practice thing. I don't know, that like my answer is basically like try really, really hard.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a cheat.
like,
I don't know that I have a cheat for it or like a helpful tip, other than to just sympathize with how difficult it is.
But you also talk like dry brushing, for example. I think sometimes dry brushing gets a bad rep for being sort of more old-fashioned technique, where it's like maybe you don't want to take a whole wing and dry brush the whole thing, but it can be a good way to actually get those teeny details without having to like get in there on those teeny details, right?
Right.
Obviously, when you have a black and white symbol, you're probably going to have to pick one of those parts of it to focus on. But I think that was pretty insightful of what you said there about using that in that instance.
I think what I've done in the past for a cheat is, so if you're doing black and white, which is what you're asking about, right? Because like Brad, I actually don't paint mine that color. To be honest with you, because of how annoying they are, I paint mine purple, and then the technique I'm about to describe to you, you can do as well. But then I take a wash, the purple wash, dark, and then I put it on there. And then I will use a Q-tip after it's been in there and it falls into the recesses, and I'll just kind of quick get it off the raised area. So what you do for black and white is a little harder. There's a couple ways you can do it. So you paint that Tau symbol black and start by practicing on a broadside if you have like a new broadside kit, not a Fire Warrior, where it's much harder.
Right.
So that raised Tau symbol, right? So you paint that area black smoothly. If you're airbrushing, I would leave it the primer black, frankly. And if you wanted to put a little Corvus on it, maybe to give it a little highlight, whatever you're gonna do. Mask it, paint the rest of your model, or just paint it by hand. And then what you can do are two things. One, you can take a white paint, thin it down, and so that's very runny. And then you're gonna carefully drip it in there, and it's gonna fall into all those recesses like immediately. Then real quick, you're gonna take a Q-tip and you're gonna, or like I'll even use my thumb a little bit, but you're gonna take a Q-tip and you're gonna clean it off, the raised areas. And then with white on black, you might have to do that 4 or 5 times. And it has to dry each time.
So you're talking about white in the recesses?
Yeah, which
with
is
a
the
black
traditional
section?
look, right? That's like how they normally are done.
Okay.
Which I think is what I think is what they're asking, right? So you let that happen. Now the other way you could do it, I've not done this myself, but you can also do it with one of the you could try one of the contrast paints. That's the white contrast paints. I forget what it's called, but it's the white contrast paint. That might also work quite well, but again, I think you'd have to water it down or use contrast medium like I was using here a little earlier to get it runny. Because the thing that you want to have happen is you want this light colored paint that's very thin to fall into the recesses of a dark area.
Right.
Okay, and then to make it easy on yourself, you're just gonna kind of slather it on and then clean it up with a Q-tip, let it dry, and repeat that process a few times so that the opacity builds up inside of those like recesses. That's how I've done mine
That's a good point.
in the past. I hated doing it that way, so I switched to the way I described it,
Right.
which is that my shoulder pads are like a light purple, and then the recesses are a dark purple.
Yeah. With all these things, it's about balancing what works for you and for even as far as like your time and your effort.
Yeah. So Brett's advice still remains the best, which is try really hard.
Try really hard.
It's not super easy. Frankly, if you think you have the best brush, if you think your brush control is good, I would just go in, make sure you've got a great consistency on your white paint. Make sure you've got a great brush, and just go in and panel line. It kind of is what you're doing, really,
Woof.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not bad when it's 3 broadsides, or even 6 broadsides, but when it's 60 Fire Warriors, it's a step that will take you a few nights. It'll drain you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It will break you as a person and as a painter.
It'll break
Apothecary White, that's the contrast paint.
you. Apothecary White. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna do a little switcheroo, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, it's exciting. You guys get to look at. You guys get to look at where I'm at. Oh, it's brilliant. I love it. So this is Krondys.
There he is, Kragnos, the end of empires.
Beautiful. Just enjoy his spinning body for a minute or so. Or maybe Brett's gonna hold him up for y'all.
Let's
No,
switch,
I'm gonna zoom it. I'm gonna zoom it out.
let's switch stools too.
Okay, that's interesting.
I feel like I was getting a good vibe out of this stool.
Okay.
This is the right
Not
height.
only-
He doesn't stand up on his own.
well, no, that's what the base is for usually.
Kragnos stands up on his own.
He's just falling more slowly.
He's
Very slowly. Like it could be years, but he will fall down.
now. Did we show people the finished dragon, or no?
No. It's not really finished.
Oh, okay.
So much as it is like a test model / concept.
Got it.
Oh yeah, look at that. I'm excited.
Oh, he's on Kragnos' stand.
I think wow.
He's usurping
Who wore it better?
Kragnos'
Who wore?
Now, if this doesn't get some of your guys' votes for Krondys, I don't know what will.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the majority of like the textures for the wings and the leathery bits and the face. I will go ahead and do hand brush work later on. What we're going to do in just a few minutes is we're going to be doing the purples of the scales. We'll do a bit of blending between them, and then we can really take it in and do some of that, the additional details by hand. I will show you the sort of test model in just a second. It's not completed per se, but I went ahead and started painting up one of the little baby dragons. Actually, I think they're adult. I think that's as big as they get. But that will kind of give you a sense of what we're going to try to do with the purple in just a moment. Hopefully, you guys like it.
Yeah.
Is he missing a wing?
Yes.
Yes.
So the second wing.
Okay.
Let me hold that for you guys up here. I tried to do as few sub-assemblies as possible because there's a lot of blending that happens here. You can see even just within the wings, but you're going to see it doubly so when we go to the scales, going from one material to the other. And so I wanted to do as together as possible, but this wing here is extremely tucked in. And you can see even here, there's a lot of recesses that are going to be hard to get to. And once you put this wing on, it's like doubly so. Like it's totally tucked in and away there. So that is the reason for that. Let me grab y'all a little baby dragon. Here he comes. The dragon. He's beautiful and out of focus. Wait for it. Whoa.
It's thinking about it.
I actually love this stand. I love how I love the scale of this. I love I love the look of him flying. I haven't really seen him compared to like the Frost Lord there in the background.
Yeah. Sorry guys, I'm struggling here. Not focusing.
You try to tap on this.
There we are. He's so three-dimensional. So I built 4 of these, and my God, they look so cool when they're in a group of this flying giant beast. Very, very epic. Yeah, they're asking for. Here's a Stonehorn for scale. It's not a giant.
You want this guy? A man-eater? Man-crusher?
A man-crusher? Sure. Also
eater?
known as a baby dragon, a baby giant. These guys are definitely babies because they have like diapers and everything.
They do have diapers.
Puny.
Should freehand a little Depends logo on the back, Zach.
Love it.
And all of these people, all of these models, dwarf the mighty Kragnos in size.
He's so weird.
Who is simply a kind of like an best described maybe as an extra large horse.
An extra large, yeah. Now, if the giants are a baby, he's more of a toddler.
Yeah.
Also
like
in the tantrum,
he's like their large dog.
It's the large dog.
Okay, and
so
this is, by the way, where my Kragnos is currently, obviously, because I only have one Kragnos. And so here's where he's at currently. So I'm going to start working on mane, long flowing hair that he's got, face, and just cleaning some things up a little bit. And frankly, that's it. Like, all of his metal is done. So I've just got to bring out some details on hair and face and stuff like that. But there he is.
I love it.
This looks great, actually. This little vignette. It looks like he's getting ready to just knock it out of the sky.
Right? It's so perfect. Except he's going to miss.
He's going to, well, yeah, he might. But I will say this. Good thing that rock is there. He's never catching this dragon.
This is Sigmar, like 40k, where flamethrowers hit airplanes, so I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure you're fine. All right.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Yeah, how do dragons... How do melee units interact with flying things in Sigmar?
They just do. So fly is just a keyword that lets you move over everything all the time,
Yeah.
and that's it.
But like, what if you want to fly high in the air so you can't be punched with a club?
Not a thing.
What do you mean it's not a thing?
It's not a thing in Sigmar. Like, you can't do that.
Dragons can't actually fly that high?
Not when they're fighting on the battlefield. Or I'm not gonna defend the game design choice. It's just that's the way it is, you know. I'm not saying it's good or bad.
Seems
It's just sometimes it just is.
Look, I'm going to read Roger's super chat here real quick because
Yeah.
it came in the form of a question. And then he's got his donation here.
Yeah,
so
you don't
thank
want-
you
won't lose
so
it.
much, Roger. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Don't want to lose it. So not sure if you touched on the gap of Krondys, but more importantly, it sounds like a canyon or a place in the game. New board idea. Well, I actually did not do a lot of research on Krondys. That is...
I can talk about this.
That was Adrian's job.
You know about the Gap of Krondys?
I do.
Oh, really?
I do not.
How do you know about this, Brett?
It is all over social media.
Oh.
What?
And I am a social media fiend. Apparently, actually I'm not, which
You're
is
not at
hilarious.
all, which
that-
is extra.
Hilarious
I'm still
that-
confused.
We'll get to that when we come to a later on question.
Anyway, yeah, some bordering on many Krondys kits shipped with a defect in the mold, in the plastic part. And when the kit is assembled, there's like sort of on the side down a little bit on their chest, there's like a gap. The two pieces don't come together all the way because the plastic didn't like fill all the way into the injection mold, I guess. So there's even like a recall, like some people were saying that like Techno was saying in the Discord, he went to his game store and they were just giving away boxes because it had a certain lot number, and like GW's like saying we should not charge. I guess I don't know.
What?
This came from their store.
We
from
need to
GW
find
specifically.
this.
But yeah, there's like a gap. It looks very similar to like Smaug's missing scale. So there's a lot of like analogies being made to that.
I love that.
But it is being referred to in meme form as the gap of Krondys.
The gap of Krondys.
I love this. I wasn't aware of this either.
Wow.
But your model apparently did not come with that defect, right?
Sadly, no.
We wish we had.
I have a gap of Krondys on my model, which I'm gonna have to fix later on.
A different gap of Krondys.
Yeah, so the face is actually tough to put together because, like a lot of these modern models, there's all these different interconnecting pieces that are very organic and not natural to like build. And so I actually I messed up building his face. Basically, is what happened. So the top cranial plate here is actually just teeny tiny lifted up, and it looks fine from the top or from the front. But if you like get in there and hold the model from underneath, you can see there's this massive gap, and I hate it.
Let's have a look.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, okay. oh.
No, I don't want to draw attention to it. Well, you guys are going to see because they're going to hold them like this. Anyways, fine. So, I don't know if you can see it, but you can see here where there's the shadow. So, honestly, I don't know. We'll see when it's done. Now that he's lighter, it's more visible. I might take a little green stuff later on and patch it up a bit so you can see that gap.
Yeah, I think the actual, like...
The gap of Krondys.
The gap
here.
of Krondys is like there, somewhere there.
You think if I made a gap and then tried to get another box for free, they would give it to me? They'd be like, sir, you clearly cut this.
Well, I think
fully paint it.
all you'd have to do is take your box in. I don't actually know what the policy is, but
Sure.
I think they're basing it on the lot code, is what Techno was saying.
Oh, that's interesting,
you
yeah.
just take your box in and it has a lot code printed on it somewhere.
Right. They know which ones that they had the problem with.
Exactly.
That's cool. I mean, not that I would try to fraudulently return my Krondys.
Yeah.
But anyways, so that's what's going on. Interesting. Gap of Krondys. I thought there was a lore thing, which.
Yeah, well, that's what they were saying in the super chat. Like, we could make a board called the Gap of Krondys.
Right.
And it could be like a canyon board or something.
I'm kind of down for it, honestly.
Like the Gap of Rohan.
The Gap of Rohan. Yeah.
Interesting. Speaking of Krondys, we're going to get back to super chats here in a bit.
Oh, are we? Is it time?
I think it's time.
Yes, I'm so excited. Before we get that, I'm just going to start with my base layer, which is Nagaroth Knight. That's it. It's going to take a little while. And it's not an air paint, so I'm going to do this by hand.
Yeah, so, okay, we will get back to some super chats here in a minute. We know that some of you guys still have some we're going to be answering.
I'm excited for this.
We like to do kind of like top fives around here. And one of the top fives, we decided to do a top five.
Yes,
right?
we did.
And we decided to do kind of a big top five. Now, at the time, he'll have to give his a little bit later and with a little less fanfare. But we weren't sure if Brett was going to hang with us today.
Okay.
So we don't have a top five queued up for Brett. But we did top five dragons.
Yes.
Today. And we decided that we would go through our top five favorite dragons each. You want to go first?
Okay,
I think you want to go first.
I have many opinions about this.
Okay, so here we go.
So top 5 dragons, and this list is as pertains to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so in no particular order.
To me?
Yeah, to you. So you tell me that I'm wrong about your top 5 dragons.
Yes.
So
This is
number one.
who's on first.
Spyro the Dragon. What's up, man?
Yeah.
So certain things I took consideration when building this list, right? How important is this dragon, generally speaking? How impactful are they on my life? And so Spyro the Dragon, all versions. This was the very first video game that I ever owned.
Really?
Yep, that ages me.
That's cool.
Makes me, younger to someone older than others.
Yeah.
And it was for Christmas, not the first PS1, but the one after, the portable version. And I got that and the Buzz Lightyear video game, which will come up in a later super chat. And so awesome games. Loved played through all of them as a kid. Big fan. And it's Spyro the Dragon. You'll also notice in that slide, I also have Spyro on a skateboard because many people that Tony Hawk Pro Skater was actually the greatest skateboarding game of all time. Incorrect. I understand why you could think that. But in fact, it was the mini game skateboarding with Spyro and his best bud, the cheetah guy. And it was amazing. And you would just be a Spyro doing like kickflips and tricks and flaming things while you're like on your skateboard. It's awesome. It's so classic.
Yeah.
Right?
Listen, I think that the Burger King version of Mario Party that got released might be better than Mario Party.
Exactly.
Which
It took me a second to connect those dots, but we got there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so
Adrian, what order are these in? Are these in order of?
No
Are they in
order.
any
we never do our top
No
fives in
order.
order. That's,
Okay.
that's
This
too
is already
much.
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that's
Right.
too much to ask.
Yeah.
Okay, so Spyro, and then we move on to
Nicole Bolas from Magic the Gathering. Nicole Bolas is kind of, if not the big bad guy in Magic, of course. And with these different characters that have multiple iterations, the important thing about which one. For me, the Nicole Bolas is the second version of him, which you see here. The first time he was a Planeswalker, again, because
a little scarier than the first version.
the first version is kind of the like
At home with Nicole.
decrepit old version, like old man.
It's
He's
like
not even a Planeswalker; he's a creature.
It's like if Thomas Kincaid painted a early Thomas Kincaid painted
Early,
like
very
what,
early.
What is Nicole Bolas doing at home? He looks like, is he reading books?
I forget. It's a little small. I think he's reading books.
Is there tea?
Yeah.
Is there chamomile? There's
definitely chamomile.
There's a Himalayan salt
a little
rock
sad.
in the background, I think.
And then he has this amazing glow up, and he's Nicole Bolas, blue, black, red, ultimate bad guy. So cool, so awesome. Many different iterations through time. So Nicole Bolas, 100% top 5 dragons of all time.
Okay, I like
Yeah.
it. All right, let's move on.
Alex Straza. This is from the Warcraft world, both World of and other games. And so she is, again, kind of the boss lady of the dragons. And my connection to her is a few things. She was like my main character, and here's the Storm. Awesome, super cool.
Well, you could play as Alex Straza, and here's the storm. Oh, because she turned into a human.
Yes, so she has her human form, which is
Right.
something that's common to many dragon lores, is they can assume a human form.
You can see her right there. There she
Yeah,
is.
she's there. And she's sort of like blood elfy and
Yeah.
has like the big horns still. In WoW, they still have them. But in Heroes of the Storm, you play both versions, first of all. You play as regular Alex Straza, and then her ultimate is she transforms into the dragon. You just go ham for like a few seconds, and it's awesome. So, and then Hearthstone, I have a big connection to her because I put that in pretty much every single one of my decks. It's a very like Adrian thing. Like, first of all, I hate. I was gonna put this in context. I dislike priest decks. Nothing against priests in general. Where it's like, look at me, I have the 100 health, and just like, ugh. Alex Straza, you play her, set target player's health to 15. Period. Doesn't matter how high or how low. You can set your own health to 15 with Alex Straza. She shows up and she flames someone, and just boom, sets their health to 15. So you can do like a 1-2 punch where you're like, set them to 15, do 15 damage, they're dead. So big fan. Sadly, she's not in main play anymore.
I don't even know what game you're talking about.
Hearthstone? Wow. Yeah. So it's a digital card game in the World of Warcraft universe.
Oh, cool.
Kind of like Magic, right?
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It is Magic, Warcraft Magic, but it's its own game. It's not just a reskin.
Okay.
Well, yes. It's not Magic, but it is a card game.
But it has like mana, and it has
Yeah, but that's like saying...
creatures, and it has spells.
Yeah. I don't know how to address that one.
We're getting into what's gonna be another good
If you're not into card
right
games,
brain versus left
and the
brain
only card
studio
game,
argument.
the only card game you know is Magic.
When no, it's
It
like
is-
Magic,
it
but
is
it
like
is not
Magic.
Magic in WoW version, right?
Okay.
That's the distinction I would make.
I mean, there have been, we talked about like, Wizards has like taken Magic and like put different art on cards,
Yeah.
existing cards. It's not that. It's like its
It's
own
not that.
game.
It's its own game.
but its mechanics are very similar. to
Okay,
Magic.
I like it. I like it. Next, we've got
Green Protodrake. This is actually my controversial pick for today because technically, so drakes are actually not generally dragons in most lore. Couple of distinctions. Often in lore, drakes will actually have no wings. Fun fact.
that's pretty normal. I actually thought that was like a Megan and I. This came up with Megan and I like a couple years back, and we actually thought that was just a thing. Like a drake was basically a dragon with no
wings.
With no wings.
I think it's a defining feature. Obviously, here in WoW, they actually do have wings. But my brother brought up a good point because he is a man that's very passionate about his dragons. Let me tell you that.
Yes, he super chatted about it earlier.
Exactly. To me, the distinguishing factor between a drake and a dragon is drakes are more like animals. They are not as sentient, so to speak. They don't speak, so to speak.
Okay.
They don't talk. They don't turn into humans, right? They're more like animals.
Okay.
Not that they're dumb, but they're just not sentient in the way that a human is. So that's a thing. So there's a lot of physical differences, but I include this because I have also fond memories of farming this quest in WoW and getting the eggs and waiting 30 days for them to hatch, and then it would be a stupid chicken egg, and I'd have to get another one and wait another 30 days. And this was one of my favorite mounts in WoW.
Sorry, you have fond memories of this?
I have fond memories of this. I used to play EVE Online.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Just to put that in context, I'm a sadist when it comes to MMOs.
But see, EVE was different. The whole point of EVE was that you didn't have to grind, right? That it was like you could just set your skills to like to do the thing, and then come back, like turn the game off and come back a week later, and you'll have like acquired all the skill points.
You'll have acquired the skills, but you won't have acquired the money to do.
You
what
need
you
money.
need.
Yeah, you have to grind money, but not skill. I guess you're right.
So you end up having to spend a lot of time making money, and that's why it's harsh. Because in EVE, to put in context, guys, EVE Online is a science fiction MMO where you fly spaceships. You actually like never walk. Well, you walk around with your character, but it doesn't matter. You fly spaceships, and when your spaceship blows up, it is gone forever. You don't get it back. There's no respawn. It's gone. So far that you actually buy insurance for your ships. And there's actually, I can go on about EVE, but there's famously been a few time periods in EVE's economy where the production of the ships became cheap enough that you could commit insurance fraud.
Oh, that's cool.
Producing cheap ships, insuring them, and then blowing them up, and you would actually make money. Fantastic. Anyways, EVE Online, very hardcore game, but I'm into it. So Proto Drake, that's my number 4, I believe.
Yeah, okay, so this takes us to your last one.
My last pick.
Which I think is a good one.
Is a good one. Smog. Smog, of course it's Smog, but specifically 1977 animated version Smog, which is the best Smog, followed by the book Smog. Again, another dragon that I grew up with. Very weird choice to make him a sort of fat cat, and I love it. And the voice acting was fantastic on it, and again, just kind of growing up with it. This is, to me, Smog. When I think of Smog, this is it, with the flashlight eyes.
Well, we were actually talking about the connection and relationship between cats and dragons.
Yeah, 100%.
And how I think we both agree that it's maybe the coolest animal to kind of tie into their, like, what are they, right? Like,
right.
Obviously, like, lizard is kind of a thing, right? But lizard, they really aren't, like...
I think a drake is like a lizard, right?
Sure, there you go.
Less sentient, and a cat is like a dragon because of so many reasons. They're selfish. They like to lay about on important things that other people care about.
They're pretty with it.
They're with
it. You can't really get one over on a cat.
No, not really.
You can't really get one over on a dragon.
I love it.
Too well, right? Like, so I think the visual aesthetic, and like to go back to your guy, I at some point I did read that at least his eyes, they based off of a cat.
Yeah.
And kind of aspects of him here.
So much, like he's even got hair.
Yeah.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
You know, which, funny enough, this guy actually also has hair. So there's a connection.
Oh, cool.
They have the little underneath their arms and then underneath the jowls. So...
Kragnos basically, as I'm learning now, based on what I'm painting, only has hair. Kragnos is all hair.
He's all hair.
He's basically
exactly.
all hair.
Yeah.
Why I identify with him, maybe.
He's a cute bear.
Yeah.
He's a cute bear. Yeah,
Well-
Smog. Animated Smog. He's a great one. We'll talk more about Smog.
We will
Sure.
talk more about Smog because I have my top 5.
Okay, let's
And
look
he
at
might
Zach's.
make an appearance on that.
Oh, interesting.
Actually,
Okay.
I don't know which one I have first. I think the one I have first is not the one I want to have first. Okay, here we go. Speaking of cats.
Oh, perfect.
Speaking of cats and dragons, and also the annoying Adrian.
Yes.
Let's start here. First of all, I do just want to point out that Bryce just in chat said something, which is that he hopes I pick Snarf from Thundercats. Kind of wish I did. I forgot about Snarf, but yep. So this is
Snarf a dragon?
I don't know.
No, that's kind of why Zach would pick it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So apparently there's a movie called How to Train Your Dragon. I've never seen this movie.
That's why you can't put this on your list.
But I see, just like I've never seen, I believe they're called Minions, any of the movies that feature Minions.
Uh-huh.
But if you live in the United States in the past decade, for some reason Minions are everywhere.
They're part of our culture.
They're selling you Verizon phones. They are, like, you go into a store and there's like a Minion everywhere.
Yeah.
It's both at once hilarious and also disturbing. So I've seen this little black dragon from How to Train Your Dragon, and Megan and I are always like, well, he looks just like our cat Joplin. And so there's a picture of our cat Joplin.
It's pretty
there.
uncanny, honestly.
Yeah, and I clearly was based off of what like a little black cat looks like. Because they both kind of have this thing where they are really, I guess the word is it desaturated or like,
yes.
It's like when you take a picture of a black cat, you really only get the eyes.
There's not much sort of specularity and shine and gloss on
Right.
them, right? So you actually, the features sort of disappear
Yeah.
into just the eyes and the silhouette.
Yeah.
You know, which they totally, and they do in the movie. They like play it up. Like on one hand, he can be kind of dog-like sometimes,
Okay.
but more often than not, he actually acts like a cat and sort of
Okay.
like rolls around, like rubs up against
I
someone.
love it. Yeah, I should watch the movie. I think I'd probably like it.
They're fun.
And there's a few of them now, I know.
Yeah.
So I should watch it. If not anything, just because there's a dragon that looks like my cat.
That's probably a better reason than we have to watch most movies.
That's probably true. Okay, so that's my first
Toothless.
one.
Love it.
Let's pull up. Let me go through my others here. I have to click there. There we go. Okay. So my next one is Bahamut from the Final Fantasy series.
Nice.
In particular, a lot of people. I'm kind of known to not play video games, and I really don't, but I used to. And when I was a kid, when I was in high school and middle school especially, and I love the Final Fantasy games. 7 is like what everybody loves, I know, and 7 is amazing. But I also loved 8. And in 8, you have these guardian forces, and the system worked very differently. I think one of the reasons, correct me or chime in at home if you played Final Fantasy 8, I think one of the reasons people didn't like 8 is because when you collected these magic spells, they made you stronger because you tied them to this guardian force that you were wearing, basically.
Oh, interesting.
Instead of like the materia system in 9. And what it meant is that for the most part, you were sort of disincentivized from casting magic because you wanted to use the magic to hold on to it to make your like stats more.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's not
it was
fun.
kind of a goofy system, but Bahamut was one of the guardian forces you could get, and he was very cool. And to get him, he was actually like one of the harder ones to get, in that he wasn't just Final Fantasy always does this thing where there's like you can go off the beaten path of the journey and. To get Bahamut, you had to go and do something kind of weird.
Right.
Otherwise, you just saw this empty slot in your Guardian Forces, and you're like, "What is that? Who am I missing?" So I think that draw system. Thank you, Melody. It was super cool in its own way, but I think it had its own kind of fallback.
Sure.
So Bahamut I thought was very cool. And listen, I'll be honest with you guys. When I played those games, this is the late 90s, I always bought the paper walkthrough.
Yeah,
And
you monster.
I played with the paper walkthrough.
The game guides, yeah.
Yeah, you just like, otherwise you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
Figure out the joy of it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So anyway, that's Bahamut. He's kind of a hipster pick, I'll admit.
I like it though because you have a personal connection to it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's interesting about these dragons and they're so pervasive and there's different versions of them. Like we're seeing things from different games and movies and books and things like that. And so that's really interesting and compelling to me.
Told this story before. After Final Fantasy VIII, played Chrono Cross.
Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger, yeah.
That is a
No,
classic
Chrono
game.
Trigger is the first one.
Yeah?
Chrono Cross was the one for PlayStation.
Okay. I don't know
Lesser
anything
known
about that.
cousin.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was quite amazing, actually. Got most of the way through Chrono Cross and dropped my PlayStation and was like 11, like early 12th grade, and then was like, you know what? I was doing a lot of activities like in school and college. I was like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna go try to like get a girlfriend. And so I was like,
Never play video games again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
I was like, it kind of works, kind of can do one or the other. It seems
Jeez.
like. Yeah.
Seems like.
Yeah.
Well,
I had a busy schedule, like
let's
a lot
not,
of. Like
let's
a lot
not
of
push
people.
that stereotype.
Right,
but.
right. But it's funny as it relates to 40K because we talk about the things we stop doing like in 40K. Like lots of people play 40K as a kid,
Yeah.
and then don't play from like late high school until like picking it up again, maybe like 5-6 years later.
Totally.
And for me, video games and 40K were like that. I got back into wargaming, never quite really got back into video games.
Well, we could work on that, Zach.
Well, I'd rather paint, I don't know, and watch stuff.
That's fair. That's fair.
And listen to things, I guess. Yeah. Okay, Bahamut. Moving on. Smaug, the Peter Jackson version.
Oh, here's the hot take.
Yeah, I think that they did an incredible job on. First of all, I'm a fan of the Hobbit trilogy.
Yeah.
Peter
Don't say that
Jackson's
too loudly.
The Hobbit trilogy. I'm not. Listen, I never said I thought it was better than Lord of the Rings. I just said I like it more than it. And I think that Smaug is pretty much. If there's one reason why, it's him. The scenes with him are incredible. He's amazing. The music, his theme, just the epicness of Harrenhal, the big dwarf hall that he's in. The gems. I love Martin Freeman's interactions with him.
Love Martin Freeman.
As Bilbo, I think he's one of my favorite characters, and just all the interactions. I love Smaug. I love that whole scene. Makes my spine tingle, to be honest. That whole Smaug scene. I love the way they made him sound. I love when he goes, I forget what Bilbo says, but he says something about like, nope, there's no dwarves out there. I'm just here by myself. And Smaug's like, oh, I don't think so. And so it's just like because he's so smart and like you're not getting one over him. He's just like, oh, I don't think so. Like he's so scary.
I don't think so.
And I love how he's just boasting about himself, and he's like, just and these aren't things that don't happen in the book, right? These all happen in the book, so it's not like this is not unique.
You like the way they delivered it?
I think it's delivered amazingly. We've been chatting here in the studio at Adrian's urging that the fact that it's a little weird that he's like, it's cool that Benedict Cumberbatch does the voice.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit weird that they did stop motion for him.
I'm so upset about this.
It seems very unnecessary.
Oh my god!
And quite frankly, that Benedict Cumberbatch is the voice of Smaug is cool.
Yeah.
But also 100% unnecessary with basically all the like Benedict Cumberbatch. I like him, but his voice is not like
it doesn't. It's not the big, deep, booming voice that he should have. Like
well, they have filters. I more so want somebody. I more so want somebody that has interesting delivery.
Yes.
Listen, I'm gonna say it. Here's somebody with hilariously interesting delivery that could be scary.
Danny DeVito?
No, I don't think he has great delivery. What makes his voice fun is not his delivery; it's his voice. It should be like John Malkovich. John Malkovich has like this stuttered delivery, like that's not necessarily.
My wings, thunderbolts.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, that's John Malkovich.
Yeah, like
I love that.
Like that's what would have made his voice maybe more interesting is finding somebody who has interesting delivery. The voice doesn't matter.
I know
right?
he was. I'm pretty sure he was unfortunately passed at this point.
John Malkovich. Passed for Smaug.
No. And he was already played Saruman as Christopher Lee, of course, fantastic voice.
Oh yeah.
And I think they needed someone like that. Again, no shade on Benedict. But I wasn't feeling it so much, and the motion capturing was so stupid. They literally put him in a mocap suit, and you can see they're all over the internet. It's just like him on the ground,
it's marketing,
and he's like, the amount as someone who's worked as a 3D animator, and I've worked with mocap data, the amount of work and extra rigging and like shenanigans you have to do to take the human motions of a man crawling on the ground to translate him to a dragon. That's not his acting at that point. It's not.
That's right.
Like the mocap stuff. They did mocap for the face, which I could buy. Again, lots of translation happening, but it's certainly much less than the other one. It's just a marketing thing. Look at Benedict Cumberbatch crawling on the ground. Oh my god, technology is so fantastic. Anyways.
Yeah, I agree with you on this.
Nothing against him.
But in general, I do love Smaug.
John Goodman.
John Goodman. Yeah. I love. I forget his last name always. His first name is Patrick.
Stewart?
No.
Swayze?
No.
Those are the only Patricks we know.
I think his starts with a W, but he's Putty on Seinfeld, and he's Grok in Emperor's New Groove. Patrick, somebody please tell me, Putty from Seinfeld. He's amazing. He has good delivery.
Oh wait,
and an interesting voice.
The supporting bad guy
in Emperor's New Groove.
Yes.
Yeah,
oh my god, he would be. I think a pretty bad pick, but a hilarious
He's in a million
pick.
things. Why can't I,
His voice is always, I don't remember his name.
He does a lot of voice
He's in
work.
everything. So good.
He's amazing, yeah.
Oh my god.
And I love him. I love Bard. I think the way Smaug...
They did a good job with Bard. He did a good job.
Spoilers here, folks. If you haven't
Spoilers.
seen the Hobbit trilogy. I think the way that Smaug gets killed is not ridiculously, as shockingly ridiculous as it seems. I think Bard knows the shot is there, you know?
There's a lot of lead up to it.
There's a lot of lead up to it. I think it's very cool. Smaug is displaying that he's pretty cool, like a cat, toying with his victims, which is kind of his downfall here, because he underestimates Bard. So, I the whole thing around Smaug, I think he's kind of the coolest part of the movie for me.
I agree with that fact. That is a fair fact. Well, I also really like Martin Freeman. I think.
Yeah.
When they cast him, I was like, oh my, thank God, this is literally the perfect cast for Bilbo. Young Bilbo, Martin Freeman, literally perfect.
Amazing.
You know?
I also love Thorin and Richard Armitage. I think Thorin's amazing. He's one of the most compelling characters, I think.
I know you're just saying that to upset me.
No, well, okay, we're not doing favorite dwarves, but one day we probably will.
We will 100%
And
do
potentially
favorite
one day not too far into the future. Okay,
Oh,
so there's
foreshadowing.
Smaug. Here he is. Here's my
we
my
didn't even get to your
my
pick.
lighthearted pick is Mushu
Nice.
from Mulan. Love Mulan. I think Mulan is like right. I start to age out of Disney right at Mulan.
Right,
And I
right.
think like as a it's sort of like you go back and then you watch the Disneys from when you were older, and you're kind of like, yeah.
When you were older?
When you're older, right? Like,
Like they came out when you were older.
they came out
Like,
when I was
after-
older, and they weren't made for people my age.
Yes, yes.
Quite as much. So.
Right, you're not the main
And I
audience.
go back and I watch them, and I'm kind of like, oh, okay, like it's fine. And a lot of them at that point were also the 3D and like,
Pixar.
stuff. Pixar. And I like a lot of them now.
Yeah.
And then a lot of them are, they're still good randomly. But Disney had this stretch from like Beauty and the Beast until I guess about Mulan throughout the 90s when I was growing up.
Yeah.
That they were just knocking out of the park every year.
Well, so this was the kind of renaissance of their animation department, starting I think with Little Mermaid.
Little Mermaid, excuse me, not Beauty and the Beast.
Little Mermaid was the first of this sort of like newer animation
Yeah.
at the time, and they were, that's a lot of the most famous ones that people know and think of, Aladdin and stuff like that.
Right, and I had the extreme privilege of being like just the right age group to enjoy all those.
That's cool.
And but Mulan maybe was one of the last ones in that. And so as a kid, I didn't really watch Mulan or know much about it. But I could tell then as an adult when I went back and watched it, I was like, oh yeah, this is perfect. This is right up there with all those for me.
Yeah. It holds up, honestly.
The music is amazing.
The humor is so good.
in Mulan. And look, it's Eddie Murphy. He's hilarious. He's great as Mushu.
Look, it's Eddie Murphy.
It's a great comic relief character.
Yeah. He's good. Not my top 5, to be honest, but he's a good dragon.
Yeah. He's a good dragon. Okay, where are we at here? That's Mushu. I don't even know what I have left in here. Oh, okay. Here's my magic.
This one I
Gathering
give
thing.
you props for this one.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I actually had this card in Unlimited, Alpha, Beta, Unlimited. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had this card in Unlimited.
You did it.
When I started playing Magic. I started playing Magic, I think, in 1993 or 4 or something like that.
Yeah. Year after I was born. Yep.
Yeah, Unlimited was just coming out, or had been out, and that was my starter deck. I actually had this guy. I have a few cool cards in Unlimited, which is not really where they're worth any money, but they kind of start to be like they're not as cool as Alpha and Beta, but so I like this art, this old school art here on the sky.
This is the OG Shivan.
But I do like the new one as well. And I'd be surprised if there wasn't a third one at this point. Maybe you know.
I think that printing is the most current one, from M12, I think, actually. Or anyways, yeah. It's such a good pick. I love it. I will say, talking about my brother who's a Dragon fanatic, this is on his list too.
Oh yeah, he's
Look at
cool.
you guys. Good taste.
Yeah, I think he's cool, and quite frankly, that's when he came out. Look, when he came out, it's funny. Like Bridger went through a lot of my old Magic cards and just like ridiculed me basically.
Yeah, as he does.
And it was like, none of these cards are good anymore. It's like, look, when it came out, this Shivan Dragon was scary. Like,
Sure.
the fact that you could make him like just tap 5 mountains, which you probably have anyway. He was 10-5.
Yeah, you pump all that damage
Slap
through
like a
him.
trample enchantment on him.
Yeah.
Like he's got fly. Like this is a big problem for
Totally.
people, right?
100%.
So he was when I was playing Magic eons ago. He was cool, and you could use him. Yeah. Is
He-
that all 5 of them?
He said he was playable?
No, he said he sucked.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think that's 5, right? Did we get
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did it. I know this. I feel like the smog kind of. I felt like that was the conclusion, just cause you know.
Smog, yeah.
Smog is sort of the epiphany. You know.
Smog made
So
it twice.
Smog got
Double
here twice.
Smogs.
I'm also seeing I saw some top dragons that you guys put in chat. Definitely feel free to send us some more so we can see. Megan is saying exclamation mark Zach's mic.
What's going on?
Maybe it's this spot. It's this spot. Can you guys hear Zach? It's muted.
Yeah. I think the battery just died.
Is the charging station not plugged in or something? Melody traded Black Lotus for Sarah Angel in 1997. Oh no. I love it. Yeah. Funny enough, we didn't put any D&D dragons, which are pretty quintessential, but I don't have like a strong attachment to any of them, per se. Is it a cat or a hyena?
Nothing? Oh, I'm okay. Yeah. Okay.
What's up, Zach?
It's back. I'm back.
Hi.
Yeah, no D&D dragons. Brett kind of brought this up, I think, and because he was talking about the Dragonlance series. But I couldn't remember, or just like I didn't know any specific dragons from D&D. I knew like, going through the monstrous manual as a kid, you saw all the dragons, but I didn't know, what dragon, like a named dragon.
Sure,
really
but you could pick a type of dragon too. So again, not to talk about my brother, but I'll talk about my brother. 2 out of his 5 were that, specifically the bronze dragon and the black dragon. And like, yes, same thing. Like I've maybe obviously a different edition than you, but so when I turned 11, Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 came out. And at the same time, I also caught pneumonia for the second time in my life, and it was really bad. And my dad took, like a week off of work, and we just like played one of the Baldur's Gates like all the way through.
That's cool.
And at the same time, 3.5 came out. So he like came home with these D&D books that he like grew up with, not the 3.5, but the earlier version. And that was like my introduction to D&D. And so like I think very fondly of like the Monsters Manual section of with all like the illustrations of the red dragon, the black dragon, the gold dragon. So like I don't know, they're iconic, but they are generic. I couldn't tell you like a named dragon from D&D, right?
Yeah, that was what I struggled with thinking about dragons. Is I interacted with a lot of dragons in role-playing games and whatnot as a kid, but it was all like generic red dragon, like
Sure.
It was sort of specific. And I never really got into Magic. My first sort of real exposure to dragons was probably Warcraft, that were sort of
Okay.
named and fantastical in that way.
Sure, yeah. But I think that's something too, like, even if it's a generic one, like, oh yeah, I like the bronze dragon from 3.5 D&D because of this, right? I think that's cool. The green proto Drake, right?
Yep.
It's not a special dragon.
Yeah,
Special
that's
to
true.
me.
That's true. I actually, I was looking through some for Final Fantasy VII, and the ruby and emerald weapons, but they're not dragons.
Right.
And actually, your brother's question earlier about the shadow dragon made me think more about some generic dragons, even from the Warhammer world.
Sure.
And because there kind of aren't a ton, really. They're starting to be now.
There's more and more now, obviously, and when you were like, Krondys is my favorite dragon. I've always liked Krondys.
Right.
Okay, that's calm down there. But yeah, like Warhammer dragons, like what? Maw Crusher? Is that a dragon?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Do I
What
know
constitutes a dragon?
Yeah.
They're definitely, I don't think the Maw Crusher is particularly sentient. Warfry dragon is a really cool dragon. That's from Forge World.
Is a Magnadroth a dragon?
A Magnadroth? I don't
Yeah.
know. Canonically. They don't have wings. And I don't know how sentient they are. Yeah, Tiamat and Bahamut. So I thought about Tiamat, but it felt like cheating. Because it's just like, oh, you know what dragon I like? I like the dragon. Like the god dragon. That's all the dragons. And here's a question. we talked with Bridger, and this is why I think that. So think about it for yourself. Top 5 dragons in your own mind, in your own life. I think it like says a lot about the person. For Bridger, a lot of them they were all D&D dragons, right?
Or magic, right?
Sorry, magic dragons.
Yeah.
Magic dragons.
Yeah.
And he brought up like Proteus, and he was technically a Hydra.
A Hydra.
Tiamat has lots of heads, but is not a Hydra somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very interesting. Alduin was also on my brother's list. He's the big bad guy from Dark Souls.
Okay.
Some great dragons in. Oh no, it's from Skyrim, my bad. Sorry, Draka. Maw-Crusher has 2 legs. He's a drake. Yeah. Is 2 legs part of a drake? I thought that was more of a wyvern
Wyvern,
thing.
yeah. I kind of thought like a wyvern. I kind of think of a wyvern as like also like sentient level of a drake.
Yes.
But no bespoke arms and hands. Instead, like just wings. Yeah.
That's my understanding. So let us know what you think, Melody. I know we've been sort of talking about dragons. I've been painting a dragon. I don't know if you guys noticed. And I have been getting just this base layer down, which is a very dark purple. I love it. It's Nagaroth Night. And very, very dark. Just this base layer, marking out where my scales are going to be. And I was kind of trying to figure out how far I want it to go. Because you notice on my test Dragaroni, I didn't take them all the way down. And I wasn't sure if I liked that or didn't like it. I started taking them down here, and I've decided I don't think I like it, to be honest. I like this end sort of finger having it, but having these other ones, suddenly I'm having nightmares of painting a Star Drake, and I don't like that. I think this side, for example, which doesn't have it, feels much more natural. I just like that better, so I think I'm gonna just stick with this, and if anything, I might actually go ahead and paint back over this and just pretend like it never happened, and have it sort of fade into this kind of fleshy, leathery material.
That happens.
It happens. It happens. Dragonheart, also a good dragon. The one from Dragonheart.
Yeah.
Which Meg actually brought up, and that's a great point.
Yeah. I remember that movie not being good.
It's not good, but again, it's like a relationship thing. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do these horns in this purple.
But I think I remember. So
Mel Gibson,
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
I will say this. Yeah. In general, I don't like good guy dragons. I like my dragons to kind of be bad guys. I think.
You like bad boys?
Yeah.
Yeah. I respect that.
We do have some more super chats. Thank you, Broken Chef. You guys see the Buzz Lightyear Marines meme? I'm seriously considering it. But what chapter would Star Command be? I mean, the Buzz Lightyear Marine, I think, I've seen this around at least since Primaris has come out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
I love it.
Cute. If you painted a whole army like that, yeah, it's like a meme army, right?
It's a meme army.
It's a meme army, and that's a thing.
But it's not like a terrible scheme, I'll be honest.
It's not. Yeah, because if you're actually kind of serious about it, it actually does look kind of cool.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
What chapter would Star Command be?
I mean, look, it's Ultramarines, really. I mean, Buzz Lightyear is an Ultramarine.
He's an Ultramarine,
He's an
you're
Ultramarine
right.
at heart.
100%.
Like, what else is he gonna? What is he, a Blood Angel? I mean, like, no. Come on, like he's a good guy.
Yeah.
You know.
He's not a Blood Angel, but I think you would have lots of jump packs in this army for sure. Like the Inceptors and stuff, you got to have that scheme with the red and white stripes.
Yeah.
You know. All right, I'm moving on to my next purple. That took a long time.
Oh, okay. Actually, a bad time to zoom in on you. Although we're getting a little peek at where you're at here.
Yeah.
I can pass you some Kragnos too.
Some Kragnos.
You can see Kragnos now. I have gone in with my first color on his mane, his manes, his tails. And it is, we were using it earlier, Adrian was using it earlier, it's Galvorbach Red.
Ah, it's a great color provided by Brett.
Yeah, well, it's mine.
Oh, is it really?
I mean, like, look, we all share our paints.
We all share paints.
But I'm glad that he happened to have it, because I was actually looking for it the other day. Brett has stepped out, so now he can't even defend himself.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm
positive.
positive.
A lot of things just go disappearing when Brett's around.
I know.
Or not around.
I'm positive he probably asked me, and I probably said yes.
That's what he'll say.
I know. So with this first, I'm going to pass it to Adrian so he can put it in his field of view here in a second. With the first kind of pass through on this, what I'm doing is honestly just getting like it's a dark red, right? So
I like it.
I'm pretty much just starting to make that red. Yeah, I mean,
I'm into it. It's like almost like a purplish pinkish red.
Yeah,
Like in a dark way, which is nice.
So we're gonna start to build that up. I'm gonna start mixing Tuskor fur, doing a little bit of a blend here of Tuskor fur and this color, this Galvor Bach red, leaving pretty much what's on my wet palette here. So we're safe. I'm gonna give my brush a cleaning, since as is mentioned, and moving on to a new color.
Sounds
I
wunderbar.
may switch to a nicer brush.
Ooh,
Also,
getting fancy.
yeah.
I am proceeding to my next color, which is Chemos Purple. Chemos Purple? This is now an air paint, thank goodness. And it's just the next tone up, basically.
I like this color, yeah.
It's nice. I was discovering all the GW paints. As I mentioned, I was looking for something a bit different. Just kind of running it through, making sure we get... Yeah, it's still pretty dark. You can hear I got a little something in there, which I don't love, but here we go. All right, and now, so this is the next layer up, so we're going kind of highlights, and we're gonna leave the shadows in that Nagaroth Night, and we're just bringing it up.
Well, thank you, Devin. Hey, Titans, how am I going to make my vehicles, match my vehicles to the Zach's nautical blue-green Marines I'm going to do?
Yes.
For example, a Land Raider and so on. You know, it's funny, I've been like telling people this idea, but Adrian has actually already been doing this idea.
Well, it's too late now. You gave it away.
I know. How would you do it, Adrian? I mean, have you done vehicles yet?
No, I haven't yet. I have not yet. I think I'm going to do very weathered, which kind of helps on those big vehicles. And I was thinking
Like weathered
about
by the sea?
weathered. No.
Oh, so they're not nautical themed? I'm just trying to put together.
But, for example, I'm kind of leaning more into like the Viking side of things, sort of Nordic side of things. So I was thinking about actually like for the Impulsor, for example, making it more like a Viking longship, where there's like shields or like icon kind of things along the sides of it,
I see. That's
which will be cool. And I say this to say that this is a way you could sort of tie in some of these ships without like, I don't know, going out and getting like a Kara-drawn boat and giving it treads and being like, that's my Land Raider.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
would also
yeah.
be cool.
Yeah. It's like when you started out, we were like making fun of it, but by the end we were like,
Yeah, I kind of like it. But you can do small nods to it like that. And the reason I mentioned the weathering is because that's kind of, I think, going to take up a lot of the surface area for the ships. Otherwise, it's for the ships. Oh, okay. For the vehicles, because it's largely the same. It's the same scheme. I don't know. Would you change anything about it? Maybe with the orange highlights or something.
Yeah.
Would you do like stripes or anything?
Sure, definitely, right? Devin, I mean, it's a good question, but kind of like Adrian's saying, I genuinely feel like one of the appeals to something like Space Marines or Tau is that you get to take this scheme and just keep moving it up and down, really, right?
Yeah.
Like, realistically, even Drukhari don't do that quite as much as Craft World, Tau, and Marines. Yes, kind of, right? But there's whole new components to their vehicles.
Yeah.
Right? I really think of it as like
It's like variations on a theme with Marines, right?
yeah. So
Not even variations.
right. Not really. Like
That's just a theme.
Almost not even. So, frankly, Devin, I would almost say keep doing what you're doing. But like Adrian's saying, you're going to need something more on some of these larger vehicles. So it's a good opportunity to bring out the accent color, if you have one, which you probably do. We were kind of talking about good accent color choices for. Good accent color choices for this yesterday.
Yeah.
This scheme.
Whites, obviously, the cream, and like I still like orange a lot. What was the other one that you suggested that I really liked? Purple works well.
Purple. I mean, almost anything. I actually am kind of interested in like a scarlet, like a deep red.
Yeah, you still have to convince me on that one.
Yeah, I mean, like if it's well done, it's going to be good though. You know that, of course.
Oh, of
right?
course. If it's well done, it's well done. I like that you're just like, oh, but what if it's like really nicely done? I'm like, oh, well, in that case, I thought you were going to do it badly.
You know what? You're right. I really can. I'm into it now that I can envision that it'll be done nicely.
Yeah.
Changes everything.
You convinced me. I just assumed you would do your normal terrible work.
Here is my, so you guys see here I have on my wet palette, and this is just like a little blend of the Galvor Bach Red and Tuskor Fur. And I'm really mostly using like the side of my brush at this point because I'm doing this hair, and so I want the stuff in the back to just stay darker, which I am doing carefully. But I will say that Kragnos's fur does the tail here makes this pretty easy. So
Right.
but there are some spots where, like right there, I don't want that. Got to be a little careful. It's an easy technique, but there are places where you're gonna make mistakes. So be ready. Honestly, quite frankly, I'm just using my finger to clean it whenever I make one real quick.
Why not, right?
Yeah.
It works well.
So I am very excited to get this guy on the table.
It's gonna be awesome.
You're excited to get that guy on the table. We don't know what's going to happen. We've been talking about, from a gaming perspective, this could... Kragnos is kind of one of these models that probably somebody's going to be bummed out when he does his thing.
It's like Mortarian.
And it might be the owner of Kragnos, and it might be the enemy of Kragnos.
Right.
We don't really know what's going to happen.
Tell them about his charge.
So Kragnos has kind of a funky charge rule. And stuff like this is not uncommon in Sigmar,
No.
right? In general, we have a big 40K audience, and kind of where people originally have system shock when they hear about like the amount of mortal wounds that are present in Sigmar.
Sure.
But of course, it's way more than 40K, right? Like
Yeah. It's like an order of magnitude.
order of magnitude more. So when you charge with Kragnos, you roll 2 dice, and that's your charge roll.
Okay.
Right, and you take that charge roll, and if it's a 7, nothing happens.
Oh, that's not so bad.
It's fine. If it's anything other than a 7, you multiply those two numbers together.
Multiply them, guys.
Multiply the two numbers together. So if you get like a 4 and a 5, you're going to multiply that to 20, and that's how many mortal wounds he does on the
Jesus.
charge
That's wild.
to a monster. And he does that to other monsters.
Yeah. And then, what if you're a dragon? Does he have anything against that?
Oh yeah, right. So Kragnos extra hates dragons, so he just gets to reroll his charge. And for what it's worth, all of his hits.
If you're within like 12 inches of any dragon. 'Cause remember, in Sigmar, you don't declare your charges. So there's no way for them to say, if you charge a dragon, you get this. They just say, yeah, if you're near a dragon, he just gets real angry and gets to re-roll that. So especially if you're able to move up close, and kind of like you do with your Ogors, you can re-roll it, not because you need a higher, you don't need to move farther, you just need to get more mortal wounds.
And just more dice, right. I just want like more mortal wounds.
Like you roll a 6 and a 4, that's 24 mortal wounds. Done. That literally one-shots Krondys.
He's got 18 wounds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he doesn't have a ward.
I think mine will, because I'll probably be Hammers of Sigmar.
Oh, so he'll have a 6-up ward.
So I have a 6-up.
Okay.
But like, that still kills him.
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, it's not
a 6th of 24 is not enough to save him.
So Kragnos could one-shot. Could one-shot him.
It's gonna make for a great game.
Yeah.
Zach told me this after we decided to do the matchup. He's like, oh, by the way, so this is what he does. I was like, oh.
Well, I mean, look, like...
I'm not backing down. I'm just saying.
I know, but I mean, like...
It's too late now.
It's what he does. I don't know.
What he does.
What can we do? What can we say?
So we will play this matchup next week on sister channel, Tabletop Titans. It won't be the full dragon army, just because that's unreasonable. Even I'm not going to put myself through that.
Yeah.
But we will have Krondys and we'll have Kragnos.
Yeah, and the Kragnos list. I'm gonna do some fun stuff around it as opposed to just using my Beast Claw Raiders.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like,
throw.
oh, these guys again.
I'm gonna Yeah, we see them a lot. I'm gonna throw an Ale Guzzler Gargan in there, and it's gonna be. And frankly, Kragnos is a lot of points.
Yeah, how many is he? Do you know?
770.
Oh my gosh,
760.
so he's even more than Krondys.
He's more. You know what? You know what else? That's really goofy about Kragnos?
Yeah.
2-up save.
What?
He has a 2-up.
Why? He's naked.
I know. I think that guy's a 3-up.
Yes.
Yeah, Kragnos weirdly.
This is scale armor.
Kragnos weirdly has a 2-up.
Oh my god! It's because of the gap of Krondys, isn't it? That's why. Oh my god! He's naked. He has some like metal baubles.
Yeah.
He just like blocks with all his jewelry. He's like.
Yeah, he does have the shield. Yeah, no, I was kind of blown away. It was something like, it was kind of funny because, you know, I got the model. I was like, cool, Kragnos is going to be fun to use. I was like, I looked at the rules previously, and I just always in my mind was like, I'm sure he's 3-up.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sure he's 3-up.
Which is already generous.
Which is already generous. Most big monsters are 3-up. Marathi's kind of famously 4-up, but of course, like, she doesn't really care. So I was kind of like, look, pretty much everybody's 3-up. That's like a big monster in this game.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know, I'm sure Kragnos is no different.
Naturally.
You know, I think Nagash is 3-up and blah, blah, blah. So I was just kind of assuming that. And then weirdly, I was like looking at it and there's a 2 and I was like, is this right? And I had to look in multiple sources. So I was like, that
is the correct response,
That
Zach.
seems high.
It seems.
+1 from Musk. I love it, Willow.
You know what? You're not wrong, Willow.
Just a musky dude.
Never underestimate the power of Musk.
So we'll see. And a 2-up ward is a 2-up is no joke. He's got no ward, but you know, Ren 3 is like as high as it gets in Sigmar.
Yeah, exactly.
So it means he pretty much always has a 5-up.
Brutal.
Yeah.
And a 4-up if you Mystic Shield him.
Or all defense.
Or all defense.
Right, whatever.
Finest hour.
Yep.
Yup. Pretty good. Well, luckily my dragons do mortal wounds, so.
If you think that's doing mortal wounds,
I know. It's like cute.
that's a cute amount of mortal wounds.
My dragons basically have a smite, guys.
Yeah. It is interesting kind of going through some different books in Sigmar and just kind of seeing the interesting design aesthetic behind the armies, and you really do come to understand that when they build destruction armies, they're thinking purely about damage.
Yeah.
The damage characteristic of the army. Like that's it. Like
Absolutely.
there's very few tricks.
We're gonna punch them real hard.
Yeah, it's just kind of like it's just that.
Yeah, I'm into it. That's destruction.
It's fun. You know, I will say I like branching out, having some different armies, having some different play styles available to me. These kinds of armies are just fun, really compared to something where you have to, you know, you're trying to line up all the perfect synergies all the time. And
Well, I'm waiting for you to play that faction still.
what faction?
You're like, oh yes, as opposed to something different from my Ogors, I'm gonna play Kragnos.
Oh well, no, daughters will be different.
Very different, which will be cool.
And in 40K, I don't really play an army like that, quite frankly.
No, exactly. That was your initial goal, right? Can I get the close up here?
Yes.
You wanted something that's very different from what you normally play. So I'm just getting some highlights in here. And this is actually one of these paints that I was referring to earlier where it's so thin, it's too thin. Like, it actually starts pooling up before I really even have a sense that the color's even on it, honestly. It's a light color, and these light colors are the most guilty of this, because if they're going on something dark, if they're really thin, then they have trouble. So I'm having to be very patient and just do a little bit at a time, wait for it to dry, start curing, and then I go back and I go back and I go back. Sorry guys, try not to lean in front. This is very particular detail. So this is the Gene Stealer Purple air paint on top. One more layer up, just bring it up and up and up. So speaking of tournaments,
Yeah.
you got any plans?
I am going to an RTT tomorrow.
Yeah, for Sigmar.
For Sigmar, yeah. And it is. I'm actually taking the Gargants.
Yeah, for something also different.
Yeah. You know, I'm taking the Studio Gargant army.
Very nice.
I've been taking my Beastclaw Raiders a lot. They're fun, and I'm doing okay with them. But I just want to try something a little bit different.
Totally.
At the tournament. And it's the same group that I went to a little while back. So just why not? I'm not kind of going out for best painted or anything like that this time. Just want to go smash some folks. So yeah, I'm thinking it'll be fun. I've played them a little bit. They're super fun. They're good. I don't know.
They're good. Yeah.
It's gonna be exciting.
It'll be fun. I'm jealous. You're
Next-
taking 5 models to a tournament?
Yeah, next week 6.
6.
Next week also going to an RTP for Sigmar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, up at Mad Alpaca, right?
Oh, nice.
And I
Right.
don't actually know what I'm going to take to that yet.
Yeah.
I might take Kragnos.
Oh, you should. Something
Yeah.
different.
Yeah, I might take Kragnos. Also might take 5 Stonehorns.
Yes.
5 Stonehorn list, kind of hilarious.
Amazing.
I don't know that it's good. There's like 0 utility, but I think it'll just again be fun.
It's just cool and fun. Yeah.
It's basically a variation on the 6 Gargant.
Yeah. Again, we're trying out different things. It's kind of nice.
Trying out different things.
Sorry, when you said that, it's
I know,
the
right?
funniest thing to me.
Thank you again, Peter, Adrian,
Hello.
07 fellow capsuler. I don't play anymore either.
Hey.
However, I do keep up with my skill training in case I ever want to become a masochist again.
Yes, 100%. This is an Eve reference because in Eve, as I mentioned, when your ship blows up, your ship is gone forever, but you have an escape pod inside. It's called a capsule, and so you have your little escape pod, which can also be killed. And if that dies, you actually die, but you make clones of yourself. And you have to pay for, as you get smarter and as you learn skills, you have to keep upgrading your clone because it's like more fancy technology. But if you don't upgrade your clone enough and you die, you will actually,
You like go back in time.
you'll
more or
become
less.
dumber basically. Yeah, you'll lose
Yeah.
skills.
That makes sense. That's cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. Anyways, that's awesome. So happy to hear it. Oh, man, I loved Eve. My dad and I play that way too much. He was the CEO of a corporation, because we have corporations, of course, not guilds, because this is sci-fi and everything's dark. And then we were like a mercenary corps. And so people would pay us to go hunt other players. And like, sometimes it was defending territory, sometimes it was taking territory. And later became involved in a lot of the insane politics that people talk about, like some of those crazy giant battles where they're just like, oh yeah, this was, 2,000 people fighting for like 2 days straight. Well, we actually in a lot of those, which was so much fun. I'm glad I did it. I don't know if I'll ever be in a position to go back and do it again because it's just a crazy time sink, but I'm really glad I did it.
Yeah, kind of my issue with video games, right?
Well, this is of course the most extreme version. Like this is the game that's known for this, and there's not really anything else like it.
I see. Same, for me, it's that and D&D are kind of fall into this category of like, I know they're fun, I know I'm going to love them, but do I want that kind of time?
Yeah, D&D is tough because it's like the more time you put in, the more you get out of it.
Yep.
But conversely, if you don't put much time in, you're not getting too much,
Right.
And those games, if you only have one night to do it, and you want to play an RPG, there's games that are meant for doing like one shots. That are designed to like not have that longevity that like a D&D game is meant to have, for example. And so there's better options in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, let's. I
coming
have
along
it here.
nicely.
It's looking good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm into it. It's taking longer than I thought, but it looks pretty cool.
Kragnos is 2. I don't even know what time it is. Ooh.
I know, right?
Wow, actually, oh my gosh.
We're in trouble.
Time has kind of flown by here. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was maybe an hour. I thought it was maybe 2:16
Yeah.
Pacific time.
I'll be honest.
It's 3:16 Pacific time. But that's okay. I mean, I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm almost caught up to where my other dragon was, right? Which is to say, not too far off. I want to do more brush details, but the main colors are almost entirely in, I think.
Okay.
I think I want to add a little bit of black or very, very dark purple to sort of bring out these crevices. I can't decide if I wanted to do any washes here. Because again, the washes kind of commit you to doing another layer back on top again. And I don't know if I like that or not like that. This is something that I personally have been working on in the last year and will continue to do so in the next year, is when do I need to use a wash and when do I not?
Yeah.
I've been so stuck in this concept that you always have to wash something.
No.
And that's just not true.
Yeah, I think especially with like good airbrushing, right? Like
Yeah.
and like airbrushing's interesting because I always kind of say to myself like if I pull back and I think not about the final product but about the process, like am I cheating? Like do I stop here really?
Am I cheating? Yeah.
And sometimes I think
Yes.
when you reconnect, right, sometimes yes, but sometimes I think when you reconnect with the final product, you're like, well, look, I mean, it looks good.
Right.
Like, no, like,
Wait,
yeah.
you're not cheating by what? Not doing it?
yeah, like if you don't, there are some times where you don't have to go in
Yes,
with
I agree.
steps after the airbrush.
I agree, yeah.
To make it look good. Like,
100%.
You can stop right there. Look, a little update on our polling. Krondys is at 52%, so he has pulled ahead.
Oh.
And how many votes
Very
have we had
close.
on this? We've
Look
had
at this.
316 votes.
That's amazing. We've been back and forth the whole day,
We've been back and forth the whole day.
which I like.
Yeah, it's been close. Okay, there was another super chat from. Let me read it. From Devin again. Thanks, Devin. To have a super chat more on topic. I love the Hobbit movies as well. I think people give it too hard of a time. Well, thank you, Devin. As people will know around these parts, I am of that opinion as well. So I can't say that I disagree with that at all. I think they're great.
Yeah. I like the first one. I would like actually watch the first one.
The first one?
Yeah.
Okay.
But 1977 animated Hobbit has way more singing.
1977 animated Hobbit. I can't say I don't like it. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, all those songs are actually in the
They're
book
in the
too.
book,
They're
yeah.
in the book.
So Megan and I recently listened to the book, and it is.
A musical.
I think I will say this about the book.
Deep sigh.
Yeah, I will say this. I think the book, The Hobbit.
Okay.
I do think a lot of people forgot what's inside of those pages, and what I mean is that it is really because people. One of the things about the movies that I constantly hear are people getting annoyed because it doesn't match the source material. If it matched the source material, I don't think it would be that good. Listen, Tolkien's cool. I know we all have to love Tolkien. Heresy to.
Oh my God, you're being a
Right?
hipster.
I know.
He's
But
like pre.
he's great, and I think the Lord of the Rings. I did not read the Lord of the Rings. I read the Hobbit as a kid, and I'm sure the Lord of the Rings are very different. It was written almost like 20 years later.
Sure.
Right? But the Hobbit. I mean, it really is like a. It's very linear. It's very much a children's book.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look, it reads that way.
Are you
It's
saying
not.
you don't like children?
I do, but I don't like wearing the same clothes as them or necessarily eating off the children's menu at a restaurant, right? Like it's just different. And I think like when we went back and we listened to the book on tape while we were on a road trip, I was like, this isn't that good actually. I was like, I don't really like this. Like Megan would be like, do you want to listen to The Hobbit for a bit? We'd be like driving for like 5 hours a day.
Yeah.
I'd be like, no, let's just talk. there's a lot of like, let's just hang out. But the songs, if you guys are music people at all, the songs are mostly like done in these modes, like not major or minor scales, but like Dorian mode. So they have this feel that they don't really ever end. And so like the guy like sings these verses, and they like come to the end, and you're like, okay, the song's, and then he just like keeps going again, and you're like, oh my gosh, and they go on for so long sometimes. The songs are not great. I have to imagine if I was reading the book,
Yes.
I would just skim them and be like, okay, got the gist of that song.
And you see the structure of it because they're also kind of poem-like.
Yeah,
and
of course.
So like you kind of
yeah, you kind of can just like skip down, be like, cool, okay.
Tra-la-la-lally, down in the valley.
The songs,
The elves are the silliest.
the elves are
Oh my
ridiculous.
God. I do like that they did have some of the singing in the live action, and they do a fine job. And in fact, I think the best song in that one is actually not in the book, I think. The one, no, it is in the book, never mind. The dwarf song, where they're singing in like low tones. It's really
yeah.
nicely done. And then of course the one about
Misty-
smashing the plates and everything.
Misty Mountains,
Misty
yeah.
Mountain is the first one I'm referring to. It's just so good. Anyways.
Yeah. But like they're all good. I like all of these things. I don't dislike Lord of the Rings. People have decided that because I like The Hobbit more than Lord of the Rings. That
Zach, everything tends towards the extreme.
I know everything is either you like it, you hate it,
or you're neutral on it.
Or you're neutral on it. There's no way. There's no granularity of like he likes it, but he also likes the other one.
Yeah. I'm gonna heat up the coffee.
Okay, I like it. So while Adrian does that, couple more super chats here. Thank you, Kevo Wabo. Love to see another Capsuleer. This is Adrian again. I put like 12 years into Eve and went to FanFest 3 times. I loved it. Recommendation for beginning airbrush, great channel. Ooh. All right, let's let you kind of gush over the first part of that before
so many ex-Eve players here. I love it. People after my own heart. Well, so glad to have you, first of all. And I wish I could have gone to FanFest, actually, when I was like actively playing FanFest. So Eve is a game made in Iceland.
Okay. Is that where the FanFest was?
Yes. And up in Reykjavik.
Okay.
It's so cool. It's a place I just want to go, generally speaking. And this was always kind of like, seemed like a good excuse to do it. So
yeah.
Super jealous. Recommendations for beginner airbrush. Great channel. Thank you so much. We've been talking about this. What do you think,
Zach? We've
Zach?
talked about this a lot.
We have been, yeah.
So we always kind of recommend 3 airbrush. Well, two beginning airbrushes.
Okay.
And I don't think you'll see that we deviate much from the community at large on this.
Sure.
One is the Badger Patriot 105. And the other one is the Iwata Eclipse.
Yep.
These are both very good. I've used both. The only reason I would recommend the Patriot over the Iwata is that it is, in my opinion, a little bit easier to clean. And cleaning the airbrush is the first thing when you start with an airbrush. Very first thing you really need to learn how to do is to keep your airbrush clean. That's thing number one. Once you can keep your airbrush clean and keep it flowing and keep it moving, you're gonna alleviate a lot of stress for yourself, because that's really the biggest problem that airbrushes have is they clog, and you're thinking of it as this magic tool that's gonna help you cover a lot of ground. People say no, it's not that. No, it is that.
Right.
If you can keep it clean, it is a magical tool. You will cover a ton of ground, and you will, like right here, all this stuff I'm doing on Kragnos is kind of mentally labor intensive for me, but I'm fresh, even though I've been painting for 3 hours.
Apparently.
Because basically all I've been doing is airbrushing.
Yeah.
So I'm good to sit here and do this. I'm good to do fine detail work on Kragnos after 3 hours of painting.
100%.
So keeping your airbrush moving, keeping it clean and clear, I think is the number one thing. This is why I like the Patriot. The Iwata is not hard to keep clean. Adrian, hold up what you've got going on here. We can talk about the deal.
Oh boy.
So this goes on the back of the Iwata.
Yeah, which is wrong.
It screws on the back of the Iwata, and that's a good thing that it's there hypothetically, because it prevents you from bending or breaking the needle or anything like that.
Sure.
Which as you've pointed out hasn't really been a problem for you.
No, I've never, and I break a lot of things.
Yeah. The Badger. That's my Badger. Oh, over here.
Badger.
The Badger Patriot. Why we're talking about keeping it clean is to keep it clean. I want to be able to access. The needle, and so on the Badger Patriot, I can access the needle here like this with this thing. Accessing the needle lets you pull it out. You can clean a little differently. You can pull the needle out. You can lubricate the needle better. You can do all these things in the Iwata. You just have to do what Adrian kind of refers to as the janky fix, which is you just
pull off the back protector.
You're just pulling off the back
doesn't
protector.
do anything.
Yeah. So those are both good. I frankly like both of them.
Yeah. I
do find, like I said, the Iwata a little tougher to keep clean, but not so much that I would discourage anyone from it. The Iwata also is a 3.5 millimeter needle,
right.
And the Badger is or 0.35, and then the Badger is 0.5. So the Iwata is a little finer.
Right.
I also have a Sotar, which is 0.2, I think. Yeah, 0.2.
Could be.
So between 0.2 and 0.5, I don't feel like I need a 0.35.
Right.
But if you only had one airbrush, then it honestly might be the better choice in that regard.
Yeah.
Because it's a little finer detail than the Badger.
And I honestly defer to you generally on this because I, like a lot of people, have I picked my airbrush to start and I kind of just stuck with it. You know, I bought it multiple times.
Yeah.
And so I don't for sure know how they hold up. You know, you have a bit of a unique experience there, which is great.
Yeah, I think that like those two are really the two, and we have enough friends who've used my good friend and great hobbyist I look to a lot for advice, Andrew, in our play area here. That's what he uses is the Iwata.
Nice.
And he,
good man.
Yeah, he paints great. So like I think that there's a good case to be made for either. If I'm honest, I would probably tell you if one of them's having a sale, just get that one.
Yeah, Iwata. Eclipse. When we say Iwata, it's Iwata Eclipse.
Yeah, Iwata Eclipse. Yeah, if Iwata Eclipse is on sale and the Patriot's not, get the Eclipse. If you see a sale on the Eclipse or on the Patriot, get the Patriot. I might just let it come down to cost.
That's fair.
I think overall, normally the Patriot's cheaper, I think.
How much is it?
It's like 70.
That is much cheaper.
Yeah.
It's like half.
I think like 70 on Amazon, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I always get mine on Amazon. You guys can find these deals. Sometimes they'll bundle it with the compressors, which is a much tougher question, to be honest. But yeah, it's a great question.
Yeah, we get this a lot. We're gonna probably do a little bit more in the upcoming year about getting going with an airbrush.
Yeah, because clearly people want to know.
Yeah, we get these questions a lot, and yeah, we want to be able to direct you guys somewhere. Absolutely. Rather than just answer them.
Yeah, the way that sounded.
No,
like, I'd rather.
Of course, we'll answer as well. And there are already a lot of good videos out there on different airbrushes to use. But I will say this, and I couldn't even tell you a name, and I wouldn't because it's not about throwing shade. I also think there's a lot of bad airbrush recommendation videos out there.
That's fair.
So I think if Kevo, if you cared enough to super chat and care about our opinion, I would say just research between those two as a starting one. Badger Patriot 105, Iwata Eclipse.
That's a good point.
If you get any other recommendation, but I don't know about it, and I'm involved in the community, and I've seen some weird first airbrush recommendations. The two things you definitely want to stay clear of, in my opinion, one is getting that like 35, like getting that Michaels 50% off coupon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And going and buying one from the craft store. Stay away from that.
Yeah.
Second, frankly, I would stay away from any of the ones that kind of have been special made and are like being billed as like this is the awesomest airbrush for miniature painters.
Expensive, specialized.
Yeah, I'd probably stay away from those. I think you're getting very, very low ROI on those. Like we're talking about, let's say that the Iwata or the Patriot's going to take you up to 90%, like where you want to be. You switch over to that one, you're going to go up to like 92.
Yeah.
And whereas I think also just working in practice might take you to 92.
Yeah, exactly. And to be frank, these things do break. They do have problems, and you're going to, especially if you're getting started, I think having something that's easier to have replacement parts for is kind of important.
Yeah.
I've been guilty of it, for sure.
Yeah. Ease of clean. Easy to clean is
ease of clean
is like my big metric.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I think. What do I think? So I just went ahead and took some Drucci Violet, and I applied it kind of from an upward angle from the bottom of the model, and so I've put a bit here on the wing, just seeing if we can get some nice blending into purple, which I like, and then again, just using it to kind of recess shade a bit, each of the muscles kind of coming up. Imagine each of these muscles is like a plate of armor or a vehicle, and so I'm going like up and up and up and up and up, and so that's the plan there. I think what I'm going to do next is I have this wing that I wanted to fix, so I'm just going to touch this up with some Xandri dust, and I think I'll do just a smidgen of black before we move on to some brush work. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. You know what? We are. I don't
trouble?
know. Well, I don't. Yeah. I mean, like, I think we're both going to be in a good place around 4.
It'll be in a Yeah,
But I
we'll
don't.
be in a place.
It's not, yeah. I don't know that I can say that I'd be happy. Well, no. Like he's going to be totally battle ready. I mean,
They'll be battle ready. They are battle ready now.
my Kragnos might be close to battle ready now. Yeah. But I do want to put little more love into this thing.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'll see where we're at, and what we'll kind of do is make a call and say, well, there he is. There's your battle ready Kragnos and Krondys.
Right.
Or what can we get in another half hour maybe out of it? Or,
Can always make the call.
yeah.
Or I think, we just basically see who's the most stubborn to wait to see when, for the vote.
Oh yeah.
And just end it as soon as one of us is like above the other person.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we should give it a little bit longer.
Oh my gosh. I'm very excited to have a nice, cool centerpiece model. I've not really had that with any army before.
Yeah.
That's kind of like his own
That's
thing
true.
and unique role. Like a god.
I've never had a god before.
I've never had a god in my army before. So I'm very excited about that.
Yeah. That's going to be awesome. And such a nice addition to your sort of Sigmar journey through destruction.
Yeah.
Yeah. We started with giants, and you have your frost ogres, and now you have their god.
Yeah. I like it. Thank you, Michael Cody, by the way. Have a Friday so good, you're happier that when you post a super chat in the middle of a stream, than when you post a super chat in the middle of the stream. No, I will, for realsies, loan you my T-Sons to play with.
Ah, nice. Look, we do need some T-Sons.
We do have some plans for that to get resolved here at the studio, but
Yeah. I don't even know what chapter they're talking about.
yeah.
I thought you meant to say Alpha Legion.
Oh, yeah.
Which we haven't really talked about publicly, the fact that Alpha Legion won the vote.
Yeah.
So we're very excited for that. And we are concocting plans as we speak, psychically.
Yeah. I think like that. I can't say I'm surprised.
I'm not.
People love Alpha Legion.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. It's probably one of my favorite legions. And quite frankly, I will say I don't actually love a lot of different Space Marine legions. I like many of them, but as far as love, I don't know. Alpha Legion might be up there.
Listen, there's a lot of different kinds of love.
That's true.
Oh, what's up, Brett?
Hey guys, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, and so Brett took a journey home real quick
Took a journey.
and has returned. And are we ready to see some?
Yeah,
Well,
do you want? What do
in
you want?
a bit.
What stage do you want? So here, I can show you. I can show you where we're at. Imminently, presently.
Oh, and when you say where are we at on?
We have. Yeah. You want to show the overlay?
Yeah.
Here.
So
Here, Adrian. Why don't you take? And you can put it on the Zoom thing.
The Zoom thing. Oh yeah.
So we started. If you missed the start of the stream,
Shame on you.
We started a MyMiniFactory page, and this is predominantly to the MyMiniFactory is a website for distributing of digital STL files. Predominantly, I like saying that word a lot.
yeah.
And so the first thing that's up there right now is the Devilfish Shield Dome from the Liberation of Petch video that we put out a couple weeks ago. But I submitted this morning, and it is up for review, our holiday festive hanging ornament, which as soon as that completes the review process, you'll be able to download and print yourself. So this, I started the print this morning. It just finished. I zipped home and picked it up off the machine. So that's what it looks like. And then I can hand you this one, Adrian. I just de-sprued, or you can de-sprue that one if you want. And then I can trade you.
Sticky. I don't like it.
Okay, I'll just give you this one. So that's what it looks like once it's de-sprued.
Beautiful.
So I'll need to do a little bit of sanding on the back. There's some support marks on the back side.
Oh yeah, this is the back.
This is the ugly side.
This
There you
is-
go. That's
there
the
we go.
pretty side.
Beautiful.
So yeah, that will be available on the MyMiniFactory page as soon as the review process is finished and they authorize it. But you can download this for free. You can print it out yourself, and then Zach and I will be painting these on stream on the 22nd. So I don't know. Maybe we'll try to do some stenciling, or we'll try to do some. I mean, it's a pretty basic shape.
Yeah.
There's not a lot there in terms of.
You guys might do a couple,
It's not
right?
a detailed model. Yeah, we'll do a couple of them. But we'll try out some different texturing or some different stenciling or something, or maybe we'll try some shading. I think there's some interesting paint techniques we could explore with this sort of as a basis. But then you just tie a string around it and hang it from your location of choice.
Absolutely. This is, again, very much encouraging y'all to do a sort of paint along for that episode.
Yeah, this is the first time we've tried to encourage the community, all of you guys, to all paint the same thing with us while we're on stream.
And that's why we're kind of coming at you with this a little bit early, because we want to make sure that if you have access to this kind of thing, you can print it, or you can find a friend that can print it. I don't know how fast printing services are, but there's the option. It's going to be a ton of fun regardless. And hey, if you're not able to print it, just grab another ornament and come join us, because it's going to be a fun and festive episode during this special time of year.
Yeah.
This also makes for a great belly piercing too. You can sort of
interesting.
Yeah, just hang it from your
Didn't
belly
know that.
button.
Oh, just hang it from your belly button. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think in some ways it's more interesting.
In some ways, as a belly button
Thank you so much, Brett.
piercing,
Yeah.
a hanging belly button piercing.
With the Tabletop Titans symbol.
More interesting.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I think I'm at on Kragnos. I think he's got his face to do, and that's a big part of this, actually. I also think that I almost want to begin his assembly now. Because quite frankly, I need to see his assembly to see what else he needs.
Right.
The lighting in here, everything always looks kind of dark when you're actually painting. I don't know if you ever had that experience, Adrian?
Yes, I 100% agree.
So I'm kind of trying to see. So I'm going to put him actually on Glam Cam, and I'm going to get a check-in on him to kind of see without his stuff on.
Naked
how he's looking,
Kragnos.
because see here.
Beautiful.
Is he focusing? No.
No.
We do manual.
What? Well, yep, it's manual auto. Or that works too.
Wait, did it work?
No.
No.
You gotta use the button to force it to focus.
I'm going to go in. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Figured it out.
So there he
Kragnos,
is.
the end of Empires.
So he needs to get dressed. I think him getting dressed is going to give me a better indication of anything else or what else I need to do on him. I know his face is also kind of a big component to this. And his shield. So yeah. Now, Brett, I had mentioned to you
Oh my god.
that, or you had mentioned to me that you might be interested in dressing Kragnos.
That's a weird way to put it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I might take you up on that, only because of time. And while Brett dresses Kragnos, I can do his hair horns.
Okay.
Which are separate piece. Yeah. So
Like, what are you gonna do, Zach? While
I'm
he
just
dresses
gonna
your
sit
child,
here.
your toddler.
I'm gonna pass off Kragnos's clothing to Brett.
Okay. Do you care how I glue it together?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the nature of that question. I feel like I want to.
Be very concerned if I were you.
I feel like I want the answer to be correctly.
Okay. I mean, are you just giving me a pile of parts and saying assemble these?
No,
No,
he's
no,
like,
I'm very
there's specific
capable?
places they
There's
actually
specific
go.
places they
Oh,
have
okay.
to go.
This
And-
isn't like Gubbins where I'm just gubbing up a model.
No.
Well, thank God he asked that question.
I have no context here, Zach.
I thought the shield would look better on the butt.
You're handing me stuff.
Yeah. I think I'm looking here.
He's like, should I be doing
I
this
think
myself?
actually, before I pass Kragnos himself to Brett. Sorry, Brett. I'm going to do one more thing.
Uh-huh.
He just wanted to gaslight you for no reason.
I'm looking at the box art. I just want to bring him up a little bit more
Okay.
overall.
Elevate him.
Elevate him a little bit more. So
To
we
the
use
level of art.
Deathclaw Brown
Deathclaw.
in the Sotar, the fine brush, just to kind of hit a few areas.
It's an okay brush.
Just to bring Kragnos up a little bit more here.
Stephen in chat mentioned these would be these ornaments would be great objective markers. Stephen, we are actually also going to do an ornament, or an objective marker rather. This project started out with essentially objective markers with holes in them that you could use as ornaments. And after reviewing that design, the team decided that actually,
Being so polite about it.
yeah. I drew this up and Adrian was like, that looks awful. And Brian was like,
I don't
that
want an
looks
objective
awful.
marker with a circle in it.
I was like, I don't want an objective marker with a hole in it. So what we decided to do instead was this is going to become 2 projects. So we have an ornament project, and then later we'll do an objective marker. So you certainly could use these as objective markers, but
don't.
don't.
It looks awful.
It looks. We'll have an actual dedicated objective marker coming soon.
Yeah, soon, very soon.
TM, soon TM.
TM.
Okay, so by using this kind of light reddish brown and just being very careful with it, but also kind of going everywhere, we're really just kind of slowly bringing Kragnos up a little bit, making him a little brighter. Now, the only thing I'll have to do, the only thing I lost by doing this is I'll have to go and just define his face a little bit more. Probably I'll do that after he gets glued, but I think this is good to pass to Brett now. We don't have a previous unglowed up Kragnos. So I'll put this guy back on and you can see if you remember. And if you feel like he looks a little bit more brighter now.
Yeah.
Let me go to the glam cam. Kragnos. Focus, Kragnos.
End of Empires.
Why is he so weird to focus?
Focus. I don't know. I feel like the camera's struggling today.
Is it because he's moving?
Well,
No,
yeah.
it's just focused on the background. It's focused on the.
Are you using the button to focus it?
I am.
Push it on the base.
Wait, that's the button you're talking about? That's not
Ta-da.
the focus button.
Sorry, the
You did it.
touch screen.
Yeah, that's not how you do it. We did it. You did it.
Yeah, there he is.
He's in focus.
So he's a little.
He's
little,
looking awesome.
Yeah, a little brighter now, which is good. Okay, so I'm happy with this, and I don't want to make any more decisions until I see all the metal on him. His face needs a little bit of work, and yeah. Other than that, his face. Oh, and I need to do his hair, his frontal hair horns.
Frontal hair horns. I love it.
Which on the box art here, you can see that GW does.
Does he also have backle hair horns?
Black.
Rear-roll?
Reroll.
Rear-roll?
Frontal and backle.
So, okay.
I love it.
Gonna pass him to Brett. Are we gonna look at this guy?
Yeah. Can I steal your base, though? Or does Brett need that?
You can steal Kragnos, the End of Empire's base.
Thank you. All right.
Is Kragnos End of Empires similar to Drazar Master of Blades?
Yeah, it is.
Like in that you have to say the whole thing.
You have to respect the
Whoa,
titles.
yummy.
Delicious. Look at that giant Spyro right there. I'm really happy with it so far.
Yeah, this is looking great. I'm so excited for these two to face off.
It's gonna be epic.
Oddly enough, like I don't actually think like it's kind of funny because like when we go to play this game next week, I think like kind of both of us want to keep our big guys away from the other big guys.
I mean, honest, I know I am.
Yeah, you really don't want Kragnos to get near this guy,
Yeah.
and quite frankly, I don't really want this guy to get a charge in on Kragnos either. So
Yeah, he's no slacker.
yeah.
Oh my God, this chat is crazy. Morgan Phillips in chat, my other brother.
What is happening?
What's up? He says, "Let's see the dragon on the
The
spinny
whole
thing."
Phillips family is
Wish
turned.
granted.
It's paint a dragon, and like
a
the whole
dragon.
Phillips family comes out.
I told you, we're a dragon people.
A dragon people. Well, yeah, we would be. I'm a Kragnos people. We should have done top 5 favorite Kragnoses.
Well, remember we talked about it because I was like, okay, we should definitely do top 5 dragons.
Centaurs.
And then top 5 centaurs? Top 5 jerks? Like
Top 5 jerks.
Top 5.
I love top 5 jerks.
that would be a funny list. Fictional characters only.
Who are your top 5 favorite fictional jerks?
It's just an ambitious centaur.
Yeah.
He's the angriest centaur. I do like top 5 centaurs.
Top 5 centaurs.
Okay, so those of you who are anime watchers, or John, will understand what this is referring to. I don't actually, but so Crunchyroll, right, is a site that you generally can watch anime on. And I just remember getting this email from them that was like, it just totally got me. I was like, oh my God, take my money right now. It was, you think high school is hard? Try being a centaur. I'm like, yes, high school centaur anime. Let's watch this right now. Which I'm told is an actual anime that exists. But I was just like, oh my God, this is literally the greatest piece of marketing I've ever seen. You think high school is hard?
I love
Try
it.
being a centaur.
You know me. I love absurdist.
Yeah,
stuff.
it's so absurdist.
Zach, I'm having trouble pulling the bits off the sticky stuff.
It's not great.
It's not great. I watched, not my first anime, but I think probably my second anime.
I'm sorry, Brett. Real quick.
Last
You
night.
remember the trick for that though, right?
I
If you
did,
can.
and I tried to use
Because
it,
they're
and it
tiny.
didn't work.
They're tiny, right?
You have to pull it quickly, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The tiny ones are hard. I agree. What anime did you watch?
So this was suggested to me by the cat, because you and I were talking, the three of us were talking about Gundam recently.
Oh, nice.
Because we were kicking around the idea of painting a Gundam kit on stream in 2022 as a piece of content. And so the topic came out like, oh, like, Brett, you like giant robots. Like, what are your thoughts on Gundam? And I was like, well, I've never really been able to get into it. I've watched the first handful of episodes of, just like whatever Gundam is on Netflix. And it's never really like, I've never been really into it. And I don't know why. It's been hard for me to kind of put my finger on why. And Kat sympathized. She was like, yeah, it's like, there's some weird, it's like sort of a kid's show. It's not, some of the plot elements are not really super well explained. And I don't know, it's not really made for adults. And I was like, yeah, I want like a Gundam for adults.
I want an adult Gundam.
And,
Careful when you ask for that.
And she had some recommendations for me. And so one of them was this one that's on Netflix, which is, I'll have to look up the title, is Iron something and about orphans. Is this ringing any bells?
No.
I love Orphan.
I know nothing about
It's called
any of this
Iron-Blooded Orphans.
Oh, it literally has it in the title. I don't know, ever heard of it.
I watched the first 3 episodes of it last night, and it was great. I loved it. So I think I'm going to stick with this one for a little while.
That sounds awesome.
But yeah, it was
Iron-Blooded Orphans?
Yeah, first episode, like, one of the sort of characters that they had started building up just like got aced by the bad guy. Like,
I love it.
It was very, I don't know, Game of Thrones in that regard. You're like,
Right.
Ned Stark, you think you like this guy? He's dead now.
Nothing is sacred. Not even these orphans.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, there you go.
Yeah,
like-
Anime.
The main sort of plot element is that like, so I think one of the things I've struggled with is like, why are there these kids being entrusted with these super rare, expensive, like ultimate fighting machines?
Right.
Like, really? There's going to be like a 16-year-old kid driving it around?
Like, yeah.
But in this show, they sort of explain it that the like mind meld technology that they use only works like while your brain is still developing.
Right.
And like once you're sort of fully formed, your brain is fully formed, it can't mesh with the robot.
I love that.
Sounds like a good
anyway,
technology to make.
It's an army of kids going out.
Wait. I just want
against-
to point out, Brett, that you had a problem with one aspect, but you didn't have a problem with like why would they make the technology that way?
I mean, I can.
like why would they put that to market?
I guess my problem with it was with the earlier shows that I explored was that was never expressly explained to me.
You didn't, yeah.
It was not like I needed them to just say, hey, here's why. I need them to just introduce this fake technology and say, hey, it's because of this reason.
Right.
And then I'm like, okay, cool. I
That's
can
interesting. So you're
suspend disbelief
You're
now.
accepting. Okay. You're willing to suspend disbelief,
Absolutely.
but only after it's explained. Like you need. It's sort of like
I need some crazy sci-fi justification.
it's like how they say about Parisians. Like if you try to speak a little bit of French, they'll meet you more than halfway.
Really?
Yeah, you're kind of like
I didn't know that about Parisian.
They say that.
they say that. What they say about bread is, you can have the worst explanation for your the worst explanation imaginable for your world, but he'll accept it. You
it
just
needs
got to
to
have
be
something.
an explanation. Yes.
Okay, I like that.
I agree, 100%. I think,
It needs to be internally consistent.
yes, exactly. No, 100%.
Zach, do you want me to put his tail on? Also,
I think he has
you gave me his tail.
a ring that goes around his tail. I'm actually very
Interesting.
uncomfortable putting that on myself, just because of what's going on down there.
Oh my gosh, this is really weird
It's
now.
a little uncomfortable
my
with what's
gosh.
going on with the
He's got a
that
tail
tail.
ring.
Kind of has like a. It kind of has like a thing that right around.
Oh,
where
this is
his-
weird. You'll see.
Yeah,
you'll
you'll
see
see.
this.
I don't like it.
I don't like this either.
Yeah,
oh,
it's
this is
not
weird.
good. I'm glad. I'm glad it's happening.
Oh,
off
this is
stream,
weird.
And I'm glad
This
it's
is
happening
weird.
over.
I'm weirded out now.
Yeah, I didn't want.
He's just a boy.
This is
I was
weird.
hoping Brett wouldn't like explicitly ask about this component of assembling Kragnos.
Well, he done did it. He went there. I am doing my gubbins, coincident, and it's funny. I didn't realize, like, on the actual GW paint, they made the entire thing gold except for the white paint, which I don't love. I think that's not a good call, G-dubs or heavy metal. So ours is primarily silver with gold trim. So what I've done is I've got my meteor trails. My meteors and the trails are gold on the bracers. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now for the sort of collar breastplate, I have to decide where one material ends and the other one starts. And I'm not sure. I think this sort of... Here, let's get a camera on this.
I'm going to do a zoom here in a
Let's
second.
enhance. I think this will be gold. But there's always this interesting thing of this material is touching this plate and this plate. So inherently, if I make this gold and I make one of these other ones gold, then it'll be sort of a gold on gold, which I don't generally love. But we'll give it a start. I'm for sure going to do this, and we'll kind of see how we feel after that. It's always a good place to start. Alrighty.
Brett, how's it going over there with the uncomfortable component of Kragnos?
Bring it
So,
up again.
you know, I think
Weird.
I'm doing this too much. I need to.
What does that mean?
I'm like scraping paint off so I can use plastic glue. You don't want me to. You don't want me to do
That's
that, right?
correct.
You just want me to super glue this on.
That's correct.
Don't worry about it.
All right, I'm over it.
Yeah, especially. I mean, like for that, like maybe that it'll like if what the thing you're doing right now, I could see that what you're doing will probably work, but when you start doing the other stuff, it's the way you'd have to spray paint off will ruin what I did the past 3 hours.
But in some ways, I think that could be more interesting to see.
Yeah.
Also, how you react to that.
Brett hands Kragnos back to me, and he's glued, but there's also like just gray plastic all over the place.
There's no like I've removed all the mold lines. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I was like, Zach, I glued this together for you, but I couldn't restrain myself, and I also removed all the mold lines.
You're like, yeah, fix that for you. You're
Unfortunately, you
welcome.
need to repaint it.
So I'm doing my Kragnos hair horns right now.
Hair horns.
And we're not going to be able to get a good view of this quite because of the zoom, but just so you guys know, it went through the same process as the rest of Kragnos' fur, which was that it was dry brush with Dryad brown. Then we did a dry brush wash of Agrax Earthshade. Then after that, I did Morinfang brown to just do some edge highlights on this stuff. Again, mostly using like the side of the brush, kind of carefully. Now what I'm doing is a 1-1 mix of Agrax, or not Agrax, of Morinfang and Deathclaw brown, actually. Tuskor fur is a little too red for this. So GW has, on the box art, has his hair horns actually kind of quite black.
His horns.
Yeah, his horns kind of like a pretty dark. I don't think there's any brown. I decided that I wanted mine to actually be a little more brown, but not like the reddish brown that the rest of his fur is getting to be here. So just a little variation. Do want these to be a little different.
The spice of life.
Yeah.
What the heck? How do these even connect? Do they connect? Or is he just wearing them? He's just...
Wow, this has actually maybe been the fastest stream that went by. We've done a few of these now. This one.
Pinks.
Did you guys do fan stuff while I was gone?
Oh my God, we haven't done fan stuff.
Oh God. Oh no.
What?
No, it's just fan stuff.
Oh yeah.
You guys, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
We do have a little bit of fan stuff here.
Yay.
Now we don't have a ton because we just did fan stuff
Right.
with Brett and Kat on Wednesday, but we do have a little bit. A couple cool things here to look at. Nemesis Dread Knight.
Ooh, we like those.
What's
This
that?
is gorgeous. I love this.
Yeah, what's not to love?
Nicely done there.
Yeah, I think listen. I love this model. I know when it came out, people are like, "Oh, Baby Bjorn," and there's a little Space Marine inside of it. But like, that's the aesthetic, man. I mean, that's like
all about
if
babies
you
now.
don't want that, play something in Star Wars, right? Like, this is 40K. It's ridiculous.
All about babies.
Or like, quite frankly, or play Tau.
That's right.
Like Tau, or like that actually doesn't make any sense. So we're not going to do that. But Space Marine's like, no, look how cool my armor is.
Yeah.
You need to see my armor inside my other armor.
You know what? I want to see a Centurion in one of those.
Right.
I want to see a Centurion, which is a guy inside of armor inside of a dreadnought.
Exactly. I'm into it. So love this. Okay, this is what we're talking about, and he's in chat now.
Oh.
This is our boy Bryce. He's a local boy.
Local boy.
And Bryce is a good painter, to say the least. He's an amazing painter, and he's also quite fast. And Bryce has, we were kind of joking about yesterday. I was kind of saying, you know, Bryce gets busy in life, and then he kind of like resurfaces every now and then. He's like that famous cathedral in the English Channel. What is that?
Oh, wait.
You should know. You're
This is the
you're
French one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not like underwater, but yes. It's the one where the tide comes in and out, and you can only access it at certain times
Yeah,
of
but
day.
it also there's like a folk legend that's like expanded version of it about
I don't know the name of it.
Debussy wrote a piece called in English, "The Sunken Cathedral."
Ooh, that's cool.
That is about it, and I forget. Anyway, beautiful piece.
We used to have a big photo of that in my house, actually.
So Bryce is that church that we don't know the name of. He resurfaces and like paints an army.
And Debussy writes a song about him.
Yeah, and so we're fortunate. We are in a period of time where Bryce has resurfaced. And
So much gaslighting in this.
who am I gaslighting, Bryce?
No, the church.
Wait, I'm gaslighting the church? Wait.
Move on.
Okay, all right. Bryce, we are in a period of
He's still doing it.
Bryce has resurfaced, and here he is. This is 1,000 Points of Skaven. He sent a few pictures, and if you're in our Discord, check him out because I kind of looked around. I was like, what's the best one? I think this is the best one, but there are some other really cool ones. Skaven is also cool because I will say that in our area, it's pretty rare. I've played about a couple dozen Sigmar games in the area now with all kinds of different people. I've not even been to an event where I've seen this army.
Wow. We need to play John F.
I know John F has it as well, but it's cool to see. It's cool to see it getting done.
Yeah.
They're kind of weird because they're like chaos.
Yes.
Grand Alliance Chaos, where the rest of the alliance is demons.
Right.
And then there's like some rat men. hanging
The
out.
rat man.
Yeah.
I love that. I think that's a Sigmar thing. Is they're like, oh yeah, you know how there's like the plague in the totally blanking on them. That one clan. Like, oh yeah, that's Nurgle. And you're like, oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
This looks beautiful. They're such a cool faction. Honestly, I am shocked and appalled that we haven't had a Sigmar update to them with like new clan models added and everything. But this looks dope.
Well, I will say this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Skaven are kind of one of these factions, not too dissimilar to my Beastclaw Raiders, that got like a late 8th ed release.
You're right.
And like I same with
Second ed?
You mean before the world that was?
no 8th ed.
Yeah. 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy.
8th edition fantasy. Sorry,
Yeah.
to
Oh,
be
wow.
that,
Before Sigmar.
Good point, Brett. Before Sigmar, 8th ed battle.
Yeah.
Fantasy battle
Oh, of models.
of models, right? Like back in like late 2000s.
That's true. Like the Vermin Lord is actually part of that set.
Yeah.
It was part of the End Times build-up.
Right. So Bryce is building the Vermin Lord right now. So they had they had that release kind of late, and same with Seraphon had that as well. And people were like, oh, when are they going to get updates? I'm like, I don't know. They hold up pretty good. Like,
yeah. No, that's a good point.
Look at look at Cities of Sigmar. Like they need.
Oh my God. No, they need to go
They
away.
need the update.
I know. I don't think the Skaven models are gorgeous. So I'm not implying that. They're so cool, and they're one of those factions that has so many interesting sub-factions in there. Like, Clan Skryre is so different than like Clan Molder. That's so different than Clan Pestilence, which is the one I couldn't think of a second ago. They're really cool and fun and unique.
Is that it for fan stuff? Oh, no.
No.
More. Oh, you're manually stepping through.
We're mainly going through fan stuff nowadays,
We
folks.
don't have to rush,
We
it's
always
nice.
do. Yeah, we don't have to rush and just like endlessly be like, okay, all right, now we're gonna wait
When
for
it
that
comes
to come
back
Okay, there it
around,
is.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
So, look, I never exactly thought about making a gingerbread village and playing in it, but
Yes!
and it's probably too late this year. But
Oh my God.
I think we know what we want to do next year.
I love it. Look, there's a siege tower. They're laying siege to the gingerbread fortress.
We are.
Oh my God.
This is what we're doing next year.
We're making it happen.
I want to
sure.
commit to this for Christmas 2022. Tabletop Titans gingerbread terrain set
It's happening.
on Sanguinalius.
One year I did make a gingerbread Necron monolith. Let me tell you, that was not easy.
Yeah, I
Did not
know.
turn out well.
I'm saying this. I'm realizing actually this is hard to. This stuff is hard.
It's
Yeah, we did
really
the
hard to do.
pumpkins for Halloween.
Yeah.
And that was like, I think, going to be child's play compared to,
Gingerbread house.
yeah like baking, because it's going to be multiple steps. We're going to have to like bake the sheets of gingerbread.
But Brett's a good baker.
And then we're going to
baker.
have to, like, it's going to be an engineering project, right? Like,
Right.
Oh, I don't know. Is it? Sounds like
There's going to
someone.
be this whole, you're going to have like structural component. and-
Oh, yeah.
So this is why my
someone's
monolith didn't
good.
turn out well, because I approached it as a designer and an artist.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it probably
Well,
should be an engineering project.
Did it look good? And just not like, not
No.
just
No.
fall apart?
Because if it's so unstructurally sound that it hardly holds together, it doesn't look good
yeah.
for long.
Yeah. Well, we have.
yeah.
Sounds like we have somebody volunteering to be a gingerbread architect. And coincidentally, Brett's fiance, soon to be wife, an actual architect.
Yeah.
So we definitely have.
Oh, does she also have work with gingerbread houses?
She is an interiors architect, so she does like
Interior
more
gingerbread.
designery things than structural things. But I think she would totally be down for gingerbread.
Sounds
and
amazing.
certainly Leah knows more about structural integrity, even of gingerbread houses,
Yeah.
than Adrian or I do. I don't think there's any debate there.
No.
That's
So-
probably true.
I think in some ways the collapsing one is more interesting. Also, we have Pat in chat, who's the creator of this.
Oh, okay.
They're teaching a gingerbread class next Thursday. And This is
Nice.
the test run.
Oh,
my
this is
God.
cool.
I love it. It gets better.
Yeah, look, I might reach out to us in Discord. I actually would like to know, seriously, a little bit about that class. If it's, Thursday, am I streaming Thursday? Anyway, because the
Are
thing
you
is,
inviting yourself?
the thing is that it's hard to do it. Like he said it was way harder than I thought.
It's
That's
really
been
hard.
my experience working with gingerbread too.
Same.
Yeah, but awesome work, Pat. Speaking of dragons,
Dragons! Void Dragon. Love it. Love it.
That did not make the list of top 5 favorite dragons.
I debated.
Did you?
I did. Well, I did.
Dragon that's not a dragon?
well,
So, yes, because Warhammer sort of beat us to that joke. They did their top 5 dragons are not dragons. So couldn't really use that again.
right.
Which I'm honestly disappointed that they didn't kind of connect the facts. I don't want to spoil books. Anyways, check out Mechanicum as in the Horus Heresy series. It's a great book that talks about the Dragon of Mars. So that's all I'll say. This model looks amazing, though.
yeah,
I love it. What is that?
the little
Is
one
that
on the
a
side.
Nightbringer? I can see this. Oh, sorry, we're very far away from the screen. I'm gonna walk up to it. Oh my God, it is! It looks so dope. It's a Stormcast body with a
Oh, okay.
Banshee from the Night Haunt,
Oh, nice.
like sort of hood on
Okay.
top, and then the scythe is made from a Necron wraith or canoptic model's leg. That looks so sick.
It looks amazing.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
All right. Soups posted his Vampire Lord on foot.
Soups.
Looking good, Soups. I will also say I love this model. Megan just grabbed one of these recently. She's going to be painting hers up. And such a cool model. And he's done a great job here on this. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot to say. Ian says Nightbringer Proxy.
Nightbringer. It looks great.
Yeah.
And you can say conversion. No one needs to call it proxy.
Yeah.
It's a full converted model.
Yeah, super nice work on this guy, Soups. Loving the base paint job as well. Does he come with like that kind of base? You have to remind me.
No, that looks new.
That's new. Okay.
It's not
like one of the
like
custom design.
There might be a
bases,
small scenic base on it, but it's not anything of that magnitude.
Tactical rock. There might be a
Tactical
little
rock.
tactical rock, as Brett calls
Yeah.
it.
You got to carry that rock around with you so you're looking epic at all times.
At all times.
And that takes us back. So thank you, fans. You know, there's only about 5 that I dug up before the stream because, as mentioned, Brett and Kat.
You're just thinking about the gingerbread house, aren't
I'm
you?
just thinking about the gingerbread house that Brett and Leo are going to have to get on pretty soon, honestly. Awesome fan stuff as always.
You guys are great.
Gold horns.
Gold horns.
That happened while I was not looking.
Yeah,
You were working on your gold horns. I was working on my hair horns.
oh, it's so cute.
Yeah.
I love it. I like what you did with the place.
Yeah.
So are you going to do the hoops in the same style?
Or
are they gonna be distinct?
I think I'm going to kind of feather, thinking gray, although I haven't really used gray on the model yet. So I kind of am a little worried about introducing that conceptually.
Wouldn't that also blend with the rocks that he's painting
that's
on?
true. That could be bad, yeah.
Maybe you should
Good
make
point.
them like this.
Good point. Maybe I will. Well, look, unfortunately, after 5 hours of voting, 350 votes,
Oh, man.
it looks like Krondys has edged out Kragnos as winner of whatever this is.
Whatever it is, it really matters.
Team Krondys is marginally bigger than Team Kragnos.
Yes!
It would appear.
Well, I just want to thank the Academy. And Krondys is the ultimate. But you know what? Kragnos is pretty cool too. I learned a lot about Kragnos today.
Yeah, he's very rude. Howdy Thomas Greer, and thank you, howdy back from Three Amigos. Another ex-Eve player
Yay!
too. Just got my first commission painting on Argent Shroud Patrol.
Oh, nice.
Big thank you to your Discord community in advertising how much to charge for my time and skill. Will post soon. That's awesome and exciting.
Yeah.
I admit I don't like the idea of commission painting myself because I don't like painting something and then not having it.
Yeah, it is tough, honestly.
And I don't know. My instinct would be if somebody was like, like I want you to repaint your Beast Claw Raiders for me.
Yeah.
I think I'd be like, 15,000, and it's not worth that, right? Like it's not really worth that,
Right.
But if I
you're just hoping that they don't.
if I didn't
call
get
your bluff.
15,000 for that, if they're like, what about 10,000? I'd probably be like, okay.
That's a good story.
If they were anything other than 10,000, I don't know. I don't think so.
It's tough, man.
Doesn't
it's a tough
sound
gig.
Yeah.
Put your heart and soul into something, give it away, but then someone else will love it forever.
I don't care about that.
Yeah, that's why
I don't get to see
that's
that.
why you have Kragnos.
And that's why I have Kragnos. I would need like I wouldn't be able to accurately say here's what my skill is worth. This is what I'm doing. I would simply say for me to do that for you for the next this many months.
Yeah.
Probably one, quite frankly, if I really put time into it. You have to give me $15,000.
Look,
Like I just need you to give me $15,000. I'm not going to do that.
it's really hard to find, especially if you're a budding paint commission person, and one, you're trying to figure out how to position, because I think a lot of some people don't like to talk about it. which is, I think, never a good idea. I think openness is always good.
Yeah.
And so it can be tough to figure out like how much is it worth, how much are other people charging, and then also you're also trying to get commissions. So I understand there's also that need to kind of be competitive with your pricing, but then that kind of also it can get you in a tough spot. So, you know, shout out to you, Thomas.
Yeah.
And thanks, shout out to the community for helping out with that.
Yeah,
I think that's
and good luck. And I do love the way that members of the community and you know, John commissioned who from the community?
This was Nathan Coffin, NR Coffin Studios.
Right. And just the way that we've had this almost like this network of like, hey, I want an army. Hey, I paint an army.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Like,
it's awesome,
yeah,
right?
great way to sync those two up.
It really is.
Super awesome work on the Grey Knights also.
They look so good.
Really good. Yeah.
I was super impressed. Also, they came super fast.
They came quite fast.
Yeah. And sometimes it's like, you know, not being mean or anything, but sometimes like there's commissions that are fast and you're like, it's good for like how fast it is. But this was like, I was like, this is fast and this is quite good actually.
Yeah,
like, I'm super impressed.
Yeah.
Like I would even if it had taken longer, I would still be super happy with this. So
yeah. And hopefully John paid Nathan $15,000.
Yes, 100%. I don't know, maybe. Maybe he did.
No,
No.
that's not a reasonable amount. But that's why I don't commission paint.
There's like 5 people in chat that now are gonna go charge that much.
Yeah.
You just ruined.
Well, maybe look if it works for him, then maybe I will start commissioning paint. Turns out you can just ask for $15,000.
People will just give it to you.
Yeah. How's Kragnos literally coming together over there, Brett?
He's wow. This I did not have a proper appreciation for the
Weird.
You know, like whoever his clothing designer is impressive.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And it's all very intricate and it's all very well, like it. Well, I guess I'll say 2 things. One, it's impressive how well it goes together when you have the right pieces in the right place. Problem is, there are left sides and right sides of things that are similar but subtly different and not poke yoked.
Oh,
so like it is actually possible.
And not what?
Poke yoked. It's a Japanese term for the way you can design something so that it is impossible to put it together incorrectly. You know, like square pegs and round pegs and square holes and round holes.
Oh, I see.
What is this word?
Poke yoke.
Poke yoke. I like it.
Okay.
He's just saying 2 English words together, right?
Yeah, I was like, when he said it, I was like, what did he just say? And then when I asked,
You kind of sounded offended. You're like, excuse me? What did you say to me, Brett?
You ever like kind of let something go and like, okay, just
Right.
I don't know. And then I was
Not
like,
this time, though.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's a good term. G-Dubs doesn't do that enough sometimes.
I feel like they've gotten a lot better at it.
Yeah.
But I don't know, when did this model come out?
New. Very new.
Okay.
This is a very new model. Seriously?
2 months ago?
No. Might have been earlier this. No, it was last calendar year. I do believe it was
You're right. There was like
2020.
a whole book or something.
Yeah, Broken Realms or whatever. He has his own book.
So their approach for this, or their solution to this, and I think what GW would say is that, hey, everything is numbered on the sprue, and we tell you which number in the instructions, which is great, and that is, I think, an actual solution. But I don't, like, everything's been taken off the sprues and
Some
and
guy.
painted now.
However, on the back of each one, you will see a number.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Oh my
I
gosh.
wrote it with a permanent marker on the back.
Oh, why didn't you tell him
Would have been
that?
great to know.
Oh, I just kind of assumed Brett was so good at assembly that he wouldn't even need those. I wrote this for me, and I was like, I'm going to need these.
Oh,
But when I passed it
man.
to Brett, I was like, oh, Brett will just know.
Well, once I realized, I made the mistake one time, and then I realized that they were not, like it was possible to put a left side piece on the right side, and it would sort of go together until you
Because they're not poke
got
yoked.
3 more pieces on, and then and then you'd realize that it was the wrong piece, and then I started paying more attention.
While Brett does that, because I have no Kragnos to work with actually, because he's not that many parts. Well, he is a lot, but Brett has them all. So I'm very carefully cleaning my Winsor Newton brush while Adrian. Can we get a little?
Oh, hi. Hi. So
Wow, look at this guy.
He's looking pretty sexy. I sort of got to this point where I was realizing, okay, I'm at the brush stage. I want to do some edge highlights, but with scales, as it is with feathers, you have to be careful because where you start, you have to finish. If you start doing an edge highlight on Magnus's wings, you have to finish highlighting every single wing on Magnus or it's going to look weird. And so I was like, well, let's see, where do I want to start? Well, these back has these nice ridges, and that led me to do some research on the box art because I was like, I don't know, do I want light, dark highlights? No, we can stick on this is good. And then I realized they actually have these very dark scales that they go to. And on Mr. Karazai, that's his name, it goes to almost pure black. And then on Krondys, it goes pretty similar, actually. They just get covered up here. And I like that because it distinguishes these big plates are these dark colors, basically black. And then the rest of the scales are more in that color. And so we have this nice kind of gradient transition, or ombre, as some people would say, that goes from basically the white to the khaki to the, in my case, purple, and then the black. So what I'm doing now is I'm going back through and sort of reinforcing this distinction of colors and getting like these really nice blacks. And I actually really like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, he's looking great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it. So that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. At this point, when I get Kragnos, the End of Empires, back from Brett, I will do his face, and then I will be done.
Sounds great.
Zach, I'm feeling some pressure right now.
Why is that?
I don't know. You keep sort of hinting. You're like, are you done yet?
Oh, no.
When
it's
I
okay.
eventually get it back, which might be a
When
while.
I eventually get it back, I can stop cleaning my brush, and then I'll be able to finish.
I'm now picking my nose because there's nothing else to do with my life. Hopefully I'll find purpose, which Brett has direct control over.
No, I am doing some brush cleaning. That's okay. I'm also setting my wet palette a little bit here for Kragnos' face.
Cool. That's when I also got scared because you put your wet palette away and I was like, oh no, I'm way behind. All right, this is looking smexy.
But still, we are over 4 hours. But I think we could both almost be done at any time.
Yes. So exactly.
Which is how we like to do this. We like to kind of say, we'll get to a point, and then we'll say we can stop. So I'm going to knock his face out, and then I can hang around, and we'll see if how far you want to get on Krondys.
Oh, this is how this feels, Brett. He's pressuring me now.
Yeah.
No, so I am in a good spot. We talked about the scales, and I think I'm not going to individually do all the small scales. I'll kind of sit on it and see how I feel about it tomorrow, but I like how smooth it is right now. What I am going to do is I'm going to go in with this black. I'm going to do my normal black, which is a bit of gray, wash the whole thing, and then get some highlights on the black, which will make it nice and sharp, and a little face work, and then I think we could be at a point.
Nice.
So that's kind of the plan.
I'm very excited to see these two guys finished and smashing into each other.
I cannot.
Are we
wait.
gonna play with them like children's toys
Are we not?
and smash them into each other?
That's why I bought this.
Oh, there it is. I get to use one of my favorite paints. I'm gonna use on Kragnos' eyes, which is the GW Cassandra Yellow, which is their yellow wash.
Oh, nice. They still make that.
They still make it.
Very cool.
Of course they still make it. Why wouldn't they?
I don't. Maybe I'm thinking I think there's a yellow glaze.
Oh, I think they still. Oh, they're like technical ones. I
Yeah,
think
like
they
Gilman Blue.
Oh yeah, they make
that anymore.
Yes, they make it. Oh no, they.
They stopped the glazes, I think, when they started contrast.
Oh okay, yeah, and then they have like the.
Because contrast is just a wash.
Yeah, they have like these. What do you call them?
Yeah.
Airbrush ones now.
Right.
Calth blue, it's called.
Calth Blue.
Yeah.
Other ultramarine names. All right, so I got my Administratum Gray, which is my new best friend, and gonna do some of these highlights. Let's see, where do? This is gonna be tough. I wish I had like some cards stock or something. This is where I made a mask last time.
Oh, no, I don't.
You have Post-it notes.
Yeah, use those. They're maybe a little thinner.
They're a little thinner. They're shorter than I would like, but we'll give it a try.
Nathan's business cards around here somewhere.
Wow.
No, I mean, that's like good advertisement.
That's true.
As a painter, I think he would appreciate it.
I think so.
He sent us a few.
Yeah, I like it. So I'm just kind of hitting this up from this angle. Again, I don't want to completely get rid of the black.
He's kind of a lot of clothes, huh, Brett?
Yeah, and I'm a little bit confused because he's got a bit that goes on his shield. Oh, I guess maybe so you could airbrush it and make it a different color.
Got
I'm not
bits
sure.
and bits.
Oh, yeah, underneath there. That's right. I
He's
forgot
got
about
bits
that.
that go on his shield, which is itself a bit.
Yeah. Oh, cool. And then he's just about done.
He is just about done.
No, I mean, like, I'm totally fine. Hey, Adrian,
Son
can
of
you
a
pass
gun.
me the
Sorry, I'm so bad at
airbrush
this.
cleaner?
Airbrush cleaner. Hey up!
Yeah. I believe I'm done with my airbrush for the day. This is where I actually use airbrush cleaner.
I love it.
Do you want to show us your airbrush cleaning process?
Well, I mean, realistically, I like I say, I always kind of run water through. Yeah, then there's no, I can't say I would ever recommend a specific cleaner. We've talked in the stream before about how I sort of like when it smells like rubbing alcohol, so that I know that it's not water.
So it's doing. It makes you feel like it's doing something, right?
Yeah, I feel a little weird using this odorless one, but it is cleaner. I can confirm it. We talked about how I took a little tiny taste.
Oh my god.
Everyone freaks out. You
That
just,
explains a lot.
just a little bit, just with, and it tasted horrible, which I think means it's a cleaner. It actually doesn't even mean that, you know, like it's not even a good test. All I wanted is that something didn't taste like that it wasn't water.
Your thinking is pretty flawed and deeply concerning for your
Well,
safety.
for rolling out water, no. Although also maybe like it could have just
Could be dirty water.
just be dirty water.
But then, are you really tasting the water?
yeah, exactly. So look,
I think we're done with this
look,
bit.
it was a bad. We're done with the bit, but it was a bad idea. Don't do it at home.
Yeah, don't recommend.
Yeah. So I run the cleaner through here now. One of the things you guys kind of see me do, I often do the back wash, the back blast thing where I'm letting the water come out and using my finger, get those bubbles. The theory being that's knocking kind of anything loose and back up into the cup, which I then dump out.
Yep.
And then once I'm done with the cleaner, I then do just water. I don't like to have the cleaner be the last thing I ran through my airbrush. I like it to be just plain old.
You want cleaner to be the last thing?
No, water.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Good. Because the cleaner actually is a little sticky.
yeah. So there we go. And the Sotar is good, ready to go. I've got a lot of painting to do next week, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah. What you got going on?
Well, we've got the stuff we're doing Wednesday, you and I again, back on the stream next Wednesday,
Oh yeah.
right?
Oh yeah.
For
Oh.
what's it called? Shadowthon.
Yeah, as long as we get the box, which I expect.
Okay.
Um.
I thought. Okay. We didn't get it.
At this point, I don't know.
Okay.
Sounds like something that we wouldn't say until later on.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe honestly, I don't know if we got it.
Maybe
or
you're
not.
thinking of a different box.
I probably am. I don't know. I honestly would not know if we got it or not. I just remember seeing we get boxes all the time. That's what I'll say.
We will be painting Custodies and Gene still at Colts next week, regardless.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we these books are coming out and we're excited for them.
Right.
We'll also be playing them tomorrow.
Oh, right.
Yeah, very exciting.
Um,
So you're painting that,
I've
painting the
got
secret
that.
project.
Secret project.
So many things
And I also
on
need to, quite frankly, I need to paint some Stonehorns.
When are we gonna tease that secret project? Because I am really excited for that.
I don't know, but we should probably discuss it.
Yeah.
Not now.
Yeah.
Not on air.
Not on there. Thank you.
What is wrong with you guys?
Thank you, Ross.
Live
Love the
dangerously.
bottles. Great work.
All the things.
Starting up some narrative battles at the friendly local gaming store in the new year. What's your favorite memory Any recommendations?
Ooh.
Favorite memory of fantasy battles or narrative battles?
Oh man, I have. Which? Let me think.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I guess if I'm honest, I would say that when 2019 I went to LVO with Brett, and him and I did the narrative event. It was teams.
Yeah.
Probably that entire experience. And not to sound too mushy, but quite frankly, because I got to hang out with Brett and other good friends.
It was super fun.
We took a bus, a little minivan. Like
No, it was a maxi van.
It was a maxi van.
What's a maxi?
Maybe arguably a mini bus.
Oh.
A full-sized 15-passenger van.
Is this hit?
This is it.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Sick.
I don't know where this bit goes, Zach. It is.
Yeah. This actually, I didn't either.
It's like a
It's insanely-
2 millimeter size.
It sits on his base
Tiny bit.
weirdly. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
He's
we'll,
like, I did it. I didn't even have to use all the parts.
we'll glam cam.
Well, that's
here.
always like. If you had told me like that does not go on him, I probably could have gotten it to you like 3 minutes sooner because I just spent the last 3 minutes combing
sorry.
through this instruction book trying to figure out. Oh, I see it. There it goes.
Yeah.
There it is. Yep. Now that I
Okay,
see it.
here is Kragnos, the End of Empires. Almost finished. I'm gonna do his face, but now he is dressed for battle.
Yeah.
As you can see, we gotta do the face. But yeah, looking yummy.
I love it. He looks so.
Now you can see why
good.
I was bothered by the tail, the thing on the tail.
The thing on the tail is uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable.
It's a
makes
loop
me uncomfortable.
that the horse tail goes through.
And before you put the tail on,
Yeah.
you have to put that thing on first. And it's just there's just a hole in the back of the model.
There's a hole in the back of the model.
And you have to put this metal loop around the hole in the back of the model.
Yeah. So, but
Just
now
feels
that it's
weird.
done, it's less uncomfortable.
I have a question. Do you have blah blah blah? Drakenhof Nightshade?
Yes.
Can I have some?
Yeah. It's gonna actually be
Why do I always forget all my paints for stream?
right here. So favorite memory.
Oh right.
Yeah. And
Friendship.
Yeah, we got to take a big old trip down there, a bunch of us. And
you.
I also just have a lot of memories of the games. And I think one of the reasons I have so many memories of the games,
Oh, wait.
frankly, is
No, this is Druchii Violet.
oh,
The blue one.
okay, which I also have. Actually, here it is.
Thank you.
Okay, it's good.
It's like a little baby bottle.
Hey, Sadie. So I think,
Is this how you taste them?
yeah, they look like little wax, those little wax cups.
The little wax cups?
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the
Or it's like one of the, at the bar where it prevents you from pouring more than one shot at a time.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
In this case, it doesn't do anything.
It's like you can't pour more than one full bottle of Nolan oil out at a time.
That'd be par for the course. Like just so you don't spill the whole thing. You can only get one shot at a time. Anyways, carry on. You were
Yeah,
saying.
no. Like playing an event that's a team event, it helps you remember it better because you're like talking to the other person about the game. Like,
Yeah.
I went to BAO Narrative in 2018. Our friend Matt was there with me in the room playing his own games, and we would go and chat a little bit after our games and hang out. But it wasn't like, months later, Brett and I are like, even recently we were like, Brett and I had this one game where this happened, and then, like you just kind of remember everything more
Right.
collectively. I think when you do it with somebody else. So I think that for me is almost what I want in a narrative game. And Brett was a big proponent of like wanting the narrative thing to be for two people. I think it's just a little more. I think I agree with him.
It was so fun. That
it
was
was
that whole experience, like driving down in a van, like an 8-hour road trip with like 8 other people, and then staying in a hotel, playing a 3-day event. That is a 2v2 event essentially with a good friend, and then getting to meet a bunch of new people, and it's a narrative format, so you didn't have like. This was Space Marine Apocalypse.
Oh,
That's right.
Eighth Ed Space Marine Apocalypse. Like
That's right.
The Repulsor Executioner had just come out, and so Zach and I were like not quite sure what to expect. We were like, are we going to see like people showing up to this quote unquote narrative event with like 1,000-point list with 2 repulsor executioners,
Right.
and it was none of that. It was not that at all. It was super fun.
It was very cool. I do the guy who ran the events is this guy Justin, who used to run a lot of Frontline Gaming's narrative events. He's not doing it. He's not doing it this year. I played at 3 of his events over the course of my life. I've enjoyed all 3 of them. I do think that the Chaos players, who are super cool people, that me, Brett, and the final game was a 4-on-4.
Yeah.
And me and Brett teamed up with a Harlequin and Drukhari player that
my
were
gosh.
a team.
That turned out to be a very strong combo.
It turns out,
Turns out.
when Tau don't have to worry about ever being assaulted,
Oh, Jesus.
and instead just Drukhari and Harlequin assault heavy army can rush forward, pin the Chaos in their deployment zone,
my God.
while they're also being shot at by Tau.
Jesus.
And then you know the worst thing that happened. Okay, here's my memory. The one guy, these guys are super cool. The Chaos
were
people.
super cool, yeah.
I don't know how they kept their wits about them, but he deep struck some mutilators,
Oh yeah.
and back near my stuff,
Okay.
and like wiped out 5-man Firewire team. And then what I did was he was up against a wall then,
Yeah.
like that he couldn't like walk backwards through.
Like in real life?
No, in his model,
The mutilator.
the single mutilator was left somehow after the
Gotcha.
shooting phase.
Sure.
So I've never thought to do something like this before, but I arced 5 firewires around him.
Yeah.
I was like, so if he assaults, he has to assault these firewires. And then like I just kind of shuffled the rest of my army back a little bit.
Right.
And of course, Tau all Overwatch.
Yeah.
So it was
Oh
like,
my
so
goodness.
if he charges these 5 firewires that
Mean
pin
men.
him in,
Oh my gosh, you
then he
guys.
has to take all of the shooting from the rest of my army. And so 5 firewires basically guarded a mutilator
Yeah,
for
like-
the rest of the game. And there was like 5 firewires with their gun, like
trained
just
on
looking
him.
back. Hey, Eli, just be ready if he tries anything. So that was
Mutilators don't have shooting, so they couldn't like.
oh
shoot
yeah,
the
mutilators have
fireworks.
no shooting, so he couldn't shoot his
Yeah.
way out. I never thought of that before, but like then I was like, wow, that's actually with Tau a really powerful tool.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, like basically locking somebody in and
Right.
then parking the rest of your army around them and being like, all right, well, we'll see what happens here.
Exactly.
But those Chaos guys really were great sports because that happened, and then there's a weird double turn thing that happened in our
Oh,
favor.
yeah, surprise.
Yeah,
You had
like-
double turns?
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of thing that makes me, admittedly, sometimes a little nervous of narrative events. There are
Right.
things that are
the
like,
balancing that's wrong.
this is cool, it's wacky, there's a narrative reason for it, but will it be fun for everybody?
Yeah, they're gonna be feel
Yeah,
bads.
yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
What about you guys?
Funny enough, given the discussion we had today, I'd say most of my narrative memories are from actually Warhammer Fantasy.
Yep.
I think, especially growing up, a lot of it was just felt so. It lent itself well to that, and we would do Mighty Empires campaigns, which was the hex grid
yeah.
rules. And but it wasn't like there's the modern one, which is like a way simplified version of it, basically, where it's like, yeah, it's just way simplified. This one was like, it's a whole game in and of itself, of like negotiations and your economy and blah blah blah. And then you also do like the Warhammer battles in between them, and it was just so much fun. So there was a lot of like kind of cross play between these different modes that we would do, especially my brother and I. And I think one of my favorite memories is we would do Warhammer naval battles. And I played Orcs and Goblins, of course, primarily Goblins. And he played Lizardmen. And we would like make our boats like from scratch. Like I would make these little goblin rafts from like popsicle sticks and stuff. And he would make Lizardmen boats from, those like, the green
I'm sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
What were the goblin boats made out of?
popsicle sticks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I love that. Keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah, exactly. Keep in mind, I'm like 10, right?
No, I know.
Yeah. So they're like literally like just rafts, and then his, the like the green blocks of foam in Michael's for like gardening.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
plants.
that you can stab flowers into.
So yeah, we would like carve boats and like walls out of those. So he made like solid stone boat for the Slytherin, which makes no sense. And so you'd have like this, and there was like rules.
No, it makes total sense. It's amazing.
It's a very Warhammer thing.
Yeah.
And so, but there were rules for like different size ships and how many you could have. And so I would have just a ton of little rafts, and you had like this massive like trireme, and we'd have wild battles with, on like the high seas or like little rivers.
I kind of love that.
And it was so fun, and it was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds amazing.
It was great.
So they had rules for naval battles?
Yeah, so this was, I think there was a book for it, or it might have been a White Dwarf. Yeah, for Warhammer Fantasy naval battles.
Because I've played, not Dreadfleet, but the predecessor to Dreadfleet, Man of War.
Man of War.
Which was its own line of miniatures.
Right. No, it was not that. Oh, you know what it was? It was a book. It was thick. It was not hardback, but it was thick with like all sort of alternative ways of playing for like doing campaigns. So they had like sieges, and they had a naval section, and like I don't know if you guys remember, even G-Dubs used to have. I'm sure they still have it somewhere around. The board with like the tentacles, the giant tentacles. And it was in a bunch of like White Dwarfs.
Yeah.
A lot of that comes from that. I don't know. Maybe someone in chat knows what I'm talking about. It's pretty specific, but there was like a book with all these special and unique kind of ways to play the game. And of course, that's like what we were immediately like drawn to. Like, what? These others really specific niche ways of playing?
That's cool.
Super cool.
So when I first moved to California and was kind of getting back into Warhammer, I discovered the Narrative Club Fault Line in the area, and Zach was the president of the club at the time. And just around the time I was joining, he was in the middle of kicking off a narrative campaign that ran the entire summer called Alien Skies. And the idea was, at the time, like much of the club had just was just kind of stepping back from 30K a little bit, and people were like getting back into Warhammer with the release of 8th edition, getting back into 40K.
Nice.
And so because of the 30K thing, a lot of players had just finished building and painting Imperial or Chaos factions. So the idea was that like, hey guys, let's all start Xenos armies. And so the sort of rule for the game for the event was, or for the narrative event was, must be a Xenos faction.
Oh, wow.
And so I was like, all right, this is great. Like, I'm pulling my Tau army out of storage. I have a lot of stuff painted, but it's all really old, and a lot of it could use a glow up.
Right.
And there's new units that I haven't, like things like Riptides and Ghost Kills didn't exist when I had started playing, 10 years previously, and everything that was good is no longer good, and vice versa. And so I just had a strong motivation as a result of this narrative campaign to pull my dudes out and start painting them, and it was awesome. It was so much fun.
So cool.
The games took place on like you basically had an opponent for a month, and you had to sort of coordinate 3 games with them over the course of the month.
Oh, wow.
And each time you played a game, you would sort of report it would be a custom. Zach would, as sort of the game master, would tell you what your conditions were, win conditions were, and what the mission was. And each player had sort of a public objective that they were, that Zach would communicate to both players, like, here's what you're both trying to do. But then in addition, there was like a private objective that only you knew about.
Yes.
And so you could, in theory, sort of lose the game, but still accomplish your private objective, your secret objective that your opponent didn't know about. And so you could still, advance your agenda as a result. And then I think the coolest piece of it was there was currency in the same way that like Crusade now has like Crusade points and requisition points.
Sure.
There was a currency in the campaign.
I actually forgot about the game.
And so you would earn currency by winning games and accomplishing your objectives, and you could spend it to like upgrade your guys, and sort of if your named commander died, you had to spend currency to bring them back to life. But then also the currency itself was dice. So like Zach had some custom Chessex dice made with the Alien Skies logo. He'd like designed a logo.
Meg made a logo,
Meg. Sorry, Meg. Meg designed a logo for the campaign, and then the dice had the logo on the 6 spot. And the different colors of the dice were like different numbers of the currency. So like the blue dice were 1s, the purple dice were 5s.
Those dice are like all over the Bay
and
Area.
the clear
so
dice
like people have.
are 25s or something like that.
That's so cool.
And so as you would win games and accumulate this currency, Zach would like, oh, did you win the game? Okay, here's your points, and he'd give you physical chits, these dice. And then at the end, towards the end of the campaign, it became this real like push and pull, like, do I want to like resurrect my commander and spend these points? But the campaign's almost over, and I just kind of want to own these dice. Like it was a scarcity thing because it wasn't like Zach didn't like just give all the dice away at the end. It was like you actually, and so I have like a selection of these dice left over from that campaign that are my favorite dice to play with because of those memories.
That's so
that's
cool.
nice of you, Brett. Yeah, that event was really fun. The big thing, Bryce still has them. The big thing about that event that was problematic was that as 8th Ed came out, what ended up happening, and quite frankly, I remember Brian being, like, Brian was in this campaign too, and was into it, but Brian got a lot of games in, but Brian was like then Imperial Knights came out, and like right away, and like at that point, everybody wanted to play them, and so like it actually became and what I realized was like, man, you know, as weird as this is, the hardest thing to help make this campaign work, like the biggest antagonist of this campaign was Games Workshop.
Yep.
And it not in any kind of malicious way.
Of course.
Like,
no,
but
I don't think they released Knights just to take down your campaign.
Right. It was just the release schedule, and it was like, hey, Knights just came out. You know, people in the Bay Area had, like, people in our play group had them, or want to pick a few up and paint them. This club is all fully painted.
Right.
But I forgot how fast people in the club paint. And so, like, when Knights came out, I was like, well, no one's going to have their Knights. This is great. We'll have another couple months with Alien Skies.
Sure.
And then, then people can play their Knights because they'll be painting them. Because you have to paint them to play in this club.
Of course.
Like on club night and use the train and everything.
Yeah.
And then club fully painted Knight armies just start showing up like a week later. It's like, that's right. We're a very heavy airbrush club out here. Kind of forgot about how that could happen.
Yeah, that's my difficulty with any of these ongoing things. You know, I used to play a lot of leagues in the Bay, which were a ton of fun. And also, I've also played Crusade, which had the same sort of difficulty of being locked into one thing. You know, like, oh, well, I'm really excited about this book, but I have to finish up with doing this campaign with this book or with this army or whatever, and it's like cool in the moment, but as it goes on, it's tough to kind of not get distracted by other things.
Adrian,
you know?
I think what I've learned after playing a lot of narrative content over the last couple of years is the best narrative campaigns, quote unquote campaigns, are ones that have a fixed end to them, and it actually like. I feel like that fixed end should be very soon.
Yes.
Like a really good narrative campaign is like 2 to 4 games, and then you're done.
Yeah, exactly. And to that point, I think we actually discussed the next time we do a Crusade, we're actually going to do a Crusade weekend.
Yes.
And then it'll be done, and you'll still have all your epic adventures, and it'll be cool. But it's not like dragged out.
Yep. I think that's the right way to do it.
And
so actually, like one of my sort of side projects that I have 1,000 of is these, and I feel like this is a niche that is not being met by Games Workshop or like anybody in the community really.
Yeah.
Is, you know how like in Dungeons and Dragons you could buy campaign books?
Yes.
You could go to the store and drop $20 and buy, or $30 or whatever it is, and buy a campaign book, and it's like a self-contained weekend of role playing in a box.
Exactly.
It's all the story, all the monsters, all the maps, all the and so like the DM just buys this thing and they can run a campaign for their players. I feel like that needs to exist for narrative Warhammer.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Where like I can go and I can drop $5, buy download a PDF, and it's like a series of 4 narrative custom games that have been like have some really nice art, some like nice narrative twists to the games, and then you can just play it out with your friends. And so going in, and maybe even there's like custom pack. There's like a player A packet that is slightly different than a player B packet. So like the story is tailored for each faction. You get a slightly different take on it, and you just show up to game 1, not knowing what your opponent is, what's in their packet.
Right.
But you've just each brought, and maybe like the points are different values, or maybe like you're supposed to bring this style of army and they're supposed to bring that style of army,
Right.
and maybe you have these secret objectives. But I think that is a cool thing that could be done with Warhammer that I've never seen before.
That's really cool.
And I started working on, I had 2 or 3 ideas for these, and I started working. It's just a ton of work, all the artwork and all the play testing and all the, it's hard.
It's really hard. That's the tough thing with all these things. I haven't played any of, no, because when we did Crusade, we actually did the White Dwarf campaign. But there are these Crusade campaigns that do have specific missions and stuff. And I think they do a lot to get to there. It's not quite to the level that you're saying, but it's a good start. It is you will play this mission and then this mission. So it could be something to check out. Maybe like I said, we have all of them, but I haven't really looked into it in depth.
Yeah, I think the Crusade
cool.
system has a lot of potential.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I forgot to paint, guys? A little change of subject.
Sure.
I forgot to paint. Kragnos actually has gauges in his ears.
Oh, what?
You're not yeah.
course he
Kragnos is
does.
from Portland,
Portland, yeah.
and you're not a god of destruction unless you have gauges in your ear.
You're not wrong. That's so
Does
funny.
he put a bird on it?
Yeah, we have little bird gubbins
We
that
do.
Bridger and I painted, and they're right there. I could
put a bird on
we could
it.
put a bird on Kragnos. Oh my God, we might put a bird on Kragnos. No, he wouldn't have a bird on him. No bird would land on Kragnos. He's
Yelling
a
and
mess.
He'll probably eat it.
He's a mess. Yeah,
casually.
yeah. Casually eat a bird.
Casual bird.
Just 24 mortal wounds to the bird.
Well, is he charging it or is it just kind of there?
I don't know.
It's kind of like
Oh, the bird's not
It's
a
like a
monster.
Dune thing, you know what I'm saying?
The bird's not, the bird's not a monster, so he can't. Instead, on a 2-up, he does 1d6 mortal wounds to the bird.
probably enough, unless he rolls that one.
The bird
kill
is
the bird.
Oh, I thought you said I thought you were going to imply the bird had 2 wounds. So that's the second part.
The bird has more wounds than,
That's
than a
the
goblin.
that's the second part of Kragnos' rule. If it's not a monster, you just pick every unit within 1 inch, I think, of him.
Every unit?
Yeah, and on a 2-up, they take. Actually, listen, I don't even think it's a 2-up. I think it's just they take d6 mortal wounds.
Why?
And there's another
Why,
cool.
James, why you do this to me?
Here's the other cool ability he has. He gets angry as he's being hurt.
I like that.
So
Makes sense.
I think it's the start of the charge phase. Oh no! It's even worse than this. At the end of any phase where Kragnos takes damage, you roll, and on a roll that gets better, the more damage he has. It's not just enemy units. Every unit within, it's kind of a lot. I think it's 12 inches. Takes D3 mortal wounds.
What?
So you actually want to get Kragnos away from the rest of your army, and you want to send him into the army and just have him get beat up, and he just roars every phase. He roars every phase and does wounds to everybody.
Who is this guy?
He's a god of destruction.
No. Who thought? What?
Listen, if you think this is BS, wait till I paint Marathi. That's gonna be.
Yeah, that's true.
That's gonna be a waking nightmare for all of us. And your boy Alex has Archeon, who is also utterly ridiculous.
Oh yeah, no, Archeon is a goddamn monster.
Archeon is
Absolutely
ridiculous.
100%.
How are you doing?
I'm feeling good. I just finished my black scales actually.
Okay, I'm gonna glue Kragnos' hair horns on him.
Yep. Oh god, did I just? Oh Jesus. Ah.
Okay, all right. Be fast, be quick, be quick.
Be nimble.
This is wet.
Here, be quick.
It's wet.
Is that how you do it?
That's what I would do. Let's get a close up on this. Let's get a close up on your stress.
It's really stressful.
Real life, Adrian erasing thumbprint marks.
I think it still erased some of my other work, but it's better than the gray blob. Oh my god.
I'm not trying to get these hair horns
I touched it
in.
here too. Oh my god. Freaking out, guys. I know this is when we get covered up. It's fine.
All right.
We can put some armor plates on.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. I'm putting it down. I'm rubbing my hands together so that's how I get paint off. Oh no!
What?
Nothing.
Oh, you're using black super glue?
Yeah, why not?
You're using the Black Widow super glue? What's wrong with you? I think I might actually start gluing my gubs on too, and my body parts.
Can I have a Q-tip off to your right?
1 second, hold on. I found one more spot.
I don't know if I have a second.
Not with Black Widow. You need a Q-tip?
Yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Sorry, let's get a better view. We had a moment of insanity there.
Oh my god. That was horrible. That's the worst. Like, you finish the whole thing, and then you're just like, boom, thumbprints all over it. Okay.
Oops, giant thumbprint.
Oops, all thumbprints.
That's right.
Okay. I'm gluing on.
Do dragons have fingerprints?
Oh.
What about Kragnos?
Kragnos?
I think Kragnos would have fingerprints.
Yeah.
Well, wait, does he have like exposed skin or is it all hair?
Not really clear.
Oh, that's a good point.
What about on the palms of his hands?
We can't see the palms of Kragnos' hands because they're clenched in fists of rage.
I see.
So
Do you think he can actually open his hands?
Yes.
Or
Of
they
course.
just always?
Can he actually release the Dread Mace, which is flat 4 damage, AP 4, 6 attacks, hit on 3, wound on 2? I think he can.
You joke, but there's things like dreadnoughts that exist. And they're just like, yeah, they're just like in these things all the time, and they're always mad. And they never sleep. It's just like, Jesus.
No, they put them to sleep.
Yeah, but they don't sleep.
While they're dreadnoughts asleep, they're not asleep.
They put this, I don't know if you call that sleep.
They
Don't
go
they have to
into
wait
like a
the dreadnoughts out?
hibernation stasis.
But they
thing.
also have to like knock them out too.
I see.
Like it's not, they don't just go to sleep.
Right, yeah, they have to like turn them off.
They basically just tranquilize. Yeah, turn them off. All right, God, that made me so paranoid.
Guys, I'm almost done building my attack bike.
Oh yeah.
You guys painted an entire monster in,
Wait.
5 hours, and I'm almost done assembling one attack bike.
Oh my God. He's not joking.
It's great.
Oh, he also left for a little bit.
Okay.
He also
Only 3 hours for
he
attack
also
bike.
built Kragnos or dressed Kragnos.
That's true.
Let's say.
I think you're
dressed.
just being nice because he built Kragnos for you.
He did not build Kragnos even. He dressed Kragnos.
He dressed him.
Which was no small feat.
Yeah, I'm so proud of this. This is great progress for me. This is wonderful.
It's a non-zero amount of progress.
That's right. The bar has been moved in the correct direction.
Yeah. Oh boy. Dracothion? I mean, see, Krondys. Okay. So I'm feeling it there. I need to do his bracers and his... Oh no. Maybe I won't give him bracers.
Why? Because you keep touching the model with paint?
No, because I painted his nice scales on the front, and that's where the bracers go.
Oh, I see.
It's like you were talking about earlier about where the gubbins go. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll think about that. But he might be a little natural. Now the front breastplate. This is dope.
Does Krondys get gauges?
Krondys, he actually. So I did notice while I was doing his face, he has these weird indents right behind each of his eyes. And I don't know.
Kragnos is too much of a McCarthy to wear jewelry.
Look at this giant necklace he has. Are you kidding me?
Okay, he's got a
He's like pimped out.
he's got a collar.
Collar.
Yeah.
I don't know how they attach though.
No, Kragnos is a company man. I mean, not Kragnos, Krondys.
Krondys.
He's a company man. No,
He's an institutional. No, that's different.
no.
He didn't go to prison.
Yeah, no edgy jewelry for him.
No.
Gauges, interesting.
Is that also from the ancient world?
I feel, yeah, exactly. I feel like Kragnos gives off some serious
Syrian.
Antiquity.
Ancient Syrian.
antiquity vibes. It's very Mediterranean. It's like very like a Mediterranean culture vibe.
Gauges?
Sea culture. Yeah, maybe Eastern Mediterranean. Like
His shield, his jewelry definitely is for sure.
yeah. It's like Greek and kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, it's cool.
When you've painted it in a very nautical, with the rusted copper look.
Yeah, he just thinks everything's. I just put no stock in.
And what Zach thinks should be nautical.
Yeah.
What can I say? I come from a seafaring people.
Is that real?
Is that real? Is that canon?
I don't know.
It's canonically true.
All right. I guess I have to do his hooves. Whoa, Kragnos! Okay, we almost dropped Kragnos the Empires. Oh no! There were some casualties.
Man, things are just breaking down in the last hour
This is
here.
how these always go. And like, once we go beyond, like, this is why I usually set them at 4 hours. They turn into like dark comedies. That probably aren't really that funny.
The last half hour is the most entertaining.
It is. I
It's
would
just
only
a blooper fest.
tune into the beginning to see our hopeful faces and tune in at the end where we're just messes.
Minoan, I think like that's in chat.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like a Greek island, Sardinian kind of stuff. I don't know. I get that kind of vibe.
Minoan, Bronze Age, yeah.
Yeah.
Bryce also says Angry Muppet, which I agree.
Kragnos looks like an angry Muppet.
Yeah. He does.
Bryce, I'm coming for you, buddy.
When Kragnos came out, I was like, this guy looks very classic. Like traditional
Can I have
fantasy
your super one?
in like both
Yeah.
a good and a bad way.
I see. No, I don't read him as fantasy really at all. I really read him as not like that kind of Middle Ages fantasy thing, but very much like we're saying here, like I don't know.
I think that the armor and the jewelry is an interesting take and kind of unique. I think Kragnos himself is just a big Muppet centaur guy, you know? Mm-hmm. I think his jewelry is more interesting than he is. That's it, I said it.
Well, listen,
Where's my glue?
we can.
That is a different lid.
That's the lid you gave me. Oh no, you're right.
No,
Oh my god, we just glued a black. Oh my gosh.
Oh
no, this is what we're talking about. Things just go crazy.
Put the wrong lid on the wrong glue.
You put a Black Widow lid on my regular
Oh
lid.
gosh,
It's all over.
what are we gonna do?
All is lost.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna just feather the hooves a little bit here, and then we are finished with Kragnos, the End of Empires.
Yeah. Yeah.
Adrian, how close are you?
I'm gonna be close.
Are we,
Really close.
wait, is this a race now?
Because I am also very close. I've just got a multi-melta to glue on.
Nobody cares about your tack bike, Brett.
We should have.
I'm quietly over here
Very
changing the
different
name of the
stakes.
stream and the thumbnail to like.
Tack bike stream. Brett builds a
Of a
tack bike.
gray
Attack
gray attack bike.
Oh man! Watch. Brett builds an attack bike while Zach and Adrian build giant monsters off stream.
Right? I feel like we're playing with very different scales
I'm just gonna,
here.
Like, sub in the video.
I wish we should have raced for priority in our game.
Oh, that's true. It's like the trashiest model. It looks so bad.
It's like, cool, I get to go first. Cool. Glad we did this.
Glad we ruined this beautiful model.
Yeah, cool. Good decision to.
Look at his necklace.
He's so dapper.
It's so out of place.
He is so dapper. He honestly looks like the family dog. Very,
yeah, he looks like the
very
goodest
ready
boy.
for the family Christmas photo.
Oh my god!
I love it.
So ridiculous.
Can you well, it's probably too late this year, but if you and Mel do Christmas photos, can he?
Yeah, Krondys.
Can Krondys be in
Krondys
it?
can definitely be in it. What did I do about these bracers? Do I attach
Oh,
them?
they're good though. I know. You did all that
Oh,
work,
that
but they are
work.
good.
Well, plus I think the collar looks very collary if I don't also put his bracers on.
The collar,
Like
no.
now it looks more like armor.
The collar, no bracer is what's giving them that kind of dapper dog look. Let's zoom in on the dapper dog.
Dapper dog.
Dapper. Here we go. A little more dapper.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so take the braces off. Let's
So-
see what people think. Do we want the family pet look?
It's such a family pet look. No.
Keep your Kragnos in at night so they don't get attacked by wild Kragnoses.
You
guys
want to
can
get
see
skunked on them.
these beautiful. Oh my gosh! Goodbye.
Oh, I was almost in a skunk incident the other day. I forgot to tell everybody about this.
Yeah.
It's not that great of a story.
Okay. Then you should definitely tell it.
A skunk. I was on a walk on a trail,
Good story.
and there was a skunk. I saw it up ahead, and I was like, that was. This trail is covered in cats. There's a lot of feral. Well, it's right by like a
Sounds
condo,
perilous. Okay.
and it actually is called the Los Gatos Creek Trail for what it's worth. So it is fitting. And anyway, there's all these cats, and I saw something cross, and I was like, that wasn't a cat. you guys have ever seen a skunk
not a
move. They move like, they almost look like a combination of a snake and a turtle and a cat.
They just don't care. They
don't care,
They're
right?
like honey badgers. They like give
Yes.
0 Fs.
So he just like cruised across up ahead of me. I was like, okay, I don't know what's going on with that, but I'm gonna keep an eye. And it was like at a gate into a condo then that he was at. And I went up and he was sitting there trying to get into the condo.
Yeah.
And I was like, uh-oh. And so I took a step back, but a guy jogging came up behind me. And the guy jogging was like oblivious to it. But I also, it is true that I did not tell the jogger to watch
Oh my
out for the
gosh.
skunk.
This sounds like
and
something-
maybe I should have.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But you were like morbidly curious.
Wait.
You're like, you pulled out your, instead of telling the guy telling the jogger about the skunk, you pulled out your phone.
Is this how this happens? I'm always wondering. Like, people are always recording
hit
at the exact moment
record.
these terrible things happen.
No, the guy surprised me too. He kind of came up behind us real quick.
You skunked him.
So I skunked him. I was like, well, listen, if
You're like, oh.
This is the Harry Potter test right here. This is the what house are you in
Yeah.
Harry Potter? Like, what do
Right?
you do in this situation?
Wait, so what happened?
he came, the skunk squared off. It was a baby skunk too. It squared off, and so if you've not seen that, it's similar to a cat. They kind of like the skunks are like Brett's saying, they're just like he's meandering around minding his own business, but the jogger kind of triggered him.
Right.
So he like quick hopped and turned and squared off, but then the jogger was gone, and then the skunk just went back to business.
Yeah.
But I was like within maybe 10 feet of all this, so I think I would have got some secondary spray.
Oh man,
Okay.
that was good.
Yeah, it was scary. Okay, Kragnos and Empires. I present to thee.
Did you paint his eyes?
I did. Yellow.
Kind of nice and jaundiced-y.
Just like yellow orbs.
Very jaundiced-y.
Okay, let's have a look. Oh, he's in focus already.
He's
Is
beautiful.
the back part of the collar upside down, or am I insane?
Uh-oh.
He's got this like cape thing off the back.
Are they talking to me? No, you're insane. It goes up, it goes up.
It goes up.
But it does, they don't connect well, I'll be honest.
Okay, here he is.
He's so good.
Kragnos, the end of Empires. Ready to kill dragons. Very excited
He can try.
to get this guy on the battlefield. Oh man, I might see if I can just get a game in even before our game.
You're just too excited.
I'm too excited.
I'm excited for you. To go down in history as a beautiful
Don't
man.
know what is going on with this, but there he is. I sort of wish I'd given him a lower back tattoo,
Oh my gosh.
Like a butterfly?
like here on his back. Like, look, he's got space for a tattoo. It kind of would be cool, seriously, if there's like
It would.
a white tattoo creeping up out from under, like
Yeah.
his clothing.
Yeah.
Like a sweet, like Chinese symbol.
Yeah.
That's like, it doesn't translate to the thing that he thinks it is.
Yeah. He thinks it says like destruction or end of empires or something like that, but in reality it's like
Big cuddler.
Or something like nonsensical, like
That's true.
refinance.
Refinance. Yeah. He's like, no, it's very meaningful. I got it in my second year in college.
So I guess the only thing I'd love to do is glue him to his base.
Heck yeah.
So he's nice and easy to transport.
I'm doing eyeballs, which I'm famously good at.
And I think we should glue him with Black Widow, right, guys?
Yep.
Seems like the move. In case anything goes wrong,
In case anything goes wrong.
there will be a big black spot everywhere.
That's beautiful. I love it.
I'm like frantically trying to get this last few pieces on here. Like I can't. Need to finish.
It's true. What will the people do if Brett doesn't finish his attack bite?
That's why everyone tuned in. I'm telling you.
Yeah. You're not wrong. I'm just upset about it.
We're all like trying not to be the last one,
Right?
like very intensely.
Like if I finish after Brett, that's bad.
All Brett did is that's like it's all on me, right? Like if I'm the last one, and all I did was Make an attack bike.
That's not true. I mean, look.
I don't think you know where the bar is
You
for you,
drove
Brett.
home and back. You drove home and back. You dressed Kragnos. You've also been like dealing with microphones.
Changing microphones every 5 minutes.
Changing microphones was like 25% of your day, Brett, which we're very appreciative of.
What is my purpose? You change microphones. Oh my God. For the record, that's not what you sound like. That's what Brian sounds like.
Yeah. That's really.
I'm the game designer.
I'm the game designer. I don't even. We haven't. Look, if you haven't seen the Petch video that Brett lovingly made,
It's a great video.
please watch it. It's really great. We were all involved in it. All the three of us and Brian
Yep.
all had a hand in this video. A lot of work went into it.
And everyone knows what Brian did in the video.
And everyone knows what Brian did in the video because he makes it very clear during his scene. And we love Brian for that scene, and that is peak peak Brian right there.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to rip this cork off. Oh
What?
God.
Oh my God!
I didn't pre-attach him. Here we go, perfect.
Well, look, you guys have left me time where I have a model and nothing else to do. So, and it's a destruction
Don't
model.
do a back
So of
tattoo.
course I'm going to start adding blood ghost.
Okay. Not a
this
back
guy.
tattoo. That's fine.
I am still thinking about the back tattoo. I actually think it would be cool.
It would be cool.
I'm just not sure what to do yet. And I think I can still make it work, even after the metal has been put on here. Kragnos does have a wound. Something got through his 2-up armor here.
He has several wounds.
No, I mean like modeled onto him.
He has taken wounds
Taken wounds.
to the bank.
So we're gonna do just a little bit of blood effect.
Oh, that looks nice.
I'm not doing more than just the blood effect. Oftentimes on something like this, you would do a little bit of pink or something like that. But I don't want it actually to look.
realistic.
Well, I want it to look more or less like, quite frankly, like a fairly mild cat scratch. You know what I mean? So I'm not. There's no flesh opened up. The skin has not
Right.
really been breached.
Yeah. No, I like that.
So I think it's a good look.
You're like, it looked like it could be from a dragon attack, but he was so tough that it didn't actually do anything.
yeah. It was.
We're just like 12-year-olds just arguing about whose monster is the toughest.
Yeah. But like passive aggressively.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably a dragon went in and just that's what it could do. And look,
Not great.
Here's what a dragon.
I wouldn't be proud of
Here's
it.
what Kragnos looks like after having fought a dragon. He's
Yeah,
got this
yeah.
scratch on him.
maybe I'll put a bunch of blood all over his mace to indicate the blood from the dragon skull that he brutally smashed in repeatedly.
Can I have the
Minotaur Ghost in Blood? Absolutely.
No, Val Gorbeck.
To put someone
Val
on Krondys to show all of his wounds from fighting Kragnos?
No, he's gonna put the blood that's from your man. Sorry, what I meant to say is word bear is red.
Yeah.
You gave me what I asked for, and not what I wanted.
Oh.
I thought you knew me better than that.
Such a metaphor for life in general. Okay. Yeah, I think he's done, but let's get going on this tattoo. How much time do we have, boys?
No, you're scaring me. I'm almost done. I'm
Adrian's
literally.
still airbrushing.
I'm fixing my base. We're back to step one. Got to redo the whole thing.
You know what? I'm gonna be the responsible person here, and I'm going to say I'm not gonna do the back tattoo.
I think that's a good call.
maybe I'll come back to it, but for now he's done.
Chad is shattered, but
Yeah,
sorry guys.
I think that's the right move. He's been glued.
I think we should do an entire stream on back tats.
I mean, I would be super down for this.
Okay, so I'll put him back again. Nothing really has changed. There's his injury, though. I did paint that on. You can see it in the back. And he's also now been glued to the base. That doesn't look any different for you guys at home. But,
I'm glad you
now it's
specified.
official. He is done. Unless we do a back tattoo later on, which we have not 100% ruled out. So with Kragnos on, time to revisit the voting.
Oh no.
Okay.
I bet that
380 votes.
that pushed him over, huh?
So,
Yeah.
so some people in chat were suggesting we restart the poll now after they're both painted.
Yeah.
That's really
sounds-
that feels maybe not good.
Feels maybe not in the spirit of what you guys do on
Yeah.
this channel,
Yeah.
but I like it.
But
Spirit of what I do, but
Oh man, Kragnos has even lost more ground to Krondys as to being on Team. Listen, I have to say, overall, I'm glad that more people are Team Krondys than Team Kragnos. We don't need that many people.
Kragnos in the world.
And frankly, 46% people.
Deeply concerning for humanity.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm one of them, but 46% of people deciding that this horrible genocidal monster is better.
That they're on his team.
Fortunately, we know our fans know that,
It's not real.
it's not real.
It's not real.
GW had their cool post recently about how bad the Imperium actually is and not real. And
Right.
yeah, kind of fun.
Yeah, it was well played.
Okay, we're gonna give Krondys some alone time on the glam cam when he's ready. But also, we need to see these two next to each other.
Okay.
3.
Is he ready?
He's ready for his close-up.
Okay, he's ready for his close-up. I'm excited. Oh yeah, and then we need to get the attack bike on there.
The real
Champion.
the real champion.
What?
good.
So good.
I love it. He's fabulous. Oh my god. What a cool model.
Yeah, you did a nice job, dude. This looks amazing.
Thank you.
Wow.
I'm pretty proud. Especially at the time.
Yeah,
Which was like, I know it's like a lot of time, but not a lot of time for us to paint these big models. You know what I'm saying?
it's not. And it's funny because I don't know about you, but I was kind of like, there might be some things I go and do to Kragnos after the stream, but I don't think there's anything right away that I'm gonna do.
That's great.
When we did the Beast Claw Raiders, I did end up going back and doing like a little bit of like taking their war paint up another layer or so.
Yeah.
But I feel like we got pretty close on these guys. This guy looks amazing.
I definitely agree. And we talked earlier about centerpieces and stuff like that. I think in this case, there's a version of him where I go just nuts and do a bunch of those little details that I talked about. But I also know that I have 7 more dragons to add with him. And I want them to be cohesive, right? And we talked about making things cohesive even if they are your centerpiece. So I'm going to do them. And I feel like it's going to be at a good level that I'm happy with.
7 more dragons.
7 more dragons.
But they're
I'll be honest, they're not that much less
they're not
work.
small.
They're not small. It's
I was like,
pretty
but they're
proportional.
Not, and they're actually like they're not even like quite like that crisis suit size where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, these are easy to like
No.
they got back up into monster. That's
They're-
like a traditional monster size.
It is. They're not much less time than him, to be honest. So
Well, it's funny actually when you see these two here. Kragnos is smaller. His base is smaller. Clearly, Kragnos is actually smaller.
Right.
But really, the pose they have Kragnos on and on the rock and everything.
gives him such a presence.
It's these two are like the same height even
So
almost.
cool.
Yeah.
So cool. Oh my god, we did great.
We
Great
did.
job, guys.
Thank you. Not as nice as the attack bike, but still pretty good.
Yeah, you ready for it?
Are we ready
We're
for the
ready
attack
for
bike?
it, yeah.
Okay,
Look at
we're gonna.
Or you want to put the attack bike with them?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
the attack. Oh, the.
Oh,
okay.
you thought it wasn't going on the glam cam?
No, I knew it was going to the glare cam. I thought
Wow.
we wanted to get its
By
own
itself?
shot first. Here we go. The star of the show.
Heyo, there he
Yes,
is.
what an attack bike.
Yeah. I like it. And you did it to match the bases too.
Yeah,
That's what
he's really camoed in there.
Yeah. Multi-melta, good choice. Good choice.
Yeah.
Black Templars.
You got
It's
it,
their
right?
thing, right?
Yeah.
Burn the heretics.
It's narrative.
All right.
So good. Well, let's make sure we've got all the super chats. You want to just do a quick
I think
glance?
we caught up.
I think we did,
Let's
too.
have a look. Yes. Wait. Discord. Oh no, we're Discord.
Did Ross have a thing that they said, or just was it the one
I
we
think we
read?
got Ross right.
It's down here, Zach.
Ross, did we get you?
Okay. Sorry, we have a light in our way. Yeah.
Narrative battle. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
It
we're
was
good.
getting cut off.
Awesome. Fantastic. Oh, he did say any recommendations for narrative battles. I think what Brett said, honestly, is the big thing.
Yeah.
Where you, and I did this with Alien Skies, which is what he was talking about, where like you really do set an end. It,
I'll just go
it
on
gives-
and on, yeah.
I think it actually helps everyone. I think it helps people feel like more excited to do it and more like in that time frame. They're like, oh, I want to get to the end.
Yeah. And there's a story arc, right?
Yeah.
If it's not, you need a story arc. Beginning, a middle, and an end. All extremes.
All extremes. Well, as much as it pains me, I'm ending the poll.
Well, it was
and
close.
we do have a close vote here, but the final tally: 53% for Krondys, 46% for Kragnos, 382 votes. We did it. We painted giant monsters.
That's so cool.
Let's talk quickly about what's happening on Hobby Titans.
Yes, let's.
This upcoming Wednesday, these two dudes again, and I'm painting some Custody.
Sure.
I've never painted Custody before, so I need to do a little bit of research. Oh, no, I have.
They're very easy.
I did. Actually painted Bridger's Custodies. What?
You just forgot?
I forgot that I actually
You painted Bridgers?
painted an army for Bridger.
Oh, he didn't paint those.
Like 3 years ago.
Oh,
like 4 or 5. Like
fascinating.
when I met him, yeah.
Wow.
He helped. We sat in Game Castle Mountain View and like cranked him out.
Nice,
Yeah, it was pretty
nice.
fun. So I have. But I'll have to update and we'll have to see like what matches what. I have to be the paint matcher.
You're going to be the paint matcher.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think we'll be doing them to match the majority of the collection.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
So that'll be fun.
You were painting.
I'll be painting a Gene Stealer, Gene Stealer Cultists. I'm going to pick something that comes in that box, so either Neophytes or Acolytes. I don't need more characters. It does come with the traditional Patriarch and the Magus and the Primus, of which I have like 3 of each.
Yeah.
I think 4 of some of them. So don't need to do that, but we'll do either Neophyte or a Acolyte. Maybe we'll put a poll up. We'll see.
Yeah.
But that's going to be the plan. Talk about ways to painting these 2 awesome armies.
Yeah. I'm excited. And for now, that's it for Hobby Titans.
Yeah.
We have some other stuff in the pipeline, but you guys will see that, or we'll talk about Wednesday.
Secret.
Tomorrow on Tabletop Titans.
We're playing Gene Stealer Cult versus Custodes, which is going to be awesome. We are also, I'll just mention, playing on Tabletop Titans Terrain as the Kickstarter ends in just a few days
Right.
now. So exciting on that. If you guys do want to pick up a copy, go ahead and check it out. And there's something else I was going to mention about what we're doing. Oh yeah, I want to mention next Thursday, of course, is when we're doing this Sigmar battle.
Oh,
so
right.
Tune into Tabletop Titans then, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we'll be playing that matchup, which we're super excited for.
It's going to be good.
Yeah.
The Frost Lord will be there, but it's really going to be Kragnos' and Krondys' show.
Yeah.
So
You're going to do a bit more of like a mixed destruction
it's
list?
mixed. We have an ale guzzler.
Yes.
Gargan in there. So yeah, very excited. Well, I think we did it, Adrian. Anything else? Brad, what about you?
No, just that on the 22nd, we're going to be painting these ornaments.
Oh, right.
Hanging festive ornaments.
Yeah.
And if you have a 3D printer and want to join in, you can go to our MyMiniFactory page, download the STL, print it out before the 22nd, and paint along with us then.
I love it.
I think that's it. Folks, as we always say here, be kind to each other, be kind to yourselves, and always be creating. See you guys.
Bye.